Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
I'm being betrayed!
That's too much, man!
Come on!
Don't be creepy.
Climate and everything are the same word.
What'd you drum up?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I'm staying in the race.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the ridgeway.
Consequences.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
What now?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Jesus, I say that. So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
20th century. This is from 12 Rules for Life. I don't want reality. What you talking about?
I see that you know your judo.
It's science.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Illegal.
Give me a joke.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
It's a great day for being sad. He looks good, and he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy?
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Facebook, Zuckerbuck. Follow the rich white man.
Precision of language, please.
Welcome to the response. Immediately, if not sooner.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
Jesus, I say that.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Well, here we are again, floating somewhere between Earth and space.
So much to talk about, so much to do, space fams. I guess we better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, as these space flights are often dangerous and filled with perils. Whoopsies, went to the wrong screen. Good to see all of you folks here on this Sunday FUNDAY. Do some shout-outs here. Aaron W, PB, Charlie Jinmir, 123 in the YouTube chat. Joe 47771. A close fourth. Charlie Jinmir, thank you for the Galactic Gifted membership. Who got it? Zach Wilson. Enjoy, Zach Wilson. Morbius Dragon, Coat Hanger, Scared Crow, The Reference Frame, Mozart, Apache Aldo, Hermit Horologist, Soul Life, Atticus Among Us, Mish, Mewanoip, Jet, Omega Star, Happy Mew. I see you too. John Ross. Forbzilla. My god, a lot of people for me to shout out today. Chef Bongi. Del Sol Verde. Oh my god. Bob Carmody, did I say you? I see you. Icebreaker. I don't know if I missed anyone, and if I did, I'm sorry. And I also just realized I'm on Top Chat, so the likelihood I missed someone is even higher than normal. I apologize.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Guess we better start in the usual place. The United States. But of course it is both Ramadan and Women's History Month, so we're going to do a little bit of each here this stream. Oh shit, before we even get there, wow. Interrupted by a sweet, sweet galactic gift from Morbius Dragon to Marsha House. Enjoy, Marsha. You've just become a little bit more galactic and gain access to nearly 20 sweet, sweet galactic emotes. Enjoy. Courtesy of Morbius Dragon. What was I doing? Ah, yes. America. Women's History Month. Let's talk about lighthouses. It's Sunday FUNDAY. We're going to have as much fun as, but lighthouses? That's how we're going to start? Okay. That seems easy. Seems fun.
And finally tonight, some of the little-known stories of the women who operated lighthouses across the country, saving lives and keeping history. John Yang brings us this story of strength and beauty.
Surfers and seabirds called this stretch of the California coastline home. It can be dramatic and breathtaking. But the rocky, jagged shore and shoals, sometimes shrouded in fog, can also be treacherous for boats and ships that get too close. For generations, the Point Pinos Lighthouse in Pacific Grove has stood sentry, warning mariners to keep their distance. When it was built in the mid-1850s, this was an isolated outpost. The nearest town, Monterey, was about 4 miles away, reachable only by a twisty dirt and sand trail. Those on the East Coast who wanted to get to the West Coast generally traveled by sailing boat, a 6-month ordeal that took them around Cape Horn at the tip of South America. This is the oldest continuously operating lighthouse on the U.S. Pacific coast. 2 women have been principal lighthouse keepers here, dating back to 1856, when Charlotte Layton became the first woman to have that job on the West Coast.
Charlotte Layton, who was the first, took over when her...
I just want to point something out. You know, historical pieces such as this are currently under threat. We've been watching little bits and pieces of the DOGE committee on public broadcasting, where they've been talking about how they just want to get rid of NPR and PBS. We might never have stories like this again in the future.
That job on the West Coast.
Charlotte Layton, who was the first, took over when her husband was killed. She sort of knew what to do, and she was widowed, and the people around the local community wanted her to have a job so she wouldn't be destitute.
Nancy McDowell is the docent coordinator at Point Pinos. How did her husband die?
He was with the group that went out to the house where this bandit was, and he went to the back door, and that's where the bandit came out and shot the three of them that were back there.
And that's how she lost her husband, but also became the head keeper.
Yes.
These are sort of unheralded pioneers doing this.
Right. We think it's wonderful, and especially that she got the same pay as her husband had.
It was one of the first non-clerical government jobs open to women. Over the years, there were scores of women lighthouse keepers from coast to coast.
One of my grandfathers worked at a lighthouse here in Nova Scotia, so I've always been fascinated.
Shauna MacDonald of Cape Breton University in Canada works to shine a light on the women who ran lighthouses.
There were hundreds of women from the 18th, but really 19th and 20th centuries who kept lighthouses in the United States. Most of them, however, would not have been official keepers. So the official number is somewhere around 200.
200 is more than I had imagined. Did that number surprise you?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm someone who's always been interested in women's history and women's lives. And I sort of felt ashamed that it hadn't ever occurred to me, even though I had been researching lighthouses, when I realized how many women had done this work or had been involved in some way.
So from here you can see the original lens up there. And
at Point Pinos, the second woman to be principal lighthouse keeper was Emily Fish. She had the job from 1893 to 1914.
She hopefully had a time to sit, maybe resting during the day after being up all night with the lamp.
The widow of a physician, she was known as the socialite keeper. She entertained guests at the lighthouse in her fashionable sitting room.
Maybe you'd like to go up and see where she went.
Sure.
From her room to take care of the light. And so it's narrow.
Now, all these women's husbands seem to be mysteriously dying. I don't know if you've picked up on that trend.
Steps, but it goes up to a ladder, and we can even go up the ladder.
Oh, goodness.
Just like the keepers would have had to do. We're going up the ladder to the lantern room.
So we see this vista. And this light is going out 17 miles in this entire direction?
Yes. However many degrees this is all the way around. It's not 360 because this little part's gone, and I'm not sure how many that is. But it goes everywhere except in the fog. And I don't know how far it does go. It depends on how thick the fog is, I suspect.
By 1990, all U.S. lighthouses had been automated, eliminating the need for keepers.
Wow.
Lighthouse keeping was not a terribly posh job, despite the exception of someone like Emily Fish. These were mostly working class people. These were not easy jobs. And while we might look at lighthouses today as places of beauty where we go to learn about history or we love to paint or take pictures of, at the time, they were just another necessary technology that everyone, relied upon.
North of Point Pinos, across Monterey Bay, is Santa Cruz, once home to another important lighthouse run by a woman. Laura Hecox was the principal lighthouse keeper there from 1883 to 1917. She was also a naturalist, amassing an impressive collection of specimens from the area. Ida Lewis was arguably the best-known U.S. woman lighthouse keeper. She made it onto the cover of Harper's Weekly in 1869. She ran the Lime Rock Lighthouse in Rhode Island's Newport Harbor.
She did a lot of rescuing. So that's how she came to be known, by rowing out in her rowboat and rescuing people who had gotten into some kind of trouble on the water. She began at the age of 15 because her father had fallen ill. And so he just sort of supervised, and she did the work until she was an elderly woman. By all accounts, she was a tiny woman, but she was able to do these wonderful things. So she was famous in her time. But then I also love women who haven't gotten as much attention. Laura Hedges, she kept a lighthouse in New Jersey for a while when her husband had fallen ill. And then I was able to visit the National Archives and find the logs where I can see Laura Hedges having been the keeper in 1925 and 1926. And the day that her husband passed, she simply had written in the log, "Keeper died," and the time, and the rest of the log is weather and sailing reports.
Her husband dies. She makes a note of it, but she keeps on working. She keeps on her job.
She keeps on working.
See why this is such a great story. It's got a little bit of everything. Lighthouses, beautiful views, history, strong women, and maybe a little bit of murder mystery in there too. Like I said, a lot of lighthouse keepers' husbands dying unexpectedly, and they seem to be totally fine with it. You know, seemed like the perfect story to start off here. But it might be the last stream of Women's History Month. It's not clear. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to do a Moonday stream. Kirkenstein's monster. 5 galactic members gifted. My God. Xeron Elite. The reference frame, who I think was in the chat just a moment ago. Mark Boyd, Chef Bongi, and Grand Theft Autobot. Wow, it seems like a lot of people are going to be enjoying some new memberships. We have been slowly climbing back up to where we were earlier this month, on the road to potentially getting new memberships. Not new memberships, new emotes soon, because of course the more memberships we get, the more emotes. Someone just reminded me to start a goal, which I did not do. I'll start a goal. I feel bad about starting a goal after all of this generosity. But we gotta do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's. Still Sunday Fun Day, right? Let's talk about a little, some extracurricular activities here. You just want to relax, enjoy yourself, watch some sports, have a drink. Could be a thing you do on a Sunday.
Women's sports bars are popping up all over the US, some just in time for March Madness. It started with the sports bar in Portland 3 years ago, and the momentum hasn't slowed. That's no surprise to women's sports fans, for whom these venues offer a place to call home.
A lot of your typical sports bars, you have to ask to put women's sports on the TVs, and half the time they tell you no. So creating a space where you don't have to do that, I think, is incredible.
9 women's sports bars have opened in the past 3 years, and there are more on the way. One in particular is Denver Bar, the 99ers, named after the infamous 1999 U.S. Women's World Cup soccer team.
I wish I would have had this space growing up, and I would have been able to go to a space where I was able to watch the sports that I wanted to watch and be around the people that I felt comfortable being around.
This year will be the bar's first March Madness since opening its doors in December.
Just love that there's a place for us women to come together in community, and Annie and Miranda have done that. They brought community together here at the 99er. I'm so grateful for.
There you go. A new trend picking up heat in America.
That's hot.
Women's sports bars. All right. A lot of DEI kind of stuff happening at the beginning of this stream. We're about to get shut down. All right. Let's go to News 8 WROC. Pretty sure this whole city is going to get shut down for this next story.
Celebration of Women's History Month, a Susan B. Anthony sculpture was unveiled along with
Illegal.
a courtroom dedication at the Monroe County Hall of Justice. Take a listen.
After today's ceremony, this courtroom, will now bear the name of a valiant Rochester woman who fought for the rights of all women, who challenged status quo, and who paved the way for future generations of women warriors that she would never meet.
And of course, Susan B. was a women's rights advocate and leader of the women's suffrage movement, is a major historical figure in our city's history.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that this place, Rochester, New York, is going to get shut down immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But of course, Susan B. Anthony was from the area. She was buried, according to my research, in the city. Shocking that they would choose to celebrate a woman.
Illegal.
All right. Let's move on. Let's move it on to Detroit, where Muslims have been celebrating the last, what do you call it? Oh, I can't remember the name of it. I guess we'll just call it the last weekend of Ramadan. Here's AP Archive from a couple of days ago. Very scary. This is already making me hungry. I shouldn't have started the stream off with food.
The name of the organization is the Helping Hands. So throughout the month of Ramadan, where we're fasting from sunrise to sunset, any excess food left over from breaking our fast, we don't want that to go to waste. So we go throughout Dearborn Heights collecting that food. We sort through it. We give some of that food to people in need in our community, and then we make a few meals. Those are passed out throughout downtown Detroit. And then all the excess food is taken to a homeless shelter, which is also in Detroit. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Thanks.
One's Fatouche, I think it was Fatouche.
I think someone says something else, right?
We're going to set it right here, okay?
I started this mission in 2017 during Ramadan, which is our holy month. And this is us Muslims. We fast during this holy holiday. And it's a 30 days in the month. And our mission is to just give back to the community and help those that need help.
So this group of individuals here in Dearborn, Michigan, spreading the Ramadan cheer, which is actually a part of, I believe, I can't remember what it's called, but it's like one of the principles of Ramadan is to, spread wealth and to give gifts and to contribute to your community. They're going around door to door, pick up unused, fast-breaking food, and giving it out to people who need it more. 3 emotional support characters already ready, 1 like per minute. Keeping quite the pace here right now, chat. Okay, let's go to the Galactic Cantina for some emotional support characters. 18. Ooh, starting off with some good characters here. All right, let's get on to some more serious stuff. Now, it's been a little bit of a crazy 2 and a little bit months. And maybe some of us are thinking to ourselves, how are we going to survive the next 4 years. Well, once in a while, often on Sunday Fundays, we go to this channel. Some more news. Little Cody Shody. Perhaps Cody has an explanation for us. Maybe a how-to guide, if you will, on how to perhaps make it through.
Okay, ration time. Best part of the stupid, terrible day. What do we got today? Corn cream! They're all corn cream. How are they all corn cream? These are tablets. How are you corn cream? Hey, folks. Sorry, just been prepping for Doom. Because, hey, my goodness, here's some news. You know the news. Look, we're not going to make every episode about Donald Trump or Elon Musk, even though they are currently the presidents. We're all so very tired of him, and demoralized in general. But hey, at least we'll die someday. That's neat.
Yeah, that's
bad start.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
That's a good point.
Here's the thing. In these first months, we're getting this non-stop blast of executive orders and department gutting and economic collapse and ICE detentions for the terrible crime of activism. And it probably feels like the apocalypse out there. Like Fury Road, but with fewer public roads. And while it is tiring and terrifying, let us not forget that it's also extremely frustrating and enraging. And I guess the question is it angering enough to make people, do something about it? And when I say people, I really mean the people in power. And when I say something, I really mean, I guess something.
Yeah, and all right, we're going to skip past part of this because Cody is about to just sort of, he's going to go down the terrible hole of all the things that, haven't been happening or have been. 40 likes now? Oh my God, that's more than 1 like per minute. That's too much.
That's too much, man.
That's too much. It's too many likes. You all settle down.
Glasses. Lots of fun. But, counterpoint, could we not? Also, I was being dramatic for the sake of the ad break. To be exact, we were merely talking about all the checks and balances of our government failing to stop a confused old man from declaring himself king, starting multiple trade wars, detaining protesters, and allowing an oligarch to pillage our country because everyone picked on him. No one in the Democratic Party seems to care much, probably because they're all rich and old. So it's time to talk about what we citizens can do. Drugs? Can we do drugs?
We could. Oh, that's an idea.
Yes, but also, and
I like
other
this
stuff
I like
too.
this idea.
Now, this is going to come in 2 parts. The boring chore part and the fun protesty part. Sadly, they are both important. And both can be fun if you're on drugs. I'm sorry.
Sorry, what's
not
that?
do drugs.
No. What?
They're saying don't do it. So the chore part is mutual aid. The idea of communities coming together to mitigate the neglect of our government. Something we shouldn't have to do, but we gotta. Like, let's say if your city is on fire and the federal government threatens to withhold aid for some reason, and or certain established systems break down, again, for some reason, mutual aid would be pretty helpful to yourself or your neighbors. Or what if the government decides to completely destroy the Department of Education? Well, it would be good for all the teachers in the area, whether they teach in public school, private school, charter school, or Shredder's Dojo, to talk to one another and the public. For example, in Nashville, they formed the privately funded Educators Cooperative to encourage professional development and collaboration for all of the teachers in the greater area. This collaboration especially helped students who were forced to switch schools due to being in unstable living situations, as their former teachers could communicate the students' needs to their new ones without them needing to catch up or be left behind. Good idea. You're gonna need that.
It does seem like a good idea.
Supporting immigrants, queer kids, and
you
other
are gonna
groups
want
of
that.
students that are being specifically targeted. There are foundations like the Center on Immigration and Child Welfare Initiative and the Trevor Project that could help fill in those gaps.
Yes.
For everyone involved, you can donate school supplies and money to your local school district supply drive and nonprofits that help underserved communities. But the point here isn't just to feel better about yourself or to tell yourself you're helping. It's actually about creating tendrils within a community.
Yes, I see. Community. So we should band together is what Cody, I think he's trying to say with those words that he's saying. Which does seem like a good idea. You know, space fams, Earth fams all getting together. I do like that idea.
Very progressive, you have to be prepared for your local government to fail on this. Not because they necessarily want to, but because they are being forced to.
We're not allowed to enforce federal immigration laws, I've said, but we're also not going to get in the way of ICE, and I don't recommend that those officials, those like local or state officials, to obstruct ICE. That's not a wise course of action.
Immigration has been brought to the forefront this week with President Trump's return to the White House. On his first day, he signed roughly 24 executive orders, including one that vows to withhold federal funds from sanctuary cities.
Extremely chilling how many school districts felt the need to send out assurances that they won't let ICE try to detain students. But those assurances can only go so far. You might have to, dare I say, block the entrances to those schools at some point. Fun stuff. It'll be like playing Red Rover with fascists. Reich Rover. This is where we come to the second part beyond mutual aid. The fun part, where once we're a community, we can actually mobilize. I mean, there's no actual order here, and communities can be formed via protests too. Also, I don't have to explain to you how to protest. You get the sticks, you put paper on it, draw a dick or whatever. I'd rather point out how important and easy it is. I mean, thanks to being funded by extremely wealthy people, the far right has managed to be very loud with very few people. They love this. They love pretending to be a grassroots movement when they super aren't that. Those anti-lockdown protests, it was just one group doing that. In 2021 and 2022, 60% of book challenges were initiated by only 11 people. And yet somehow, these people managed to hijack the entire national conversation, often by moving around a lot and targeting very low-level locations. Moms for Liberty, for example, is a fake grassroots group that goes around harassing and or joining school boards before pushing for book bans. Hate groups like the Proud Boys go from city to city to demonstrate. I mean, just look at all the people who bust in on January 6th, right? These people have realized that the best way to attack something is at the knees. They have been going from drag show to abortion clinic to school board meeting, exhausting everyone who dares disagree with them. People who, I'd argue, have no real power to stop them. And this shows both how vital it is to oppose these people and how simple it is if you actually know what to do. And while we shouldn't be liars or bullies or funded by billionaires, unless they want to, Cuban, my DMs are open, my man, we can and should be aggressive and loud in the coming years, and specific about where we protest. And the good news is, we are already doing that.
Tesla's stock was hit hard with its steepest drop in 5 years. CEO Elon Musk's controversial role in the White House causing fallout for the company.
And for some who drive Teslas as well. 100 dealerships, just like this one across the country, targeted to send a message to the White House and Elon Musk.
Vandals are protesting Elon Musk's growing power in Washington.
Weekend protests at the Chicago Gold Coast Tesla dealership were peaceful. In New York, there were arrests after a demonstration at a Tesla showroom. Last week in Oregon, the windows of a dealership were shattered by bullets. And in Massachusetts, a Tesla charging station went up in flames.
Woof. Turns out that when you do Nazi salutes, it doesn't really do wonders for the popularity of your company. Shucks. Well, you know, you can't learn something unless you try first. I'm sure he'll bounce back, what with committing fraud to take advantage of Canada's rebate system, allegedly. Of course. Allegedly. Maybe there's a perfectly innocent explanation for why a single Tesla dealership claimed to sell 4,000 cars over a single...
Also, update to this story, we talked about this one. Canada has, in fact, it's so alleged that they have blocked all 43 million, or whatever the number was, tens of millions of dollars, that Tesla was supposed to receive, and have frozen those funds Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, that's how alleged it is. The government of Canada has taken, I guess you call it action?
Are some Democratic leaders who are meeting this moment to an extent.
Okay,
who are
tell me more,
reacting
Cody.
appropriately to our president dabbling in fascism and a government that has begun detaining legal residents for their speech. Let me show you what that looks like. Let me show you what an appropriate reaction is.
Okay.
How many more New Yorkers? How many more New Yorkers will you detain? How many more New Yorkers without charge? Do you believe in the First Amendment? Do you believe in the First Amendment, Tom Homan?
That is New York State Assembly member Zohran Mamdani absolutely laying into Trump's border czar.
No, I don't believe Tom Homan does believe. I believe what Tom Homan believes in. I believe in butt stuff. Butt stuff. The butt stuff I'm gonna do to Eric Adams when he doesn't do what I want him to do. I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna be all up in his butt. 50. Do we have 50 likes? Oh, almost 50 likes. Oh my God! For a second, I was like, Jesus Christ, 50 likes.
Seemingly having to be held back by the police lest he eat the man's entire head. That is what I would consider a measured response to what they are doing. Good for him for properly representing the rage of the people he represents, because most of us don't have access to these ghouls currently fleecing the American people. And it's extremely frustrating when the people who do have access don't do anything with that. So good for him. I don't know, maybe you see that as being still performative. The guy is running for New York City mayor after all. But also,
this is true.
Vote for him. Maybe he'd be a better mayor than the disgraced former governor. And even if it is performative, it's effective. Forbes posted this video with the headline, Viral Moment. Because yes, as I keep saying, you want to be the story. And there are other Democrats who see Elon Musk and all the Nazi stuff as a clear opening. Bernie Sanders, for example.
Bernie Sanders, for example, who we've been talking a hell of a lot about, has certainly been doing some things. So yeah, Cody, he's making some sense. He's making some sense. So we should you're saying, rather than not do things, we should do things. And if we can, do them together and be effective rather than ineffective. That's all making sense. It's all making sense. Thank you, Cody. That's giving me some hope here on the Sunday Funday. Now we have 52 likes. That's a lot of likes. Oh, no. The D20 has... There we go. No, wait. We already have that. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Okay. I'll take those. Okay. You know how we were talking earlier about PBS and NPR? Getting their funds cut? Well, let's go and talk about that a little bit more. Now, of course, we've been saying it over and over again, talking about how Elon Musk is a welfare queen who receives tens of billions of dollars a year, 40 plus billion, I believe is the number that he received last year, 2024, for his companies, his various private projects. And the combined budgets of PBS and NPR, if I'm not mistaken on those numbers, is about 500 million. So if you do the math there, that's about 80 years or so of public broadcasting that could be paid if we stopped giving Elon Musk all that money. Just an idea. Just a thought. Just thinking out loud here. All right, let's talk about Elmo.
5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to first begin by thanking all of our witnesses that are here today. I know that there's a lot we should be discussing right now at this hearing. We've, of course, had some pretty shocking security breaches that we're just learning about through a lot of our national security officials. We know that Pete Hegseth should be removed from office or should resign. We have Donald Trump, who, of course, is crashing the stock market. He's taken away millions millions of programs and hurting people across this country to fund tax giveaways to billionaires. And our constituents can't access their Social Security benefits. Now, I think actually Chairwoman Green supports everything that the Trump administration is actually doing. So instead of a serious hearing, we're here to attack NPR and PBS. So let's get right into it. Now, Ms. Kerger, the American people want to know, is Elmo now, or has he ever been, a member of the Communist Party of the United States? A yes or no?
Could you drum up?
Now, are you sure, Ms. Kerger? Because he's obviously red.
That's a good point.
He is a puppet, but no.
Now, that's not all. He also has a very dangerous message about sharing and helping each other. He's indoctrinating our kids that sharing is caring. Now, maybe he's part of a major socialist plot, and maybe that's why the chairwoman is having this hearing today. But let's talk about somebody else. Let's talk about Cookie Monster.
Okay.
Now, we know that Health Secretary RFK Jr. is coming out against fast food and baked goods. Are we silencing pro-cookie voters?
Illegal.
Yes or no? Ms. Carter?
No more
But
cookies.
cookies are a sometime food.
Well, I agree with you. And let's also talk about the most important, maybe, character on Sesame Street. This is actually Big Bird. Now, Ms. Kerger,
No,
Elon
too,
Musk
Big Bird.
fired USDA
Are you a
workers
nasty communist?
who have been working on the bird flu. Does it make sense to also fire Big Bird? Yes or no?
We would like to keep Big Bird.
I completely agree with you. And now it gets even worse. Now, this is actually a tweet.
Don't tell me.
That Big Bird actually sent out about the
Oh,
COVID-19
God, Big
vaccine,
Bird is in with Big
encouraging folks
Pharma.
to actually get their vaccination.
It's all
Which,
been a
of course, we
lie.
believe in vaccines. Now, perhaps the reason why we're having this hearing is because our chairwoman, Ms. Green, has actually said some really negative things about getting vaccinations. And that perhaps is why we are here. And so we support Big Bird being pro-vaccine and promoting vaccines across this country. Now, I will admit, though, the extreme liberal agenda that you're all pushing, I think, doesn't stop there. This, of course, is Bert and Ernie. Now, these two guys actually live together. They're friends. They're supportive of each other.
Jesus,
now,
I
that
say
might
that.
be triggering to our chairwoman and some on this committee, and perhaps that's also why we're here today. Ms. Kerger, an important question. Are Bert and Ernie part of an extreme homosexual agenda?
Oh, my God.
No.
Thank you, Ms. Kerger, and thank you for being
He looks
a
good,
good sport.
and he looks hard.
Now, I'm obviously using some humor.
Oh, God. Wow. Bert and Ernie, Cookie Monster, Elmo, all in danger. Because Marjorie Taylor Greene and Elon Musk and Donald Trump want to get rid of them. They must be stopped. Now, one other thing I'd like to point out, because Representative Garcia seemed to miss this one. However, while Elmo is red and might be working for China, I also noticed something else. I'd just like to go back to Exhibit B. Cookie Monster. He is blue. And you know what that means. Oh, you know what that means.
I'm staying in the race.
He's a Democrat. He's a filthy, dirty liberal. Okay, all right, that's enough. That's enough. I caught your cold. No, I didn't catch my cold. I think while you were in the hospital, Jerry, I think you missed what happened. But my audio interface broke recently. And we are still trying to get the funds to replace that piece of hardware. So my microphone, my regular microphone, is broken. Well, the microphone itself isn't broken. I still have the microphone, but it can't connect to the computer because it's a XLR regular microphone cable. So unfortunately, we are stuck with bad vocal audio. Have been for over a week now. I've been counting the days. It's been like 9+ days. We have now gone without it. It's terrible. It is bad. And I'm sorry. Now, you know what else is under threat? All these things that are getting cut. Something you may not be aware. I think PBS, NPR, they got the name public in them. So I think there's enough context clues there. But did you happen to know that the Smithsonian Museum is also publicly funded? That's right. The Smithsonian. The world-renowned Smithsonian Museum, funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars. Your CNN from yesterday. See what Kwame Ture had to say about this horrifying news that the Smithsonian's funding is under threat.
President Trump signed an order this week in his war against woke. His latest executive order demands the removal of all, quote, divisive, improper, and anti-American ideology from famous institutions. First, he took over the Kennedy Center, as you remember. Now, Donald Trump wants to control the Smithsonian, the African American Museum, national parks, and the National Zoo. The executive order says it is for restoring truth and sanity to American history. But does this really just translate into whitewashing American history?
Yes.
We are going to discuss. First, to you, Torrey.
Yeah, I mean, he talks about American greatness, and clearly he means white greatness. And we are erasing Black history. I mean, I didn't realize that the Smithsonian, the Black History Museum, was part, I mean, like, obviously, but I didn't read that yet, and it almost makes me want to cry, because that is such an incredibly important space. I took my children and my wife there, like, as soon as it opened, and, like, I studied AF/AM in college, and I learned a lot going through that museum, and it's deeply emotional and moving. And to say, we don't want to talk about the history of racism, that is part of American greatness. It's part of America's evil, but the way we have moved from enslavement to segregation to wherever we are now, or wherever we were a few years ago, is part of America's greatness, and it's part of America's real story. And to say we're going to erase this and just focus on what white
immediately,
people, that's
if
not
not
what
sooner.
America is.
Commentary is right. It shouldn't be what America is, but it is seemingly what we are living through right now. Erasing parts of history that make a certain group of white people very uncomfortable. And it's a little insane. You know, it makes me feel a little unhinged, thinking that we are allowing this to happen. You know, it was said at the beginning of that piece, whitewashing U.S. history in every place that Republicans can find it. It's just horrifying. Now, you know, museums aren't just good for historical reasons. You may not know this, but there's actually a connection between art and mental health. Let's go here to CTV News from 5 days ago.
Ainsley McPhail is live at Artbeat Studio this morning, telling us about an upcoming event that is really in support of youth who are struggling right now. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning, Michelle. It's a partnership between the Mood Disorders Association of Manitoba as well as Artbeat Studios. That's where I am right now alongside James Dixon. Good morning. This is a beautiful partnership because it really allows the two agencies to connect, but to help with the mental health supports of youth in our community. How does art and mental health have a connection through the people you've seen right in these doors?
Well, art and mental health, we've realized really work together so well. I think when it comes to mental health, there is a part of a practice that we call mindfulness, where we seek to be present, we seek to be in the moment. And as you do art and as you're creative, you can realize how centering that can be for you and how that activity and that experience can really benefit your mental health by doing art.
Mm-hmm. And through the residency program or the ability for them to actually sell their artwork, super empowering stuff. What have you seen firsthand?
Through Artbeat Studio and through programs through the Mood Disorders Association of Manitoba, We have seen folks who have utilized supports that we help with, and it has just contributed to helping them feel good about themselves and to find a place where they feel a sense of balance with their mental health.
And at all ages too, isn't that
That's right. All ages too. Young and old. Maybe, do a little artwork for your mental health. Maybe just visit a museum. Take in the beauty and creativity. All good things. But perhaps art isn't your thing and you prefer theater. Well, a new show has hit Broadway. Well, I guess it's actually a very old show, depending on how you want to see it. Othello. That's right. Shakespeare on the New York City streets. Joe Biden is among the guests at a star-studded Othello opening night on Broadway. Got Samuel L. Jackson. I'm pretty sure he's.
And to do a play
I just want he's in the play.
424 years ago, and to probably be one of the very few African Americans to do this in a commercial setting, to look at it through my eyes, it was important for me, like, okay, this is what it looks like to me. No matter what anybody says about it, this is what it looks like to navigate in a white world.
Live theater, this play in particular, is challenging and challenges us, and this is a challenging time. And to be able to watch two great actors, two people who can inhabit these roles in a powerful way, I think is fitting and appropriate for right now, in this moment in our lives.
There we go. Apparently it has reportedly broken box office records on Broadway. Seems like Denzel Washington and Jake Gyllenhaal bringing down the house over here. But maybe Broadway isn't your thing and you prefer music. Well, guess what? Lady Gaga is coming to New York City.
Little monsters, put your paws up. Lady Gaga is going on tour, and of course she's coming to New York City. The pop star announced her Mayhem Ball. It kicks off in Las Vegas in July and then comes to MSG for 3 dates in August. Here they are, the 22nd, the 23rd, and the 26th. Tickets for all 3 shows go on sale next Thursday. The tour is in support of her new album, Mayhem, which debuted at #1 on the Billboard charts.
There we go, Gaga coming to New York. All right. Let's see, where are we at now? All right, let's go back, talking about art and a little bit more in-depth take here. Go back to PBS, also funded by taxpayers like you. South Florida PBS from yesterday, exploring a wonderful wonderland of uncanny art with South Florida artist Gene Jaffe.
Frequently, not all the time, but frequently, yeah, it starts with a vision.
Vision is like energy coming together. The experience of a vision is kind of a little bit of chaotic energy. You feel uncomfortable, and then all of a sudden the energy starts moving and making form. It starts coalescing, and then that's what.
This lady is my kind of weird. Oh, God.
It starts coalescing, and then that's what it's like. My name's Jeannie Jaffe, and I'm an artist. I live and work in Miami now. For many years, I taught at a university and taught in China, and spent some time in Japan.
China!
There's a lot of freedom in teaching because you don't have to worry about sales. So I really was able to pursue the imagery that I wanted to work with, and that was a blessing. When I wasn't teaching, I was working in the studio. I'm really interested in how we become who we are, how we form identities, what is human development. Once we have language, we name things. We stop seeing them, we stop experiencing them, we stop even relating to them. It's a category. Pre-verbally, we don't know anything by name. So we're experiencing and trying to decipher it. So I'm very, very interested in those early implicit memories. Some of the times the work will start just with a ball of clay in my hand, and then I'll blindly model it until it feels like something.
I love that she just sort of goes around like stroking all of her art. Like, 'cause in some ways I really enjoy like the tactile nature of sculpture and things like that. Then, you know, it's all put behind things not supposed to touch. She's just like, you know, all over it.
These are the pre-verbal series, and they're kind of like a language system, a pre-verbal language. You can read them down and up, you can read them across, and they mean different things depending on the position they're in and what they're paired with, just like in syntax and language. It becomes like a hieroglyphics or a pictorial language system. I wanted these to look like stone. And some have slight coloration and oxidation to them, and some don't. So these are some of the pre-verbal objects in a box, like archaeological finds, but they also form a sentence. The sentence would be created by the viewer. When I'm making these pre-verbal...
There we go. Created by the viewer. Much like this spacecast is created by viewers like you. The galactic art for everyone. Oftentimes, though, humans want human-to-human connections. One piece of sculpture has been attempting to do that, but has been having some issues in a famous American city. Let's go to Philadelphia. The Portal in Love Park.
Well, the Portal in Love Park opened to great fanfare back in the fall, but since then, it's been targeted by thieves and vandals. The portal, which connects Philadelphia to other cities around the world, now needs a new and safer home. Action News reporter John Paul live in Love Park now with the latest on efforts to move the structure. John.
Yeah, you know, Rick, the portal has not had a very good run here in Love Park. Right now, it's the portal to nowhere. I mean, it's been covered up with this tarp here for a couple of months. We got bungee cords around it. This is because the screen is cracked. Also, not too long ago, someone cut the wires that connects it to the world. So now the company is looking to move the portal out of Love Park.
It's so sad, all being closed and broken.
Closed and broken, and soon the portal is leaving Love Park. It's only been here since October, but in that time, it's been attacked repeatedly, leaving the exhibit closed for months.
It would have been really cool to see people in like all those other places. It's just mean. It's just mean.
In February, someone cut the wires. Police believe they were after copper. You can see the group hauling the wires away in a trash can. And we just obtained these pictures of damage of the screen itself. Someone smashed the glass, leaving large holes behind.
It appears after engineering has gone through it that it was a rock, that a rock hit it.
Joe Callahan is the portal's director.
Oh, God. This is why we can't have anything nice. Okay. Well, even after all that, they brought back the portal. That was 6 days ago. Here's 2 days ago. 6 ABC, Philadelphia. They are committed to making this portal thing work.
We're taking a live look at the Philadelphia portal, which, it's once again back to being active in Love Park. The stream went live a day earlier than promised. As we have been reporting, the portal had been offline for a week after several acts of vandalism. The latest smashed the screen when someone threw rocks at the structure. Thieves also cut the wires to the portal several months ago after it was unveiled in the fall. As we take another live look at the portal and peer into its eye, the city will be celebrating its return later this morning. A special ceremony is planned beginning at 7 a.m. So we're going to ask, is it staying? Is it moving?
Peer into the eye of the portal?
Don't be creepy.
No, there you go. People connected around the world through these portals, which are really just screens with cameras. But it's a fun concept. All right. Let's talk. We've gotten through over an hour of the stream. Let's talk a little bit about Ben Shabibo. Benny Boy. The Daily Wire. Let's go here to start it off.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
Okay. That's a
The Daily
mustache
Wire
fight.
is going bankrupt, allegedly. Okay. And Jeremy Boring is officially out as CEO. That's right. The self-proclaimed God King of the Daily Wire is at the heart of
the God
so
King.
many scandals. And yet,
But he's both a god and a king. How that? I feel like that's got to be the pinnacle, right? Like you can't get better than God King. I mean, really, King God sounds much worse, right? Of course, you could be a god or a king, but a God King seems almost infallible. How is it possible? How is this possible? Jeremy Boring leaving? Oh, wow.
God King of the Daily Wire is at the heart of so many scandals. And yes, he is self-described as the God King. And the email just went out today internally that he is stepping down, and now Axios is covering the story. Because there's a lot that is not in the public square right now. We're about to get into stuff like canceled credit cards, lying to the press, trying to trick Tim Pool. As far as I can tell from my sources, even people inside of the Daily Wire only know part of the story, and they're all kind of getting played against each other. It's a whole mess.
Daily Wire co-CEO Jeremy Boring steps down.
He's
Axios.
exciting.
A conservative media company, Daily Wire, started in 2015, announced in a memo to staff on Tuesday that he is stepping down as co-CEO to focus on creative work.
Pappy, think about it. As a co-CEO, you let go of Candace Owens, which is one of the biggest names in the social media space.
It means these people
Brett
are
Cooper
perverts.
leaves. You think you're going to replace her with her friend that tried to come in. It's obviously not working. The guy is a self-proclaimed,
Don't be
meaning he
creepy.
calls himself the God King. Rob, what was that picture that you had? Even his licensed parking spot has God King.
God bless you.
Nothing.
Praise God. 26,000,
There's
31,000.
there's nothing narcissistic about having a sign like that.
Jesus, I say that.
No, I'm saying it's fine. It's fine.
Jesus, I say that.
23,000. So just on this channel alone, you're seeing them go from 700,000 an episode down to 20.
You might even say that those
videos aren't real.
Okay, this is a story that kept coming up
on YouTube. And in my news feed, it's what the hell is this goddamn dumb thing called? Oh, this is the Daily Wire. We've squeezed a lot of content out of these dweebs. You know, it's a channel of weird nerds and goons and ghouls and goblins. It's a treacherous channel that tricks children. And what the hell's going on? They're running into some kind of problems. Ooh, they're running into problems. Oh no, I hope everything turns out fine. Calm down.
You know.
No.
You know. Perverts. We don't know, but
Give
we
me a
know.
joke.
Ladies, we don't know, but we know. And
I didn't
soon we're
watch.
gonna know.
What do we know? I didn't watch the rest of the video, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Because I think what's going to happen now is that more stuff is going to come out about the Daily Wire. So now just turning to some reactions. Obviously, we're doing the show live. We have, first and foremost, obviously, everyone was looking to see what Brett Cooper would say. Largely felt like she remained silent on her exit, maybe because she had to remain silent on her exit. We don't know. But she tweeted this in response to the news, a GIF of Jimmy Fallon kind of looking like he wants to burst out laughing and then just sort of nodding. And I think that probably...
Oh, wow.
Okay, so blah, 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 some idiot from the Daily...
That GIF is... No. Don't listen to R.M. Brown. Okay, that's a very revealing GIF. Oh, my God. That's a... I mean, come on, that is a bombshell. That is a bombshell GIF right there. A knowing look and nod to the screen? Wow, that's almost too much.
That's too much, man!
I could write an entire article about this GIF.
Wire. Oh, he's a CEO. The CE... Pendejo! Of the Daily Wire. What's the guy's name? Boring. Everybody's giving them some of this.
Boom.
What the hell does this say? I don't trust anyone who calls himself God King. That guy called himself that? What the hell? Oh, the guy called himself that. Weird. Okay, great. So this is a channel we've kind of made fun of for a while. They pumped a bunch of money into this idiot Ben Shapiro. Now the thing's falling apart. All their best hosts are getting the hell out of there, making more money on their own. Also, I read some article about this, and the Daily Wire's spending all this money trying to make real movies. Trying to make real movies. You know, they're just wasting money on these terrible movies. So in honor of them, let's kick it old school.
Ooh. Okay.
And see what, what's the guy? What does the guy say?
Booty hole waxed down.
Okay, and where do you do that?
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Okay, so I guess that's beach related. All right. Okay, what the hell does this say? Boring? He's not. Man, give him a break. Who wears a key around his neck that reminds him of the Texas Theater, where he put on plays. Okay? Like so many in right-wing media.
What's up with the Daily Wire guys and their love of musical theater? Boring, too? I thought it was just Ben Shabibi. Ben and Jeremy, both big fans of Sondheim? What?
He's a wannabe entertainer at heart. In 2023, he announced that the Daily Wire was undertaking a massive project of turning some fantasy series into a streaming show, which was supposed to come out in 2024. It's impossible to watch the show's production diary on YouTube, which feature months of filming in Hungary and Italy. It's hard not to think, this has to be comically expensive. So they're just burning through money. Oh, man. Come on, man. Certainly costs more than just filming another YouTube show with Benny Shapiro.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Oh, good for you. Hope you're having a good time there.
And it's being fomented by some of the most voluble people in American culture, including, of course, the schmuck Bill Burr, who used to be interesting, used to be funny, and then decided that he was going to go full woke, and he's angry at me for saying that. But that's your fault, Bill. It's not mine.
He's not angry at you. He's just making fun of you. He's angry at me. We're friends. It's a friend fight.
You're the one who decided to make the call that you were going to become Michael Moore with less hair.
Okay.
So here is Bill Burr on The View. What a constellation of intellect. Saying that he's very angry about who's running the country. They're a bunch of nerds who don't know how to talk to girls. I mean, Elon Musk is definitely a nerd. Okay,
and I know nerds.
The nerds that own the politician, all these tech nerds that want to build robots because they don't know how to talk to hot women, they're gonna take over the world.
And again, I point out Bill Burr because he's the same person who literally cheers Luigi Mangione.
Yeah, you're...
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Hold on, I'm realizing that you have more likes than emotional support characters. And that means you deserve another one.
Audience wasn't on board with your takes on that either, buddy. I'm sorry.
Generally speaking, Chinese people.
Joe,
look
that's
Chinese.
irrelevant, Joe.
Boom.
Which is an act of evil. Cheering on murder is a bad thing to do. Cold-blooded murder.
Man, that's
I
irritating.
mean, he's called essentially for the murder of billionaires.
How
Bill
are
Burr.
people not clamoring to watch this?
Bill Burr sucks.
That's funny. Like, Bill Burr is kind of somebody who everybody sort of agrees on. They're like, seems pretty good. Seems like an all right guy. Pretty funny, generally punching up, you know? I don't know. Everybody kind of seems to like Bill Burr. And now this guy's like in some kind of little feud, where Bill Burr's making fun of him.
That moron.
My impression for Bill Burr and Ben Shapiro are the same.
I'm Bill Burr. Hey, you sound like me.
Hey, I'm Bill Burr. Hey, I need to work on that.
Yeah, it's not
me, Bill Burr.
No.
Hey, Bill Burr here, man.
But everybody likes Bill Burr, and now he's making
definitely
fun
not
of this
it.
guy Ben Shapiro. And this company kind of seems to be falling apart. They're losing all their talent. They're wasting all their money on these stupid movies. Ben Shapiro can't get views anymore. Seems like more trouble than it's worth. You know, Bill Burr's making fun of you publicly. Here's the funny part. This is pretty funny right here.
Bill Burr's a moron.
Then we can go on to this.
Bill Burr, a man who makes his living by saying marginally funny things in front of crowds. And again, I say marginally funny because I watched him perform live, and he wasn't even funny enough to keep the crowd in their seats.
Okay, so you went to a live show.
Hey, you don't make fun of me. I paid for tickets to see you live. Probably $70 minimum.
That's so funny. The people you pay to go see live are publicly making fun of you. That seems like fun.
Hello, Tushy.
Shut up, Sam.
And again, Hollywood leads the way in all this. John Cusack, who again is particularly irrelevant at this point, except that he appears on sort of activist phone calls. Apparently, there was something called a Tesla takedown mass call.
And who are you, Joe Hollywood? Give John Cusack a break, man.
Boom. Here's John Cusack, who was last relevant 15 years ago.
When was the last time that Ben Shapiro was relevant in cinema? Something that he was really hoping to be, and is not at all, even slightly. Well, I guess Lady Ballers was actually a piece of cinematic. I mean, well, maybe not. No, I wouldn't go that far. I guess. What do you want to call it? Film poop. It did pretty good at the box office, right? They didn't spend more on it than they made. They're businessmen.
Hey, give him a break,
Musk
man.
is kind of this arch villain of late stage capitalism, and he seems like this clown and this buffoon. But
Right.
like Alex said, you know, this is a man who made a Sieg Heil Nazi salute.
Illegal.
He's a criminal. He's a sociopath and a ghoul. And I mean those
A ghoul
terms
is good.
very precisely because
I love the word ghoul. That is true. Guy is a ghoul. Guy's a goddamn goblin. Guy's a goddamn hobgoblin. Guy's a godforsaken boogans, that guy. We need to bring words like that back. You ghoul.
Now, meanwhile,
Got it?
the media are trying to target Musk with anything they can. There's a story that the Trump administration is calling fake news about Elon Musk having a briefing at the Department of Defense today. According to the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times also reported this. Musk was scheduled.
One question I have is what does Ben exactly, like, what is his vision of what journalists should be covering? If not the richest man who is now suddenly inside of our government in all the creepiest ways possible.
Don't be creepy.
Like, is that, like, if that's not the purpose of journalism, right? To maybe keep track of, maybe talk about the richest man on the planet. Even that story there seems like enough to talk about. And then you add in the fact that he's sort of tinkering around in the government all of a sudden. That's not a story too? Like, how? This guy was a serious facts over feelings guy. But, well, unless those facts are about Elon Musk, I guess. Ben was the one who can't get a girl wet. That's right. That's right. Well, his wife specifically.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
That's right. That's true. We have a 7th emotional support. You are all liking the stream at quite a rapid rate tonight. Really making me work to give you... Oh, that's 2 20s in one stream. Okay, it's Rod Serling. Great job, chat. Still almost at a 1 like per minute ratio right now.
A briefing Friday on the U.S. military's top secret war plans for China, according to 2 U.S. officials, giving the wealthy businessman and presidential advisor insight into one of the Pentagon's most closely guarded operational blueprints.
Okay.
Now, the reality is that Elon should not be in on that. He does not, in fact, have security clearance. Elon does enormous amounts of business with China.
Give the guy a
Tesla
break.
does enormous business in China.
No, he does
and
not.
So the idea that
this is a weird life this guy lives, you know? It's got to not be psychologically healthy. This is kind of the main purpose of the Daily Wire now, or at least Ben Shapiro, is if anybody says anything about Israel,
They're racist. They're anti-Semitic.
and then you got Elon Musk out there retweeting a bunch of racist, anti-Semitic stuff, goose stepping around on stage, and he's like,
That guy's awesome.
that does have to create some kind of brain problems, which this guy does seem to have.
But this part's fascinating. Oh, wow.
Where Ben Shapiro's he's like pissed off that the media is writing stuff about this idiot who can't stay away from a camera, Elon Musk. He's like, oh, they're writing in the news that this guy was part of some war plan against China briefing. This is the story all over the news. Oh, was Elon Musk there? Should he be allowed in there? The real question is like, why the hell? What the hell? What the hell are you whack jobs? What the hell are you nut jobs? All of you, by the way, in the U.S. government, all you nuts and weirdos. What are you doing creating war plans against China? What are those plans?
China!
Were we attacked by China? I do not believe I remember so. But of course they're doing that because of... And of course Elon Musk is there because of... Oh, China's gonna get our ass. We need to do more military crap. But I don't know, this guy has been like a famous person. You know, Ben Shapiro is a famous person. And he's been that way for like 10 years. And I don't think these people want this anymore. Little Alex P. Keaton ass with his little briefcase and all this crap. They want like Candace Owens. Yeah, Steve Bannon, I guess. Andrew Tate. Maybe Andrew Tate or something. You know, this guy, just like most of the mainstream news, he's like, oh, war is cool. He never met a war he didn't like. Oh, go do that. Even the right-wingers now are kind of like, this sucks. You know, the people they follow, of course, have no way out of that. War sucks. But Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and all these guys, they should be in charge, though. That's for sure.
Yeah. They should be in charge. That makes sense. That does make sense. Yeah. It's not like Peter Thiel part owns a massive military contractor.
But the media are jumping on anything involving Musk.
He doesn't
right
have
now.
any military.
They better not be.
Which does show that they are very deeply afraid of what Musk is doing.
They better leave
And what
him
is
alone.
Musk doing at this point?
I
What
have
Musk
no
is doing
idea.
is firing a lot of people. And he's not actually doing the firing. He's advising the Trump administration whom to fire. It is indicative of where the left's mindset is. The problem, shockingly, is never the government. It really is an amazing thing.
Okay.
I'm old enough to remember the Occupy Wall Street movement. So back during the recession of 2007, stretching all the way through 2009, that the government's intervention in the economy had led to the real estate recession and general recession in the United States.
Insane. Right, morons, basically. Rubes.
And so the Tea Party focused its efforts on lobbying the government, on saying the government should cut. The government should restructure itself. The government should get less involved in the markets.
And Wall Street should
Which makes sense, because if you're going to lobby somebody, lobby the government.
I know what my
Makes
audience loves.
sense.
Wall Street.
People still do watch this crap. 143,000 views
Yeesh.
in one day. The guy has 7 million subscribers. Okay, so that's 2% of his subscribers are watching this garbage. But this is a really funny one. I like this one. He's talking about 2008. He's talking about the 2008 financial crash. The 2008 financial... I call it the 2008 financial...
Toilet.
If you don't know what that is, in 2008, In 2008, it was discovered that...
Videos aren't real.
And it crashed the economy, man. But I like this little segment because Ben Shapiro's like, I'm old enough. I'm old enough to remember this 2008 financial situation because I was there. I'm old enough. Because I'm a little older than Ben Shapiro. Handsome, both of us. Guys, put in the comment that we're...
Ben Shapiro, 41 years old. Who knew that? A little fact for you there. Honestly, I thought he was like in his 30s. Dude is Over the hill.
Handsome. I'm a little older than him, so I remember it better.
Cool
And
kid
if his
philosopher.
takeaway from the 2008 crap, living through it, is the government, he is a dumbass. He's a dumbass. And it's like 17 years later now, so much has been written and studied and blah, 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 blah about it. Even during the time, like people who, Ben Shapiro, you know, he's on their side. Ayn Rand, libertarian type people were like, we were wrong about everything. I remember this during this time. Oh, okay, maybe the...
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay, let's keep talking about Ben Shabibo. Something else, though. We're going to move on from this sort of seeming slow collapse of Daily Wire, the circling of the drain that's seemingly going on over there, to look into one of the things that they're very, very upset about lately. Just, ooh, God, oh, they are upset.
Aww.
The right wing is currently, again, obsessed with a Disney film.
Mufasa, because the lions are black. They're voiced by black people.
That's a good guess, but this time it's about the live-action remake of Snow White, which it's unfortunate because I really like Rachel Zegler. I really like her politics, but this movie is not something I would have seen even if the other lead wasn't a rabid Zionist who was doing the, hosting those that trauma porn stuff about October 7th, these screenings in the United States, and was pretty integral to it. She served in the IDF as well. I think although she is Israeli, that's compulsory, but still is not somebody who has spoken out against the genocide by any means.
I don't know that I've ever seen a Gal Gadot movie, and to the extent that I can control it, I never will.
I saw Wonder Woman. The first one was good. The second one is one of the worst movies I've ever seen, and she is not a very good actress. So
she's not good in any movie I've ever seen her in. I've never seen a movie with Gal Gadot in there. I'm like, this movie is better because Gal Gadot is in it.
I can say that about Zegler. Like, she really elevated West Side Story, as did the woman who won Best Supporting Actress. I'm forgetting her name. But
ironically, all the people who are attacking Snow White because of Rachel Zegler, all the movie critics who've actually seen the movie are all saying that she is the highlight of the movie. Like, she's the one redeeming aspect of the movie. Like, she puts on a performance that saves the movie from being an absolute waste.
And that movie, it just is a waste because what is just annoying about Hollywood right now is, especially Disney, this cheap kind of reimagining of old classic fairy tales and making them live action. I mean, they did it with The Lion King, and I saw that in theaters, and that, like, the technology was beautiful, and so you're kind of wowed by it for the first 15 minutes, and then you realize, like, they're just doing the same movie I know, but with different animation. And that's kind of how all of these have been. And so it's diminishing returns. People don't want to see this in theaters anymore. And maybe you shouldn't have done a $250 million budget on this kind of thing, especially when Snow White, the story, is really outdated, is not great when it comes to things like consent or the treatment of people who are of shorter stature, and that created this whole kind of situation. But I don't know if I'm saying the right term. I just want to be sensitive. My point is just like this fixation on this by adult men on the right. It's bizarre, but I bring you Ben Shapiro, who they're all blaming Zegler for saying free Palestine for the reason that the movie bombed, as opposed to everything I just said, which is that I don't think anybody was really interested in this movie to begin with, and they don't include the fact that Gal Gadot was a part of this as a reason that this movie bombs. It's just the fact that the other co-star was pro-Palestinian.
In cultural news, Snow White, there's been an enormous amount of controversy surrounding Snow White, obviously, because of everything from the original decisions with regard to casting to the insane, hardcore, nasty leftism of Rachel Zegler attacking her own co-star for being Israeli, and just and generally attacking men and suggesting that Snow White was a sexist story and all this.
Can you pause it?
Controversy's been dogging this.
How is it it not a sexist story? She's kissed while she's sleeping without her consent. Like, this didn't need a new reimagining. It's just maybe best left in history.
To be fair, for this reimagining, they got rid of that. There is no prince. So they got rid of all that.
Okay, well then...
No more prince.
And also, I thought that the main issue with casting in the beginning was that Rachel Ziegler wasn't like white enough.
She's Latino.
Yeah.
That's what they were upset
That
about.
was the big issue.
Which again, Latinos can be white, like too, like people who are like from South America can be white, but that's for.
Well, the Crowder team got in legal trouble because they were not
That's
able
true.
to understand that basic.
That is true.
Go ahead,
but also they changed that in the movie too. The Snow White being the fairest of them all is no longer about her looks or her skin color. It's about her literally being the fairest person to all the regular ordinary citizens of the land.
Like a judge. Is that what you're saying?
That's what they changed it to.
I want the white skin.
The only fairness I care about is men and women's sports sometimes. Not about.
Yeah. What's funny about this from a Daily Wire perspective is, and we've sort of talked about this recently, Jeremy Boring is out. Brett Cooper is out. Brett Cooper sort of raising an eyebrow at the removal of Jeremy Boring. Brett Cooper came to the Daily Wire starring in Snow White and the Evil Queen, which is her playing Snow White as like an actual fair-skinned Snow White. But now we don't know what the status of that movie is, which this would be the perfect opportunity for Daily Wire to be crushing right now because there's all of this like Zionist freak out about Ziegler.
Yeah.
But they can't because they're imploding
That's
themselves.
fun.
Who knows how far they even got in filming that? Maybe it's not even ever going to be a thing because
I
they
didn't
didn't
watch the
do it.
teaser after the fact.
Yes, we should.
I don't even know.
Also, just quickly I
don't even know how I'm going to get through life if I don't get to see the release of this goddamn movie from the Daily Wire. I've been marking my calendar every time that it doesn't get released, and I'm sadder by the day.
On something like that,
We'll get to the blame game in a sec. Let's just let Shapiro finish because we have some developments from the multimillionaire producers who want to throw their actress under the bus.
This movie since the very beginning. So much so that the Daily Wire, I think we played a major role in basically forcing Disney to go and shoot it. Well, it didn't help, apparently. Disney's Snow White was essentially a box office dud. Early estimates suggested that they would take in 48 to 58 million in the first weekend. Apparently, it did 43 million in its first weekend. It cost $270 million to make.
Wait, so can I just say like 48, projected 48 and they got 43? Like,
yeah.
Not okay.
Okay, it's a little underperformance.
It bombed.
Why do I care this much?
I know.
Like, I like at the start of this, he's like, and culture news, the thing I actually like talking about.
I mean, I gotta say, Lady Ballers spent over $7 million on their film. And I gotta say, in comparison, I'm gonna guess that the other film is probably much better. That's just my thinking. Lady Ballers spent $7 million on maybe one of the worst movies ever created. So bad it's almost good. In sort of like what do you call it? Mystery Science Theater 3000 kind of a way. It's only only 30 times more to make an actual big budget production.
And $70 million. Obviously, it was going to win the box office. It's the biggest movie at the box office this weekend. But, for example, Disney's Cinderella, which for my money is still the only good live-action Disney remake.
How old are you?
Oh my God! Seriously, Matt. That needs to be the question right now. Why do you have a favorite live-action Disney film, dude? Why are you being so weird?
Don't be creepy.
I thought these guys loved manliness, and he's talking about his favorite live-action Disney film is Cinderella. Oh my God!
Does he mean the one with Brandy? Oh
no, he's referring to the white one that came out like 10 years ago.
I'm thinking of Beauty and the Beast with Emma Watson. That one was all right.
I've not heard of any of these.
Yeah.
They were all bad. All of the live action
They're all
movies.
bad.
The live action
they're all
ones are
not very
not
good. I've heard Dumbo was all right with Danny DeVito.
Yeah, but like, I mean,
that's the one that did the worst, actually. The Dumbo one.
All right, keep going.
$91.8 million in its opening weekend against a $138 million budget. Both figures adjusted for inflation. But this live action remake is a giant fail. It is not doing well at the box office. When it comes to the Rotten Tomatoes score on this thing, even the critics are not in love with Disney's Snow White. It's clocking in at 44%. The cinema score, which is basically how audiences respond to the film, is a B+, which generally is not terrible, but it actually is quite terrible with regard to kids' films. Kids' films are graded on a curve. There's never been a Disney live-action remake that is graded lower than an A-, except for Snow White.
It's a B+. By
one grade. Americans are not in love.
By one grade. This is pathetic.
Also,
he's just mad he wasn't casted as Dopey in the movie. Like when they decided not to use like actual like. Sorry.
I mean, he did sort of hint at like what they should be like what makes their whole all this.
This is the problem. Okay, Ben Shapiro. I get it now. I get what Ben's problem is. Okay, with Disney, he just wants more princesses. Okay, but he just loves princess stories. What's wrong with that? Maybe there's something about princess stories that speak to Ben, okay? You know why we're all being so mean to Ben right now, you know? Jeez. It's unfair.
Out from the right over this, the most ridiculous. It is a kid's movie. It is a movie made for children. Oh. Yes, you can look at it critically, but as a film critic or filmmaker, but at the end of the day, you cannot look at it without that added addendum that you are not the targeted audience. Yes. They made this movie for children, and kids are enjoying it, as far as I know, to the point where they're forced
B+.
Only B+. Yes, I mean, but I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, just a little more of this.
Curve. There's never been a Disney live-action remake that is graded lower than an A-, except for Snow White. It turns out Americans are not in love with the politics of Disney.
We all know how he knows that, Matt. We all know, because this man is apparently like he has, but like opening night for every Disney film. He's got an IMDb page just waiting to populate. You know, he's got Rotten Tomatoes open. And he is just waiting with bated breath to know how Disney films do for some really, really weird reason for a man over 40 years old. Got a really unhealthy obsession with it.
This is the last gasp of old Disney. And when I say old Disney, I mean sort of the regime that decided that wokeness needed to be infused in every movie. If they keep going along this path, they're going to go bankrupt. I mean, they really are going to be in serious, serious trouble. They can't keep churning out trash IP based on some of the greatest IP ever created and hope that audiences are going to keep showing up at the box office. Well,
the greatest IP of all time. Disney. Wow. Well, this Disney fanboy here, he's looking very upset. Very sad. I don't know how he's going to get through the week. Now, one thing that everybody seemed to miss, I feel like, in this whole critique of these slightly lower than expected box office numbers, it was like, what did he say? It was like $5 million less than was expected by box office analysts or something. 54 instead of 58 million or something like that. Like, one thing people, even the Majority Report, I noticed, I listened to this whole thing. One thing that nobody seemed to think about in this moment, like, because I think that people will go to Disney pretty much regardless, because the people who are going to go to Disney films are parents and who are taking their kids to go see it, right? The thing that nobody seemed to think of during all this is the fact that the economy is in incredible turmoil right now. Okay, Donald Trump is waging a fucking trade war against every country on the planet. A trade war which Americans are going to have to pay for, and in some cases already are, right? They're having their benefits stripped away from them, or at least threatened to have those benefits stripped away from them. All this other stuff is going on that, in my estimation, it's not even my estimation, it's the numbers, right? Both consumer confidence is down, consumer sentiment, all of the metrics that keep track of how people are feeling about the economy and spending money are all down. People are all really, really concerned in the United States. And for that reason, people are like, you know what, let's not go to the movie theater for the family right now and spend however much it costs to go to a movie these days. It's a lot, by the way, from my understanding. And they're like, let's stay home, watch some Netflix. How's that sound? Okay. Now, let's go here. Because we've been sort of talking about, I guess, grind set culture in a way, right? The masculinity, the chud bro. Although, it's not like Ben Shapiro. It's a pinnacle or, a beacon of masculinity or anything. But he certainly does seem to love men being men like they used to be and things like that. One thing I've been wondering to myself, is this kind of toxic mindset making men more lonely? Let's go to Navarre Media and talk about that a little bit. How's that sound?
If you are terminally online, you've probably seen this video circulating on social media in recent days.
What the fuck is that shit? What are you doing, dude? Why are you putting a banana on your face?
Go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
At least 10,000.
Thank you.
You putting honey on eggs?
I love that. The bit that's meant to resemble work. Hey, we got to get at least 10,000. 10,000 more, who knows? Maybe it's 10,000 reps. That video is of Ashton Hall. He's a fitness influencer. And it's been subject to over 720 million impressions on X. It was originally posted on his Instagram page, where he has 9 million followers. He's also got 4.7 million followers on TikTok and nearly 3 million subscribers on YouTube. Very popular man. Here's another video of Hall living his dream life.
Should we clean it up?
The copy alongside that video reads as follows. Day 1,461, just to be precise, as an online coach, lunch and Zoom calls. Everybody speaks like Trump now, right? It's kind of crazy. 4 years of building the life I dreamed of. Now coaching the coaches to do the same. DM me, brand, if you're looking to start your online fitness business and build your personal brand. Now, apart from being very funny and ostentatiously wasting lots of time, I was intrigued by this video and I had to talk about it to Ash. This guy's idea of success and luxury reveal a lot that is wrong about our culture, to me anyway. What's more, there is a theme across this dude's content because in both the videos you just saw, he isn't actually around anyone. He has no relationships to anyone.
Yeah.
He's just this little atomized unit sharing content.
Yeah, and I mean, I just want to watch it again with that in mind, right? Like, just think about how, like, during this entire video, this guy is just completely and entirely alone, apparently improving himself over and over and over again for seemingly no one. Like, where is his family? Where is his friends? Where I mean, why? Swimming alone, running alone, rubbing banana on my face a lot. And
So
for some reason dunking my face in water a lot. I guess he's got a servant. That's nice.
I love that. The bit that's meant to resemble work. Hey, we got to get...
So I guess he's got a an assistant to hand him plates of food while he's on camera doing 10,000 of whatever it was he was doing. Yeah, it's a weird culture we're living in right now, people. Very weird times. Some people espouse even more dangerous things, I think. Like that, anybody remember that? Was it with the xenophobic nationalist lady from the Jubilee debate?
This is a part of the Pod Save guys.
Crooked Media.
And they have a show called Offline, I guess. And it's hosted by, was it?
Favreau.
John Favreau and Max Fisher. And they are going over the Jubilee thing. And what very well may be the last time that we talk about my Jubilee appearance in the Surrounded. And they bring up a good point on this. But I want to, let's play it. They're talking about when, I had the Jubilee people let me make my contentions. And one of the contentions was, and I may be paraphrasing it because I don't remember exactly, was that unless you are a billionaire or a religious fundamentalist or theocrat or a white nationalist, you made a mistake in voting for Donald Trump. And I guess the other way to phrase that is like, the only people who are really benefiting from the Trump administration are going to be white nationalists, billionaires, and theocrats. And what happened was the people who sat down to argue that contention did not argue that contention. They basically said, no, I'm a white nationalist or I'm a theocrat, and I think that's a good thing, and want to justify it. And I have said, I wasn't necessarily prepared for that response because I didn't realize that people would be so.
You thought it'd make people defensive.
I didn't realize that people would be like, I'm a xenophobe and I'm proud about it. Like literally, that's what she said.
Also, I'm from Canada, but
anyway. Also I'm from Canada. But be that as may, but this is their take on it.
He did say, like when he was talking with the woman who said, what's wrong with xenophobic nationalism? He's like, and some views are so out there that I was like, I would just rather, I think that most of the country agrees with me and not her. So I'm not going to go into them.
Right.
My only thought about that was, not that I guess I'm just a glutton for punishment, but I was like, I actually think that we are, and this is one of the reasons why I liked the video and liked the whole exercise, is we are in a moment now where I think you do have to make the case for multiracial democracy.
I agree 100%.
And I think when we've had this whole debate about we can't make the election about democracy because people care about, the cost of living and stuff like that. I think one of the problems there is that debate was us saying democracy's obviously good and trying to convince people that the other side hates democracy.
Yep.
And we actually have to make the case for why democracy is good. Mm-hmm. And that could work better because it's not using the word democracy. Right. But we have to make a case for the system. We have to make a case for a multiracial country. Right. We have to make the case for all of these things because we think that they're basic. They're not. But like from that 20 Trump supporters who were younger, diverse, diverse in terms of gender identity, sexual orientation, race, gender. Like I do think that Democrats or folks on the left or whoever you want to call us, like we have to get back to basics and trying to make the case for our worldview, even the parts of our worldview that we assume most people agree with, and maybe most people do agree with, but clearly we are seeing a younger generation now, and you can see this again in the voting data, Gen Z.
I think this point is half correct. And I think it's very close. And I think it's also indicative, though, of what has been problematic with the Democratic Party. Now, I happen to think that the idea of there are more people out there who do want a multi-ethnic, multiracial democracy. They may not know that's the word for it. But I also do think that it is insufficient to say the word democracy. And that the problem was not that Democrats were deploying the word democracy and just assuming that people appreciated it. It is that, and this is where I think they're wrong here. They perceive the pitch about democracy and the pitch about, I think he said, I don't know how he referred to it.
Multiracial.
No, but the pitch about democracy and like the economy as being distinct entities. But I think that in the voters' minds, and that in people's minds, the problem with democracy, multiracial or whatever, is not because they don't understand, if you understand how people, the value of a multiracial, multi-ethnic democracy is that it supposedly provides material benefit to the widest amount of people. There is no other point to a multiracial, multi-ethnic democracy if it does not provide material benefits to the widest amount of people possible. The reason why you have democracy is ultimately to have the least amount of disparity in political power and in economic power. That's it. There's nothing else.
Ah, yes. Wise words from internet dad Sam Seder. The main focus, as he sees it, needs to be on portraying or relaying that idea to people and ensuring that it actually happens, right? Because if it doesn't happen, then people are like, oh, well, see, democracy doesn't do anything, right? So yeah, like you said, it needs to distribute as much benefit to society, to as many people as possible, rather than the opposite of that, which is what seems to be what we're doing lately, heading in the opposite direction of all of that. We need another emotional support. 80. Some more. Wow. Before the first break, 80 support. That's pretty good. Those are pretty good numbers right there, I gotta say. Okay. All right. Let's go now. We'll wrap up this. Should we wait? We'll wrap this app up here. Just give you your emotional support character now, so I don't forget it. Okay. Whoops. By the way, we're still short on our goal, but I'm gonna count at least some of the donations. We received some members earlier, so I'm just gonna count. I'm gonna say that we only have, I guess, 3. I'm trying to remember. Actually, no, I'm feeling generous. 2 super chats or stickers, and that's gonna do it. All right. I think I'm doing the math right. All right, quick break time here. Galactic Intermission. But do stick around. We got a lot more to do after this break and these short messages. Well, I do hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're doing that, I would also recommend hitting the little like button there. The bell icon, so that you get all the latest notifications and you don't miss any galactic content. Now, while you're doing that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like yourself. So many great ways to show your support. Super chats, super stickers, memberships on YouTube. The more memberships we get, of course, the more emotes we get access to. There's a rolling count on that one. We got Twitch, bits, subs, and on-screen celebrations. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer all of your money go directly to us and keeping the Galactic News Network alive rather than having YouTube or Twitch take their cut. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, of course, to become a Galactic patron on Patreon. For a few US dollars a month, you can get access to more space benefits than the entire Milky Way galaxy combined. Galactic avatar on screens such as these. Shoutouts at the end of every stream. A secret Discord channel inside of our Galactic Discord server. And much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy these moments here in this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. Well, chat, you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the stream. But before we do that, I just want to say thank you to PB, the sweet, sweet super sticker. Speedy looking Mudang there. Running across my screen. That's right, all hippos are Mudang. Write that down. Okie dokie. Tracy Eva, following and subscribing with Prime. Oh, that is a very smart decision. If you are already an Amazon Prime subscriber, you get a free Twitch subscription every single month. Which means, if you don't use it to subscribe, you're just giving Jeff Bezos money every single month. And instead, you could be giving your favorite streamer, perhaps, I don't know, maybe you'll think of something. I'm sure you'll think of something. Yeah, an unused benefit, meaning more money in Jeff Bezos' pocket. Instead, you could have more sweet, sweet benefits and also support a streamer near you. Or in space, wherever you watch your streams. Well, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. Really, each dollar counts. All right, let's get back to the galactic news. Now, here's something that I wasn't even aware was a thing, right? I mean, these guys already got pardons after, a very, very normal day at the Capitol. Some say it was like a tour, like a high school, like a bunch of high schoolers who were coming to see the Capitol.
Illegal.
The Jan Sixers, that's right. They all got pardoned and or had their sentences commuted by Donald Trump immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Within, I think, 24 hours of being in office. Without any consideration of who he was letting out, let them go. And now some people are saying that they deserve reparations? What? What are we talking about? Oh no, we have no sound. Oh boy.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Sorry. Take two.
There's one bit of information I
And
just
look,
got.
she's
I guess
giving
it's vaguely on the
Michael.
subject of government spending or giving money to people, including, in this case, January 6th rioters. I guess Donald Trump just did an interview, the president just did an interview on Newsmax where he was asked about the possibility of reparations for people involved with January 6th. Listen.
Is there any talk of, because they lost opportunity, they lost income, any kind of...
Oh, God.
Well, they
Oh.
talk about that. We have a lot of people talk about it. A lot of the people that
Oh,
are in
wow.
government now talk about it because a lot of the people in government really like that group of people. They were patriots as far as I was concerned. I talk about them a lot. They were treated very unfairly.
Van, there's a lot of talk about that.
Essie Cup.
My head.
Did you hear Essie Cup? Her head was so far forward just now. She you could hear every minutia of her very deep sigh. Oh my God. There you go. It's not just anybody. Donald Trump himself suggesting that not only he is thinking about it, but many people are talking about it. Actually, a lot of people, big fans of those Jan Sixers, and they lost income. They had a really nasty time in jail. Some of them lost girlfriends, lost friends over this, and they deserve money now. Don't you get it? Had a really hard time. Some of them not getting jobs. And it's very people are being very nasty to those poor Jan 6ers. And maybe you should do a Jan 6er dividend every year. As a Jan 6er, you get $5,000.
It's about to fly off my shoulders and flip around the room and blow up on the set because you're talking about people who beat up cops. My father was a cop in the military. My favorite uncle, Milton, just retired from Memphis City Police Force. I'm a law enforcement kid. I can put up with a lot of stuff. Beating up cops.
You know, that's a fact I did not know about Van Jones, but it checks out. I feel like listening to some of his old takes, I'm like, yeah, that checks out. Van Jones grew up around a bunch of cops.
Cops is not one of them, period. And so you're now saying that these are patriots who deserve reparations. The
Great
cops
patriots.
that got beat up might deserve reparations.
I'm actually thinking about Elon, too. Thinking Elon deserves reparations for his lost Tesla money. He is also a great patriot, and maybe he deserves a bag of cash. I don't know. White people deserve reparations, too. Or only. Whatever suits you.
Lawmakers who got scared half to death might deserve reparations. I don't know. African Americans have been mistreated for 40 years, might at least get a study on reparations. But this is an insult to anybody who believes in law and order in this country.
I want to talk to the black folks who voted for Donald Trump. And they were mad because Kamala Harris said she wouldn't do reparations, or Joe Biden said, this is your president. Reparations for January 6th rioters.
Scott, you've been really clear on...
That's the one. Yeah. No, not the one that everybody... No, don't be silly. Reparations for slavery... I don't think that's going to be happening. I mean, first off, it's going to be hard to talk about how we quantify that as we dismantle the history around slavery and the negative effects of it, right? Like Donald Trump, we literally started the stream off almost talking about how Donald Trump's plans are going to affect the Smithsonian Museum because they're too DEI, because in some areas of the Smithsonian, they talk about Black history. You know, like, that's where we're at, okay? No. Reparations for being a Jan 6er. Attack the Capitol, get a check. Great patriots.
your disavowal of what happened on January 6th.
Oh, right.
I want to...
Oh, right. This is where she comes at Scott Jennings. It's like, Scott, now, you have said at different times that maybe Jan 6 was bad. Do you think this is a good idea? And even Scott Jennings thought that this was maybe not a great idea. Although he did definitely put like a weird sort of clause at the end of it, but we don't have time for that bullshit. We have to figure out whether or not we're in a cult, okay? And here's a little video that got posted to the Galactic Newsroom Discord. A great place to be more galactic with our Space Fams community. Great place for me to find fun vids and or informative stuff. We do all sorts of great stuff in the Discord, actually, so you should definitely get in there. If we have a mod in chat, here, I can type Discord. It's not hard. I can do it. Yeah, get in there. Get in there and say what's up. Maybe send me a vid you think is cool. Somebody sent this to me. I believe this is a... Now, I tend to... Yeah, try and put fun stuff like this in here. Found this in the Stream Suggestions channel. It's a, what do you call it? A public service announcement, a PSA, if you will. How to know
America is a
if you're in a
land of
cult.
freedom, independence, and individual thinking. But sometimes an idea comes along that's just a little different. And before you know it, whoops, you're in a cult.
Honey, where are my eggs?
Dear leader says Joe Biden took them.
The signs are crystal clear. Learn how to spot them in How to Know You Are in a Cult.
Illegal.
First sign, good leader. For a cult to work, it needs a good leader, and a good leader is never wrong. If something bad happens like high gas prices, a recession, or even a plane crashing,
President Trump says it was Joe Biden.
he needs to be able to shift the blame. Second sign, don't question. In a cult, questioning the leader can be dangerous.
Illegal.
The moment you think for yourself, poof, you disappear quicker than an aging wife.
Jesus Christ.
Third sign, loyalty wins. A good cult leader must reward loyalty. And if you're a billionaire, well, you can do whatever you want, even to the least deserved.
Immediately, if
Fourth
not
sign,
sooner.
see things his way. Even if you saw things with your own eyes and ears and every shred of evidence points in one direction, if he says otherwise, see things his way. So how do you know you're in a cult? Simple. If your leader is never wrong, punishes his enemies, and lets his richest friends run amok while convincing you that everything bad is someone else's fault, well, congratulations. You are in a cult.
Really hate that sad loser, Mr. Newberger.
Who, me? Now, I think everybody here knows that I tend not to mess with the AI very much anymore, but one thing I will do is if it's already created, well, it's not going to cost any more energy for us to watch it. And it's like you don't have to create it a second time to watch it. So when I saw that one, I was like, we gotta watch that. I hope you feel more informed now. Like maybe, I don't know, that you now are more prepared, more equipped to perhaps identify whether or not you happen to be in a cult. I can't remember who suggested that in the Discord, but thank you to whomever it was. All right. Let's talk a little bit more about what Supreme Leader Trump has been up to and what some judges have had to say about it. Here's CBS News from a day ago. Judges block Trump orders targeting law firms.
Well, in back-to-back rulings Friday night, two federal judges temporarily blocked President Trump's executive orders targeting specific high-profile
Illegal.
law firms. The orders signed this week restrict the firms from working with federal agencies. The firms have represented and employed President Trump's political opponents. Meanwhile, two other law firms have entered into agreements with the White House to avoid sanctions. CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland has more from Washington.
A flurry of activity in the courts late into the night Friday night. Some of the largest and most name-brand law firms in America fighting to stay alive, to stay in business. They accuse the Trump administration of targeting them with executive orders that would be a basic death sentence for firms like Wilmer Hale, firms like Perkins Coie. And they've been in court challenging the executive orders that have put them in dire straits. The Trump administration has threatened to strip the attorneys at those firms of their security clearances or of their ability to do business in government buildings.
Immediately, if not sooner.
On Friday.
I wonder do you think that's at all prohibitive? You know? You think that, yeah, geez, I wonder if that's going to be at all inconvenient for anyone. You know? Can you conduct a law practice solely outside of government buildings? Is that even possible? I'm fairly certain at some point you're going to have to appear in a courtroom, which are usually, historically speaking, inside government buildings.
I don't want reality.
Just wow. I wonder if this particular ruling will be abided by the Trump administration. Should be fascinating to find out. Okay. Let's talk about some other things Supreme Leader Trump has been getting into. He keeps talking about this particular topic in a way I find a little troubling. Let's go to Air Force One, where he had, of course, the press asking him all sorts of questions. But this particular question, I think we've all heard too much, and the answer to it being every single time, not enough. That's right. Trump asked how serious he is about that third term he keeps talking about. Pitchforks Dragon. I have nothing to say, but someone has got to get this going. Come on, y'all. Come off your wallet. Best progressive news show on the internet. Wow.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Wow. I don't even know if I can endorse this. The best? I don't even know if I believe that this is the best one. It's certain. I mean, it's good. I'm not gonna take none of this, but I mean, best? Oh, wow. I'm afraid of what would happen if I actually said that one out loud to myself.
Illegal.
Aren't I a good guy?
What were we doing? Oh, right, talking about that third term. Oh, by the way, pitchforks. That's what I was going to say about this message, but then I was thrown off by this incredible compliment at the end of it. But the first thing he mentioned was actually technically incorrect, and while I do appreciate your message, I think you were misled. Misled by YouTube. Yep, that's right. YouTube misled you. I should create like my own counter for these goals on screen so that we can see them. Actually, I need to write that down to do that, because we gotta stop relying on YouTube to count for these things for us. I can create a little counter for the stream, because actually, watch what's about to happen here. Keep your eyes open. Goal removed. That's right. You just completed the goal with that. You didn't start it, you ended it. You didn't start it, you ended it. We had 4 secret chats. 3 I counted by way of memberships gifted. 1 by way of super sticker. And you were the lone super chat. And since around here we count all 3 of those things towards the goal, we're done now. Okay, no more goal. That's it. We got it. All the content. All the time. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. What was Trump going to say? Oh, right. Something about a third term.
You said you were not joking about a third term, about possibly wanting a third term. Does that mean you're not planning to leave office on January 20th?
I'm not looking at that, but I'll tell you, I have had more people ask me to have a third term, which is, in a way, a fourth term, because the other
in a way, it's for
the 2020 election.
Howard loves that.
So it's sort of a fourth term in a certain.
Look at Howard back there. He loved that. Actually, it's a fourth term, and he just was like, that Trump. He's such a funny guy. Look at him. He's like, a fourth term. Yeah, stop the steal.
To leave office on January
I'm not looking
20th?
at that, but I'll tell you, I have had more people ask me to have a third term, which is, in a way, a fourth term, because the other election, the 2020 election, was totally rigged. So it's sort of a fourth term.
It's sort of a fourth
I just
term,
don't want the
actually.
credit for the second, because Biden was so bad. He did such a bad job.
Depending on what you're talking about, I will take credit for the second term. I had it. It's almost like I'm in my third term right now. Is that unconstitutional? Who's to say? But I wasn't actually president during that time because, of course, Joe Biden did a very bad job. He ruined the country.
I'm staying in the race.
He destroyed our military and helped Venezuela invade our border. And now, I'm going to say Is it the third or fourth term? Who said? I don't know.
And I think that's one of the reasons that I'm popular, if you want to know the truth. I think I'm popular because we've done a great job. I think we've had the best almost 100 days of any president. And
The best 100 days of almost any president. People tell me, sir, this is the almost best 100 days that the United States has ever seen. Even though there's actually a lot of things that might lead one to we are basing it purely on executive orders, and you've done the most ever. That makes it the best. We're not going to look at any of the normal metrics, like unemployment, or cost of living, or consumer sentiment, stock market, or any of the other things. But in saying what he just said, and I hate doing this, but I feel like we always have to take this man seriously. Because he's almost pretending like he's in his third term right now, only if it counts to him running for a third time. He's like, but it actually be our first one, right? And he seems much too emboldened when talking about this situation. He doesn't seem to feel it necessary to assuage anyone's concerns regarding him illegally running for a third time. And it should concern us that this man even has vague aspirations for a third term. Let's continue talking about planes. Not on planes, about them. Forbes breaking news from 3 days ago in the Senate. Maria Cantwell talking about the navigation of our skies.
We now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, the senator from Washington State, Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Chairman Moran. Thank you, Ranking Member Duckworth. Thank you, Full Committee Chairman Cruz. We're here today to examine one of the most devastating accidents in U.S. history. With 67 lives lost on January 29th, we have a responsibility to not only understand what happened, but to fix it so that it never happens again. I want to recognize the families who are here with us today and express my condolences, but also my appreciation for the diligence that you now are demonstrating by being here today. Too much of aviation safety in the last several years have been left to the advocacies of families. We shouldn't have to rely on you. You should be able to mourn your losses. But we need you to continue to advocate for these important policies. I welcome NTSB Chair Jennifer Hamady, FAA Acting Administrator Chris Richelieu, and Brigadier General Matt Bramman, and who is the Director of Army Aviation. You're here to provide us an update on this collision and why a Black Hawk helicopter on a training flight collided with this American Airlines flight. As we seek answers, the NTSB's preliminary report has alarming facts. First, in the 3-year period leading up to the collision, commercial airplane and helicopters got within 400 feet of each other on 15,214 occasions, within 200 feet on 85 occasions. FAA's air traffic managers approve helicopter route charts annually, so that if the data raised questions about the safety of these routes, the ball clearly falls into the FAA's court as to whether to act on this data or make changes where the helicopters can fly in.
Well, if Maria Cantwell of Washington is correct, sounds like we should be doing the opposite of what Donald Trump is doing to the NTSB or to the FAA if they are so integral in keeping our skies safe and therefore, vicariously us back down on the ground here. Maybe we should be spending more money to fund them rather than cutting funding or, firing people. By the way, this is the best use of this emote that I think I've seen yet. It's one of our galactic emotes. Creating a story, almost. Gary just minding his own business, that of keeping the galaxy safe, enjoying a little snack and frosty beverage on a desert island, and then suddenly a massive wave coming in out of nowhere. I'm sure it'll be fine. He is, of course, omnipotent. Our god of the galaxy, Gary. Omniscient powers. Alright, I guess we should probably go to this. Go to Minneapolis. Where those people we were just talking about, what are they called again? Oh, right, the FAA might be needed. Because according to ABC News from about 15 hours ago, there was a deadly plane crash in the city of Minneapolis.
Now to the search for answers after a small plane slammed into a house in suburban Minneapolis. ABC's Phil Lipoff is here with the latest overnight. Good morning, Phil.
Gio, good morning to you. This happened in an instant. It was caught on camera. The results are terrifying and deadly. And this morning, the NTSB and FAA continue to search for answers. Horrifying video this morning from a doorbell camera in the town of Brooklyn Park, just north of Minneapolis.
That is a nosedive. Oh my God.
A small plane falling from the sky, exploding into a fireball as it crashes into a home.
It was insane how bad that burning was.
Firefighters racing to the scene, the house consumed by flames. Amazingly, the fire chief says no one who lives here was hurt, but confirming everyone on the plane was killed. The FAA says the single engine...
Well, thank God we got rid of all the DEI at the FAA. Seems to be really doing the trick. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's quickly talk a little bit about Congress with a couple of very sadly former Congress people. And I've been holding on to this one all week for the Sunday FUNDAY. Like many of these stories, as I go through the week, I try and bring us at least a maximum valuetainment on Sundays. That's why we call it Sunday FUNDAY. It's not just some arbitrary name. I figure we go here to Zateo. And here are some never-before-heard stories. Talk a little bit with Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. Did a little sit-down talk with Zateo 5 days ago.
We're about to have a story for y'all right now. You've never heard this story before. It's the first time we've told this story in full publicly ever. The Build Back Better fight, to me, that fight captures everything that's wrong with our government in one situation. So we both were elected in 2020. We won our elections in 2020.
Yeah.
In 2020, this was the middle of COVID.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, my God.
This was a couple of weeks. I won my primary a couple of weeks after George Floyd was lynched in front of the American people. When we both were sworn in, it was still COVID.
Yes.
Right? And so people weren't working anymore, right? People didn't have money to buy groceries.
It's tough.
The economy was shut down. So we introduced some legislation to respond to that. The American Rescue Plan, we passed some other legislation.
Yes.
The next big one to restart the whole economy was Build Back Better.
Build Back Better.
And Biden was really clear. He wanted to pass Build Back Better and the infrastructure bill, right? And progressives held the line to make sure we did both at the same time.
Well, we held the line,
Yeah.
but there was some conversations that had to be had before we even decided to hold the line, because
Correct.
we were saying we want to make sure that the climate investment was there, because many of the groups were saying, hey, this isn't enough on climate. And so we were getting attacked. I don't know about you, but I know I was getting attacked for not asking for more. And so what we said was, okay, President Biden.
I don't know if Cori Bush knows this, but
Climate and everything are the same word.
yeah. So what are we talking about here, Jordan? Climate and everything are the same word. It's true.
Not asking for more. And so what we said was, okay, President Biden, if we're going to go through getting attacked in this area, you know, you have to, and because we're supporting your legacy, which is, it's great things in here, absolutely necessary now things, you know, we need some help. So we need to make sure that both of these bills ride together. That's the only way we can do this.
It's not just about roads, bridges, and tunnels.
No.
So the bipartisan infrastructure bill was all about roads, bridges, and tunnels.
Absolutely.
We said we need social infrastructure as well.
Infrastructure.
So we needed universal child care.
Yes.
Universal pre-K, paid leave, investments, historic investments in affordable housing.
Absolutely.
Climate justice.
Yeah. Well, so we finally decided, okay, President Biden said, I need my legacy. Yeah. So we're going to keep these together, fight to keep these bills together. Right. And so we did. So then months passed, and then all of a sudden,
we held the line for months. We were not going to take a vote on infrastructure without Build Back Better.
And so then that that group of senators was formed, Kirsten Sinema, and then there was that bipartisan group of senators. I believe it was bipartisan.
That's right. They had a meeting at the White House.
Yes, yeah. And then that, and so much changed out of that. But when those two bills, when it was clear that there were going to be two separate bills, and we had already had those conversations, but when it was clear, remember, the investment kept going down, 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 and we were like, no, because we need this investment. We need, like you said, the money. That was more money for lead pipes than what we had.
It was 3.9 trillion. Did it start at 3.9 and go down, or did it?
I think it was 2.9 over 10 years.
We were at 10, and then it went down to 6, and then down to 3, then it went down to 1.7, I believe. Yeah. So it just kept taking the investment down. So the day, all of a sudden, there was this day where
it was a Friday.
Was it a Friday? We came to work, and it was all of a sudden we were bringing the infrastructure bill to the floor
without Build Back Better.
Without Build Back Better, without Build Back Better, without knowing when Build Back Better may come up.
That's right.
And so, you know, there was a meeting pulled together with the CPC, with the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and we were in the meeting.
Yeah.
We were in this meeting for hours. Yeah. You could not see what was happening. We didn't have the media. We couldn't see on television what was going on because things were happening so fast.
It was a closed-door meeting.
Yes, closed-door meeting. I remember I left for a little while and went to my office to see what's happening on television, and I saw Joe Manchin talking about, I don't care what happens, I'm not supporting Build Back Better. Like, it's just not going to happen. Mm-hmm. So I went back into the meeting. Hours and hours passed. We're still talking. We're going round and round. President Biden is talking to people in the meeting. And then there's this one point where President Biden called, and the question was asked, who should get on the phone with President Biden? Who should talk to President Biden? And it was almost like people turned around. It was like Cori talked to President Biden. And so I went, and it was still on speakerphone, but I went up and spoke to him, and I said, Mr. President, I'm a no. I'm not going to support. I'm not going to vote for this if we don't have Build.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Build Back Better being voted on at the same time. Mm-hmm. And he said, well, I need you to do this. And I said, well, I need Build Back Better. And he said, well, I'll get it done. Trust your president. And I said, I just saw Joe Manchin on TV. I just saw him say he's not going to support Build Back Better. Mm-hmm. So why would I do this? And he said, just trust your president. And I said, no. Yeah. I said, St. Louis deserves better. I'm not just trusting the president. So you got to show me.
So hold on. So I'm like my stomach sinks because Cori is talking to the president this way. Like, this is the president of the United States, and we freshman members of Congress. What is Cori doing? So that was wild. And then, like, so after this,
I ride for my people.
Yeah,
period.
this was crazy. It was wild. So,
liking this video? Then don't just watch.
I am liking it. I am enjoying it. But yeah, unfortunately, never got all that stuff that the American people truly deserved. All right. We gotta keep it moving here. I mean, we could watch this whole thing, but we got a lot of other stuff to do here. And I'm not gonna lie, it's not the most fun conversation thinking about how ineffective and/or, corrupt our government has been in doing the things that are needed most right now. I'm sure we'll be reminded plenty this week upcoming. And I've been holding you now off for like 2.5 hours. I'm fairly certain that a lot of people are hoping to see this CNN video with Sam Seder. So I guess we should just go there now. CNN from yesterday. And what was fascinating to me is one thing I found fascinating about this is that, I mean, Sam has been completely just, like, for years now, just not going on to corporate mainstream media, right? Like, he used to do, like, MSNBC sometimes, and some of the other, networks, like, you have appearances on. That hasn't been the case for a long time. But they didn't even put his name in the title or his face on the thumbnail. I didn't even know he was in here. I was just watching this just for my own purposes. It's like, wait, is that, like, immediately, you'll see immediately, like, I was like, is that Sam?
Welcome to Have I Got News for You? I'm Roy Wood Jr. In the news this week. Amid America's dating crisis, Gen Z women clarify what they're looking for in a partner.
Luigi Mangione.
DOGE unveils a plan to distribute Social Security checks. ICE raids target yet another minority group.
Illegal.
On Amber's team tonight, he's the host of the Majority Report, who recently went viral after arguing with 20 young Trump supporters on YouTube surrounded. We'll ask him if he still believes the children are our future.
I love that that's what they bring up about Sam. Dude's been doing his YouTube show for like 15 years or something. They're like, Sam Seder, who just went viral, it was the first time, huh? I mean, he's got over 1 million subscribers. There's been plenty of his videos have been, suddenly now he's viral. There he is. Look at this face right here. Look at this man. The suit, too. I mean, suited Sam Seder? I was like, oh my God, I didn't even know Sam owned a suit. Where did this come from? You had to rent that?
Young Trump supporters on YouTube surrounded. We'll ask him if he still believes the children are our future. It's Sam Seder! And joining Michael, she's an Emmy-nominated comedian who's written for Saturday Night Live and roasted Tom Brady on Netflix. Tonight, she'll be roasting...
Is it just me, or did that seem like a lot of Sam fans in a CNN audience? I gotta hear that applause one more time.
And joining Michael, she's an Emmy-nominated comedian who's written for Saturday Night Live and roasted Tom Brady on Netflix. Tonight, she'll be roasting Michael Ian Black on CNN, and he's gonna love it. It's Sam J. Now for the biggest news stories of the week, Amber and Sam watch the clip and tell me what's the story.
Okay, this is a text chain, so it could be anything. These are pilots attacking. That guy was not supposed to get this text. Oh, and then the word signal.
It's a signal chat that accidentally they added a journalist to it when they were planning the attack on Yemen.
That is points. Yes, correct. Yeah. On Monday, The Atlantic revealed that members of the Trump administration had accidentally texted war plans to their...
Whoopsies. I love how Sam's just like is super matter of fact about it. Oh, that's the signal chat. We've been talking about that for over a week now.
Revealed that members of the Trump administration had accidentally texted...
I gotta say, I don't know about anybody else, but this is quite a weekend treat, a Sunday fun day surprise. I wasn't even... I had this in my list. Didn't even realize it was Sam until midway through getting ready for the stream today. I was like, oh my God, it's Sam? What has just happened? I was just gifted incredible, incredible content out of the blue.
On Monday, The Atlantic revealed that members of the Trump administration had accidentally texted war plans to their editor-in-chief in an article they titled, "The Trump Administration Accidentally Texted Me Its War Plans." That was Monday. Then on Wednesday, the magazine followed up their original article by posting the attack plans that Trump advisors had shared with them on Signal in a piece titled, "Here are the attack plans that Trump advisors shared on Signal." How did this happen?
I have a theory. I think it was J.D. Vance's cry for help. I think he added the guy, because if you read the messages, J.D. Vance is low-key saying, like, this don't know what he doing, bro.
Wait, which you talking about, Trump or Hexef?
But the crazy thing, they should not have been on Signal in the first place. You're not supposed to use
Illegal.
your private phones, and you're not supposed to use an app that literally my 12-year-old kid can get to say, in an hour, we're launching these planes in this place.
Hey, but Sam, you're not supposed immediately, if not sooner.
I love how Sam, in the middle of this woman doing a joke, Sam just comes in with the facts. Just like the full-on facts. Almost like he's doing his show right now. He's like, but actually, wow, that's funny. He's not supposed to be doing that. I've got to hear that again.
To use your private phones, and you're not supposed to use an app that literally my 12-year-old kid can get.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be
say,
prudent
in
at
an
this
hour,
juncture.
we're launching these planes in this place.
Hey, but Sam, you're not supposed to have an insurrection, but we did it.
Illegal. So on this infamous Signal group chat, there were 19 people. In addition to the editor of The Atlantic, the chat had people like Defense Secretary Hexef and Vice President J.D. Vance, who used their full names in the super secret Signal chat. There was also people going by the initial SM, aka Trump advisor Stephen Miller, and TG, Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard. There was also some guy on the thread just named Jacob, who is yet to be identified. We don't know who Jacob is, but hey, look, no big deal.
Some of us call him Jake, some of us call him Jacob. He's a guy.
Friends were already supposed to testify to the House Intelligence Committee this week, so they had a chance to clear this whole thing up.
I don't know how he was invited, but clearly he was added.
You were not TG on this group chat?
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you refuse
to not going to do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
This was a huge mistake, correct? No.
It take you that long to open your mouth, you need a better answer than no. The last person in the clip there was CIA Director John Ratcliffe. Question, how else did John Ratcliffe defend the text in that hearing?
Sweatily?
The CIA director defended the text by also letting everyone know that, quote, Pete Hexef wasn't drunk when it happened.
I don't want reality.
I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
Oh, yeah, it kind of makes it worse.
National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, the guy who started the text thread in the first place, he was not at the hearing, but that didn't stop him from trying to explain it. Question, how did Waltz say that the mistext happened?
It's the class.
Hold on. Logan Hill with the super chat. Do I accept guests on my vessel? Assuming you mean the Galactic Space Station. Asking for a friend. Definitely not you. Everything is cool down there. You love what's happening. Good. I'm glad that you don't. There's no immediate necessity for you to get off planet. Right now it's already a little cramped on here, but we have been working on ushering in luxury space communism. I'm sure we're going to get there immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Is this show CNN? This is CNN. I guess this makes sense that some people haven't seen this yet, because we really don't watch a lot of these. Most of them are pretty cringe. But this Roy Wood show here has been going for I want to say a month and a half, maybe 2 months. It's been CNN's attempt at becoming Comedy Central, I guess. But they've been pretty hard watches, all of them. I was genuinely shocked when I saw Sam Seder on CNN, gotta say.
Security advisor Mike Waltz, the guy who started the text thread in the first place, he was not at the hearing, but that didn't stop him from trying to explain it. Question, how did Waltz say that the mistext happened?
It's the classic way. It got sucked in.
I tell that to my girl when she sees certain stuff in my DMs. I'm like, I don't know.
It just got
sucked in.
Here's how Waltz explained the mistext himself.
I'm sure everybody out there has had a contact where it was said one person and then a different phone number.
But you've never talked to him before, so how's the number on your phone? I mean, I'm not an expert in any of this, but it's just curious, how's the number on your phone?
Well, if you have somebody else's contact and then somehow it gets sucked in, it gets sucked in.
Just get sucked in, you know?
Phrasing?
You know what? I realized, I think he was actually saying but not saying. And this is if I'm not mistaken, this is a technique often used by people in extramarital affairs. But you know when you get a hot piece's number at the bar, whose number you definitely shouldn't have in your phone. You know, your Chad, your Tiffany's, whatever, right? You meet someone cute. You shouldn't be talking to them, but you take their number. You put it in your phone, but you're like, I can't have my significant other see this name pop up on my phone. And so, I'll change it. I'll change it to Brad. She'll never figure that one out. And that's how it gets sucked in. It's a classic suck in.
And then somehow it gets sucked in. It gets sucked in.
I gotta say, there's a moment right there. God damn it! But Sam Seder getting applause on CNN for his great talent. Look at him. Breathing it all in.
It's the classic way.
So Waltz went on to Viola Davis just asked him,
why is your penis on a dead girl's phone?
Here's how other Republicans are categorizing the mistext as just an oopsie.
Yeah, look, it's a mistake. And
Why is your
They've acknowledged that there was an error and they're...
That's always going to be a hard one to explain. Jesus Christ. I have to see that one more time.
Just asked him,
why is your penis on a dead girl's phone?
Here's how other Republicans are categorizing the mistext as just an oopsie.
Yeah, look, it's a mistake and we got to move on.
They've acknowledged that there was an error and they're correcting it.
Those who do not make mistakes can throw the first stone.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Mistakes. Give him a pass. Let him work and see what else happens.
Wouldn't it be great if ICE just came in right there and grabbed her?
Never know.
Illegal.
What recent Trump adversary also joined the conversation this week?
America.
I was going to say me.
It's federal judge James Boasberg. The same guy who ruled against the Venezuelan deportations earlier this month has now been assigned to oversee the Signal chat mess as well.
Illegal.
Trump got to be sick of that. It's like this again. In a hearing Thursday, Boasberg ordered everyone involved to preserve their Signal messages.
Hold on. Sorry.
Oh, Trump got to be sick of that. It's like, this again. In a hearing Thursday, Boasberg ordered everyone involved to preserve their signal messages. That's right. Don't delete nothing.
I'm sure they'll comply. They are trying to get around the Transparency and the Records Act, which says that if you are a government official and you have communication, this needs to be preserved forever.
Illegal.
But their signal chat was set to erase it on 4 weeks. There's no reason to believe that all their stuff isn't going through that type of situation.
But I'm sure it'll get sucked out the other way.
Let's hear Trump's solution.
That's a good one.
And to making sure this never happens again.
If it was up to me, everybody would be sitting in a room together. The room would have solid lead walls and a lead ceiling and a lead floor. But, you know, life doesn't always let you do that.
That's what's supposed to happen. They're not supposed to do it this way.
Sam, why are you such a pussy?
Always forget that guy's name. I'm not sure why that comment was necessary. I guess they're going for comedy. I guess that counts as comedy. Calling Sam a pussy for, you know, just pointing out the facts. Sam is right, though. He is right. That's right. Michael Ian Black. Thank you. Yeah, Sam is 100% right, actually. They are supposed to be in a lead-lined room with no ability for anyone to listen in on their conversations. Rather than doing things that are incredibly compromising. Or already pre-compromised, like when you let in a editor of a journalistic organization into your chat. All right, let's go on, talk a little bit about one Elon Musk guy. He's always doing real creepy stuff over here. Always with the creepy.
Don't be creepy. Don't be creepy.
But not just Elon Musk, he's also got some weird friends, supporters, sycophants, fans, fanboys, and fangirls. I couldn't find this whole video any other way than with this one. Let's go here to this particular fangirl. This is maybe one of the most awkward freaking videos I think I've ever seen. And what is up with this situation? Why is she singing from the back of a Cybertruck? What is going on?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
This is such a weird freaking video. It is one of the most cringiest things I think I've ever seen. But I came across this earlier. I was really hoping somebody would repost it to YouTube because I didn't want to deal with clipping it myself. Oh God! But this shit is just like, it's such a weird. It's like if you combined a really bad country music video with an Elon like public service announcement / Tesla advertisement. It's really strange.
What you talking about?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
North Korea's got to be laughing their ass off at our at our shit these days. They're like, "Oh, you don't like dictators? You don't like supreme leaders? What about that video on TikTok?"
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
That's probably enough of that. But it just felt right to do this on a Sunday fun day. Holy cow. Just wow. In one of the strangest, cringiest videos, I think, in existence on the internet. It's very real. Chat seems to think it's AI. No, that's real. And it's not the real video because this person, like, edited it, I think. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's a bunch of things that this guy or gal did on their YouTube channel to it. Honestly, I've been trying to block it out of my brain this whole time. One of the strangest things of all time. Let's go from strange to just truly disturbing and historical. If you missed this yesterday, let's talk about Elon Musk's Nazi-loving apartheidist upbringing.
A system of 3 parliaments that would represent.
Sorry,
parts
I meant
of the
to start this here. Go back.
He'd moved to South Africa from. Musk lived what can only be described as a neo-colonial life. If you were white South African in that period and you had any money at all, you lived with servants at your beck and call. You lived in sprawling housing, and what you see with Elon Musk is that when we get a glimpse into just how much money he had when he and Elon's mother get divorced. She says at the time that, well, he owns a yacht, he owns a jet, he owns several houses, so there was considerable wealth there.
Was the grandfather of Elon Musk on the record in his support for Forster?
Well, he was certainly on the record in his support for apartheid, very vividly so, yes. And he said that that's why he'd moved to South Africa from Canada in 1940 was in support of it. Now, the grandfather himself is killed a few years later in a plane crash, but is not known what Elon Musk's grandmother's personal views of Forster particularly were, but they were both avid supporters of the apartheid system, and the grandmother lived for a number of years afterwards.
So you've been talking about Elon Musk's maternal grandparents and how they moved to South Africa, but talk about their roots in Canada.
Originally, the grandparents have no connection to South Africa. They're born and grew up in Canada. And in the 1930s, the grandfather, Joshua Haldeman, he's head of the Canadian branch of a US movement called Technocracy Incorporated. And Technocracy Incorporated is essentially a movement to overthrow democratic government in the United States and have technocrats, but big businessmen in many ways, come in and run the country. That's partly a reaction to FDR's election.
Just think about that for a second. Okay. Elon Musk's grandfather ran a political organization called Technocracy, which this organization's own stated goal was to overthrow democracy in North America. The parallels are astounding.
come in and run the country. That's partly a reaction to FDR's election and New Deal and massive reforms that he's introduced in the United States.
So from Canada, they would help to launch a coup against FDR?
No, Canada had its own branch of this movement to overthrow the government in Canada. Haldeman heads that branch. And through the 1930s, it takes on increasingly fascist overtones. They start wearing grey uniforms, modelled on the Nazi brown and black shirts. And so when Canada declares war on Germany...
You know, one thing I noticed is that rather than swastikas, they used yin-yangs. I find it strange. Why is it that white fascists are so obsessed with East Asian symbolism, like symbols, right? Versus a swastika, which I believe it has its roots in Hinduism and Indian culture. The yin-yang comes out of Chinese and Taoist philosophy, if I'm not mistaken. It's very, very strange vibes. Oh God! And I know a lot of people saw this yesterday, but if you didn't get to see all of it, like what we watched yesterday, do go on to Democracy Now. Let Amy Goodman and this guy give it to you, because it's not a fun watch. It's not a fun watch. It's not for Sunday Funday. Too much fascism. But just rest assured that Tesla's and Elon specifically, fascist roots go deep. Fascist and racist roots, honestly. Apparently his grandparents were big anti-Semites, too, and then came to apartheid because they thought that sounded good, too. Yeah. All right. Now let's go to this. This is something that we somehow missed over this week. This one's not going to be super fun, I'm afraid, either, which is why I felt like we had to keep this moving. Get through some of these less fun stories. Because we're about to go on to Fox News for a Brett Baer interview with Elon Musk and the DOGE team. And I still just like to point out that the Trump administration still has not codified or put in writing what DOGE is, whether or not Elon is in fact in charge. I mean, they've said out loud, supposedly, that some other person who none of us have ever heard of is in charge of it, but Elon is the only person we've heard about. Right? He's the one who's genuinely running it. Like, you'd have to be a fucking moron to think that anybody else is running the show here. God, Fox, here we go. The DOGE team. Brace yourselves, folks.
Thanks for having us and doing this. I know there's a lot of interest in this. You know, first let me start with you, Elon. What are the budgetary savings goals, and how much do you think you've achieved so far?
Our goal is to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion. So from a nominal deficit of $2 trillion to try to cut the deficit in half to 1.
Didn't you say easily $2 trillion earlier? Now it's $1 trillion. Okay, so we've gone down 50% already from the original target. Okay.
So from a nominal deficit of $2 trillion to try to cut the deficit in half to $1 trillion, or looked at it in total federal spending to drop the federal spending from $7 trillion to $6 trillion. We want to reduce the spending by eliminating waste and fraud, reduce the spending by 15%, which seems really quite achievable. The government is...
Wait, they only want to reduce 15% of the fraud? Or 15% of the waste? What was that? What was that completely unintelligible sentence?
...into $6 trillion. We want to reduce the spending by eliminating waste and fraud, reduce the spending by 15%, which seems really quite achievable. The government is not efficient, and there's a lot of waste and fraud, so
yeah.
I feel confident that...
Yeah, I would start with your own companies, you know? Because we give you $45 billion last year. You come in and start taking away our money for our things. Start with yourself, okay? Start with the waste going on over at SpaceX.
15% reduction can be done without affecting any of the critical government services.
I'm going to talk to all the guys.
If not making it better.
going to talk to all the guys here about the specifics, but for you, what's the most astonishing thing you've found out in this process?
Oh, yes.
The sheer amount of waste and fraud in the government.
Oh, really? The sheer amount?
It's mind-blowing.
List one thing. One
we
thing.
routinely encounter wastes of
Routinely.
$1 billion
all the time. Oh, $1 billion more. Casually, just casually encountering it. Just casually name one thing. Anything. Literally
for
anything.
example, like the simple survey that was literally 10-question survey that you could do with SurveyMonkey, cost you about $10,000, was the government was being charged almost $1 billion for that.
For just the survey?
$1 billion for
Well, is this guy an idiot? Is he that dumb? Does he think, is Brett Baer that dumb? Does Brett Baer actually believe what he's saying right now? Because first off, no one's paying $1 billion for you to write a survey, right? It might cost $1 billion to get a survey done across the entire nation of 350 million people. You think about that, it's only $3 a person. Pretty efficient when you think about it, depending on what you're doing. But it's not even clear what he's talking about.
The government was being charged almost $1 billion for that.
Wow.
For just the survey?
$1 billion for a simple online survey, do you like the national park? And then there appeared to be no feedback loop for what would be done with that survey. So the survey would just go into nothing. It was like insane.
You technically are
it's
a
like
special
insane.
government employee. And
Is he?
supposed to be 130 days.
Wait, Brett Baer, he's a special government employee? Is that true? That there is. Why is he making this claim? I haven't heard that claim up to this point. Well, I haven't heard it substantiated yet. He certainly doesn't seem to be subject to any of the federal regulations around special government employees. And they've actually, I could have sworn at one point they told us, no, he's not a special government employee. When people in Congress were asking whether or not they could FOIA request him, things like that, we were told, actually, no, he's not a special government employee, so you can't do that. But Brett Baer just sort of laundering this bullshit talking point. Okay, thanks, Brett. Great journalism.
Going to continue past that, or do you think that's what you're going to do? Or?
Well, I think we will have accomplished most of the work required to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion within that time frame.
So in that time frame, 130 days. And the process is a report at some point, at 100 days? Or?
Not really a report.
Not really a report.
Cutting the waste and fraud in real time.
We're going to cut
every day that passes.
We're not going to... It's not efficient, right? It's not efficient to write it down in one easily, accessible place, in one document, reviewable by the government. We're just going to post it to a website. Okay, we're just going to post it to a private website, not even a government website. I assume Elon owns that website.
Our goal is to reduce the waste and fraud by $4 billion a day, every day, 7 days a week.
Oh, really?
And so far, we are succeeding.
No, you are not.
I'm going to talk to the
No, you are not. That is bullshit. By that math, he should, every day, 7 days a week, $4 billion. At this point, he should have, how many days since this started? It's like, 71. So what is that, like 280 billion? Should have already saved 280 billion. There's no evidence for that. Not even close. Brett Baer not going to check any of this, huh, buddy?
But there obviously are DOGE critics who are reading all kinds of stuff. Obviously, lawmakers on the other side of the aisle are attacking you. And they characterize the approach as this: fire, ready, and then aim. And how do you approach that? How do you...
Brett Baer is such a pathetic journalist. Remember when he did that interview with Kamala Harris and he wouldn't let her talk for a second, but he just let Elon go on a monologue for like 5 minutes just now? Remember that? Remember when he wouldn't even let Kamala Harris get a single word in edgewise in an interview during the election? Now he's just going to sit there and let Elon go, actually, we 7 billion, 6 billion, 7 trillion, 2 trillion, fraud, waste, and abuse. Actually, that's our main focus. Is and this, does nobody see the fucking irony?
Respond to that.
Well, I do agree that we actually want to be careful in the cuts. So we want to measure twice, if not thrice, and cut once.
What?
And
that doesn't sound efficient. You're going to measure 3 times? Huh. Now, I got to say, that is not the vibes at all. And I don't know why Brett's not pushing back on that. He's just sitting here with his head buried in his papers, looking down at the ground, looking at his feet like a weak man.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Not questioning any of that, as if, you know, the cutting of the people's jobs who monitor the nuclear silos, who they rush to get back in, that was measuring 3 times and then cutting once? It seems like, well, I guess they cut once, maybe they measured 3 times, cut once, then realized that all 3 measurements were wrong, and then had to go to undo the cut. I guess that still technically counts as 1 cut, as long as you don't count the uncutting as a cut, too. I'm going to probably count that second cut as a cut, the uncutting as a cut. You know, because I actually don't know how you uncut something. In fact, there's been issues with them trying to get back some of these people who they've cut unintentionally, who they definitely needed working in the jobs they're in. Doesn't seem like they're doing any of the things that Elon's saying, yet Brett Baer is sitting here not doing shit.
Actually, that is our approach. They may characterize it as shooting from the hip, but it is anything but that.
Oh, really?
Which is not to say that we don't make mistakes.
We don't.
The standard of making.
We might measure 3 times so that we can cut only once, but sometimes we'll make a mistake. We'll cut something and then it'll be gone. And I guess society will just have to deal with the mistakes that Elon makes.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't be in charge of stuff, Elon, I gotta say. If you're gonna be making mistakes all over the place with the entire government, you probably shouldn't be in there. Look at these weird fucking dweebs in this room. Alright, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. It's not fun. 40 minutes of lies and bullshit. But we are going to watch another clip, a little piece of this one as well. Here's Foxy. Wow, 2.4 million views on this one. 5.5 million on the last one. Fox News raking it in with these interviews.
The ways that the government is defrauded is that the computer systems don't talk to each other. So if the computer systems don't talk to each other, then you can exploit that gap. And fraudsters exploit that gap to take advantage. For example, there were over $300 million of Small Business Administration loans that has been given out to people under the age of 11.
Well, actually, to add to it, it's $300 million under the age of 11 and
over
$300 million to over the age of 100.
What the fuck are these guys talking about? I'm fairly certain that they're just they're retconning this stuff, you know? Like sitting in the dungeon, they're like, all right, guys, I'm going to roll the dice and let's see. Oh, 300 million 11-year-olds getting business loans. Oh, and then the wizard came down from the mountain and cursed the people of the village. Narwhal by nature. Look at that party pair. That pair knows how to party. You can tell just by looking at that dance.
20.
Definitely.
Small business loans.
Correct.
Yes. The oldest American is 114. So it's safe to say if their age is 115 or above, they're fake. Or they should be in the Guinness Book of World Records. And we should not be giving out loans to babies. So the youngest recipient of a Small Business Administration loan is a 9-month-old, which is a very, very precocious baby we're talking about here. So obviously it was just fraudulent.
It's a very precocious baby.
And they do terrible things. They actually will see that a kid's been born. They will steal that kid's social security number and then take out a loan and leave that kid with a bad credit rating. There's literally a baby. The terrible things are being done. That's what we're saying.
There's literally a baby.
Stopping these terrible.
There's literally a baby. Don't you get it, Brett? There's literally a baby that's out there living the dream. This was such a wild and stupid fucking interview. I feel dumber for having listened to any of this. I'm not gonna lie.
And you can stop it? I mean,
well,
we are stopping it.
The reason this is happening is because the two systems are not talking to each other.
Yes.
Right? And so you don't...
Who is this creepy Jeff Bezos wannabe, dude? What in the fuck is going on with him? He's creeping me out. I think he might be an alien. Now, of course, what Elon is talking about is complete bullshit. Don't worry. Babies aren't taking out loans. But in some cases, people are taking out loans for babies who are, impoverished or perhaps orphans, things like that. But since these guys don't know what they're doing, they're just running around canceling baby loans. Just running around, they don't, they're talking about, since the agencies don't communicate. Well, there's a reason the agencies don't communicate, right? For data security, things like that. We tend to keep these things under lock and key rather than hooked up to the internet. These guys just don't understand how government functions. And so due to that, they're going to make a lot of mistakes. And there's going to be negative ramifications of those mistakes for regular people. And babies. Babies, regular people, regular babies too. Ay. But Elon just hasn't just been doing lie and fantasy-filled Fox News interviews with Bret Baier. He's also been giving money out to people to try and influence an election, a judicial, I believe, a federal Wisconsin Supreme Court election. He's been funding to tunes of, at this point, I think tens of millions of dollars. I think it's close to $20 million. And trying to influence that election with all sorts of different kinds of money, including just giving people money to register, and by registering through Elon, you're automatically entered into $1 million raffle, which I'm pretty sure is illegal. But who's going to prosecute? Trump? Pam Bondi? No. That's not going to happen. Wow, he left these people waiting here a long time. Jeez, if you want $1 million, you're going to have to stand around looking like an idiot for like an hour and a half. Jesus Christ, where is this piece of shit? Here it is. Oh, look, does he do a Heil Hitler at the event? Almost looked like one. Hard to tell. Let's see. Okay, I can't stare at this blank, flag-filled screen over here. I just lowered the volume? There we go. Oh, here. Oh, nice. Oh, look at him. Just a regular guy. Look. Look, I had this cheese head. It was just laying around my house. I definitely didn't just buy this. Where's the sound, Forbes? Oh, look at him being super normal again.
Thanks for coming. What do you think of my hat? All right, I'm gonna sign the hat and I'm gonna throw it out.
Oh yeah, you gotta. Who doesn't want that hat? Is that disrespectful to the cheesehead to throw it and deface it with the signature of a douchebag?
All right, I love you guys too. Well, thanks for coming out in support of this very important Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. It's actually something that I think it's one of those things that may seem like,
oh my God,
it's obviously important in the state of Wisconsin, but
oh my
I think it
God,
would actually be important for the country as well. And
this guy might be one of the worst public speakers of all time. He is unbearable to listen to. Your friend can't join a SpaceX flight to leave? I mean, maybe. I guess you'd have to ask Elon about the SpaceX thing. You still have to ask him. Do you have his number? I'm sure you could tweet him.
And maybe for the world. So the House majority right now is razor thin. It's really just a few seats, and if the Supreme Court is able to redraw the districts, they will gerrymander the districts and deprive Wisconsin of 2 House seats on the Republican side.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Wonder how many of these people here are just here for the money. I'm not going to listen to this fucking speech. Don't worry. But let's watch Elon hand out some $1 million checks.
It's like any federal judge can stop any action by the president, of the United States. This is insane. Like this has got to stop. It's got to stop at the federal level and at the state level.
What, democracy?
Let me first hand out 2 $1 million checks in appreciation. Okay, so the first check goes to Nicholas Jacobs. All right.
Illegal. Illegal.
Now, I should say that the reason, the reason for the checks is
Aren't
that
I a good guy?
Really just to get attention. It's like,
yeah, it is, isn't it?
We need to get attention.
It's all about, yeah.
And it's somewhat inevitably.
It's not even we, it's you. You want people to love you more. The man with the most fragile ego on the planet is buying friends.
When I do these things, the sort of it causes the legacy media to kind of lose their minds, and then they'll run it on every news channel, and I'm like, I couldn't pay them it would cost like 10 times more, or
It's not legal, Sasha. No, this is an illegal lottery, okay? But who is going to enforce it? That's exactly the question. We've been saying since I heard about it. I think I heard about it on either Saturday or Sunday. No, Friday or Saturday. And I just don't see Pam Bondi coming after Elon Musk for trying to win Republicans a Supreme Court justice seat. Not a Supreme Court, I'm sorry, a federal court justice seat in Wisconsin. Just don't see it happening. Yeah, there's all sorts of different potential punishments. But the fact is, the lowest punishment on the list, like say Pam Bondi were to do this just to prove that the Justice Department cares about crime. You know, if she wanted to, she could make it so that he only pays a fine. Because one of the punishments, depending on the severity of the crime, which I think is left up somewhat to the distinction of the judge themselves, in this case Pam Bondi, who would be, I think, you know, not the, she would be the prosecutor, sorry, but, like, you know, what is she going to prosecute for, right? Like, she can make the choice. She'd be like, oh, Elon, pay us a fine. I think that's like $15,000 per instance. You know, he can afford that. It's pocket change. It's chump change to Elon Musk.
It's to get the kind of coverage that we get. So, all right. All right.
It's almost like Elon. Look at Elon not let go of it. He must be having money troubles right now. Like, he's like gripping that $1 million check a little too tightly, a little too awkwardly.
Don't be creepy.
Look, you promised the guy $1 million. Why are you so hesitant to let him have it? Like, before you take this check, would you like to be my friend? Would you like to hang out with me back at my very cool, very normal house? All right, let's play a little game with Garfunkel and Oates, two lady comedians. You may have seen this, you may have not. But right now, considering everything, figured we'd play a little game called Kanye or Hitler. While we're talking about Nazis.
So, it's an audience participation game, and we have a list of quotes, and half of them were said by Kanye West, and half of them were said by Hitler. And you have to guess who said which quote. And it's not that easy of a game. Okay, here's the first one. When a man is starving in the streets, he's not thinking of bread and water, but of caviar and champagne. Hitler. I stand here as a revolutionary. It is as a revolutionary against the revolution. I might have to go back to war. I just might have to. Nothing in life is promised except death.
Kanye. It's a Kanye quote.
It's really weird. I realize that my place and position in history is that I will go down as the voice of this generation, of this decade, that I will be the loudest voice. Oh. You're right. Who says I am not under the special protection of God? Okay. There's one more. I could design something for Obama to go to the club in.
Surprisingly, Hitler said that. Very, very prescient from Hitler there. Really ahead of his time on that one. All right, let's go to Canada before we finish the North American news. Move on to the environmental stuff, although we are coming up to a second break here shortly. Hopefully you enjoyed that comedy there from Garfunkel and Oates. to Canada. Once in many ways, our best friends, closest neighbors and allies, and are now, well, not big fans of America, and many are choosing not to come to the United States anymore. We've been seeing stories of Canadians canceling their purchase of properties, or considering selling their properties in the United States, canceling vacations in the United States, and are instead now, according to CTV News from 4 days ago, looking to do some more internal vacations within Canada. Ahem. Go Web Go.
More Canadians are planning to travel domestically this summer amid the brewing U.S. trade war. Lethbridge and its surrounding destinations could be seeing a big bump in visitors. Quinn Keenan reports.
As tensions with the United States continue to rise, many Canadians won't be heading south of the border this summer. Rather than look at other international destinations, travel experts believe many people will opt instead to travel domestically, which could mean more visitors in Lethbridge and southern Alberta.
There's a cost of living crisis. Affordability is a big issue for Canadians, but we still want to travel. So when you're looking for an affordable destination, for example, if you're coming from Calgary or Edmonton or Vancouver, coming to a destination like Lethbridge is more affordable than, crossing the country to Toronto or going to Montreal.
Lethbridge could be set to see a tourist boom this summer.
It's
the
quite
city
lovely.
is near tourist hotspots such as Head Smashed and Buffalo Jump and Writing on Stone. That makes Lethbridge an ideal jumping-off point for tourists.
I wouldn't literally jump from these rocks. That's probably a bad idea.
That's too much, man!
But I do get what he's saying. It's a good starting point. Just want to make sure no one's taking that suggestion literally. You don't want to go jumping off a cliff. It's a bad idea. It does seem like a lovely place to visit, though. Breathtaking Canadian sights. Now, one tiny American enclave is currently grappling with the effects of Trump's trade war with Canada. Let's go here to Point... Oh, what's it called again? Point Morris? I can't remember the name of this place now. God damn it.
Let's put it this way.
Point Roberts.
Obviously, Point Roberts is very unique in the fact that it's 5 square miles, 3 sides water, and 1 side Canada.
I'm in Point Roberts, Washington. And if you want to get to the mainland United States, you'd have to drive around 20 miles around.
So yeah, perfect. We got a map here. I didn't even notice the first one. You see the border here? This big, thick line? That is the border between the United States and Canada. And it juts out into the ocean in a straight line. Rather than this being part of Canada, this is America. This tiny strip of land. The end of a peninsula, which is part of Washington State.
And if you want to get to the mainland United States, you'd have to drive around 20 miles around Boundary Bay to reach to the south. That's what makes it a rare U.S. exclave and a geographic oddity. This community has lots of dual citizens, and it's so dependent on Canada's goodwill that Trump's tariff war is now inescapable.
If we don't get the support from the Canadians, this town will die.
Generally this time of year, February, March, it's a slowdown. I mean, we're kind of a seasonal weather-driven store, but this year we're down.
Okay, cool. I think that's all we need of that one. But like that woman said, if this trade war continues, they are going to be at the, going to be in a very perilous situation as they live very much in symbiosis with Canadians, as there's basically no other way to get back to the United States unless you hop on a boat and drive through Canada just to get back to the state, the rest of the state of Washington. It's going to make things a little weird. Probably already is making things weird there with everything that's been going on. And in 2 days, those Trump tariffs are all going into The new ones. I mean, there's already some already going, but the new ones are going to be going into effect. Now let's go here to a CBC News piece from a few days ago. Talk about Donald Trump and Mark Carney's relationship. Of course, Mark Carney is the new Prime Minister of Canada. Sorry, President. Prime Minister. Prime Minister. My brain is broken. I do always forget these things. It's a Prime Minister. I don't know why I'm telling myself over and over again. Here we go. Wait, no. What just happened? No, go back. What are we doing? Yes.
And now a message from the President of the United States.
The 51st state has a new governor, Mark Carney. The liberals were dead, and now they've been reincarnated, but he's a disaster. He didn't come to me first. He went to the UK and France because he wants to make me jealous. And I'm not jealous. Why would I be jealous? I'm so not jealous. He went to the UK like a dog, quite frankly, and now he's the governor of Canada, just like he was the governor of the Bank of Canada. Did you see his signature is actually on the Canadian bills? I'm not jealous.
Why can't they put my signature on the
See,
bills?
his signature is actually...
That's not fair.
How rude.
Why can't I get my great signature on the American dollar bill? People should be reminded where they're getting their money from.
On the Canadian bills? I'm not jealous. So what? I've got my face on a meme coin. Same thing. I'm not jealous. I so don't care. And Danielle Smith, the premier of the great Canadian city of Alberta, was just on Breitbart News, who we like. They're mega media. Breitbart, we like them a lot. And she told them that Mark Carney was going to win the election because of me. And she told them that she called the White House and asked me to tone down the 51st state stuff until after the election so Pierre could win. So I toned it down. I think I did so beautifully, to be honest. Here's a clip.
The conservative that's running is stupidly no friend of mine. I don't know him, but he said negative things. So
he
when
said
says
negative
things, I couldn't care less. I think it's easier to deal, actually, with a...
Saying very mean, nasty things that Pierre Poilievre. You know, for a really long time, he was doing a Trump impression. I thought it was pretty good. And then suddenly, for, like, no reason, people tell me, sir, I don't think he's got any reason to, but I say, yeah, I know. I can tell this guy is just crazy. Saying a negative thing about Trump, that's illegal.
Illegal.
liberal. And maybe they're going to win, but I don't really care. It doesn't matter to me at all.
Did you hear that? She asked me to help get the conservative guy elected, so I said I don't like the conservative guy and I like the liberal. Why would I do that? Reverse psychology. I know I'm toxic. I know Canadians hate me, so if I say I like someone, they're going to hate him. Next thing you know, they're like Pierre Poilievre, the Timbit Trump. He's more like a little me than Barron is, and I've always liked him. Just watch this one.
Are you looking forward to working with Pierre Poilievre, the new guy?
I am. If that's what happens, certainly it would be very good. Our views would be more aligned, certainly.
You see, I do like him, but we don't want to say we like him. I said I love Tesla, I don't drive, but Elon's driving me crazy.
I like him, but I don't like him too much. Not enough to say it too many times. I don't wanna jinx it. A lot of things I like are kind of going the wrong way right now. Like the stock market. I say I like the stock market, and then it goes down. Really hate that. Alright, let's talk about a Canadian miracle on ice. But it might not be the one you're thinking of. Here's CTV News from 5 days ago.
How are you? I'm great, dude. Bill Arts hugs his teammates for the first time since he briefly died on the ice a month earlier.
The heart stopped, and that I had a blockage of 2 arteries, a double bypass, and a pacemaker put in, and so they've cut me open, and all still a little bit sore, but Yes, I'm on the road to recovery.
Just a couple of shifts into his senior hockey game on February 19th, Arts felt dizzy and collapsed on the bench.
It was really scary.
Luckily, teammate Dave Ulver, a retired firefighter, was there.
Dragged him out onto the ice so we'd had a little bit of room to work on him if we needed to do anything major, and I started CPR right away.
Arena staff members Mark Johnson and Kennedy Sadler were alerted by players banging on the glass.
Pull the door here, alarm's gonna go off. You just grab onto the case there, take it right out there, and start going. I cut the shirt off in half there, and Kennedy got the pads and everything ready to go, and we were ready to rock.
Positive ending, and when we saw him start to come around, we were all breathing a sigh of relief.
Returning to the rink Monday, 4 weeks after the incident, there were hugs and handshakes.
This is the battery out of the AED that saved his life.
Bill's heroes even presented him with a special trophy.
3 years ago, a teammate of mine in the over 50 in St. Thomas, very much like Bill this year, collapsed on the bench, and I was able to help in that situation too. And 6.5 years ago, I too had a heart attack playing hockey. So it's...
Why are these guys all having heart attacks? I don't understand. Maybe you think about playing something slightly less strenuous in your advanced age, I guess you might say.
It's a crazy story, to be honest. Will you be ready to go for hockey next year?
Oh, I'll be ready. I'm planning to come back in September. And the doctor says do it.
Bill now plans to use his...
Well, if the doctor says so, okay. This is the most Canadian story of all time.
...fortune as a way to raise awareness about the importance of AEDs.
We're looking to do a fundraiser to make awareness of defibs, and also maybe to promote or get donations so that every public building in Elgin can have a defibrillator.
Brentley.
Well, I guess it was a miracle on ice, eh? Pretty good, if you ask me. Yeah, getting all Canada all over the ice, these old guys. Heart attack or not. They're going to keep on playing hockey. Okay, I think we'll take a slightly early break here because we're going to switch over to the environmental half after this in the third. So, let's do some quick galactic messages and you can get yourselves a sweet space drink while you're at it. Alrighty, chat. I hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit the little bell icon while you're at it so you get the latest galactic notifications and you don't miss a single moment of the galactic stream. While you're doing that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So if you're enjoying the show, consider one of the ways I'm about to mention. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, of course. The more members we get, the more emotes that are made available to our space fams. We got Twitch, bits and subscriptions, Cash App, and PayPal if you'd like to avoid giving either of those two aforementioned companies their cut and instead would rather see every dollar that you donate get used to keeping the Galactic News Network alive. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a galactic patron on Patreon, where an unseen number of galactic benefits await. Just go and see for yourself. Link is in the chat in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. Alright, chat, enjoy the short space break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, chat, you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. But to get back to your seat, Space Fans, you're going to miss the latest galactic content. All right. Start off our environmental coverage of the day in Hawaii. And of course, it is Sunday FUNDAY. It's also spring, so you may be thinking to yourself, I need to get out there. I need to touch grass. I need to spread my wings. Maybe you could take after the president and do a little golfing on one of Oahu's beautiful and historic golf courses.
Business is booming at Oahu city or municipal golf courses that officials say is thanks to targeted marketing toward women. Also reinvesting some of the money back into the courses. Stephen Florino has more on that.
Golfers in the know say the Ted Makalena Golf Course in Waipahu is a hidden gem.
Yes, this is best kept secret, so we don't want everyone to come out here. If they can experience the other courses first and then see how they can compare those courses to this course.
Makalena, one of 6 municipal golf courses on
So-
the island, and supervisors say business is hitting historic levels.
So that's weird. I guess it's weird to be on TV telling people about your course that you don't want people to know about, and to be like, hey, you should try somewhere else first, actually, to check out that. Have you heard of the other course over there down the road?
About 450,000 rounds a year, generating about $1 million a month. Both figures up about 25% from pre-pandemic levels.
Under this administration, we've definitely been afforded more opportunities to put our money back into our golf courses, and I think the results have shown itself.
Supervisors at Makalena say they've converted greens to paspalum and upgraded the irrigation system.
Ooh.
It's in such
Upgraded irrigation system, you say? Very fancy. Okay. Well, that's something you could do this spring, you know, with things getting warmer out there. Or maybe you could appreciate nature in other ways. Let's see what's happening over at Mount Kilauea. Oh, damn. It's getting all lava-y over here in Hawaii right now. There you go, people. A little volcano action. What do you think? Sunday FUNDAY feels like the day to do it, you know. Didn't change a ton. They didn't quite get like the initial explosion. Actually, maybe is this the? Let's go to the very beginning. Oh yeah, look at the color on that one. Yeah. Look at the lava flow. It's a flowing.
That's hot.
It is very hot, Paris, you're right. Very, very hot. Don't want to touch that. It's dangerous. But it's pretty to look at. Alright, now let's go from Hawaii back to the mainland. Here's King 5 Seattle in Washington from 5 days ago. Edge Outdoors, making snow sports accessible for black and brown women. Ooh, that sounds like a good story to wrap up Women's History Month. Hit me up with some of that.
In a sport that requires nearly full coverage, skiers can often go unnoticed on the mountain. but some are more conspicuous than others.
It's very visible to me and apparent when I see other brown people on the mountain.
One community leader is trying to change that.
Think down, are you ready? All right, that's what we do.
Annette Diggs is the founder of Edge Outdoors, an initiative designed to get Black, Indigenous, and women of color into snow sports.
We focus on getting people recreating, leading, and competing in mountain spaces while addressing health disparities that Black and brown women face.
It's near and dear to her. Growing up in Tennessee, Diggs said skiing was reserved for her wealthy and white classmates. She's now flipping that narrative.
You know, my parents really didn't have the means or the resources to take me to these places, so it became like this childhood pack of mine to say, hey, when I get older, I'm going to do these things. And when I went to do those things, I just didn't see anyone like me.
And it takes a certain kind of person to even see that young and be like, you know, I'm going to go after this thing that seemingly like my family doesn't do. And that's one of these sort of, you know, downstream generational effects. You know, we talk about like systemic racism, systemic oppression in general. You know, if you don't have people before you doing things, maybe in many cases, you know, you don't even think about engaging in this or that activity because no one was telling you to do that. No, you didn't see anybody else doing that growing up. So if you had those ideas, maybe it wasn't reinforced. In this particular woman's case, you know, she wound up going after something that she genuinely wanted to do, but you know, it's too much of a fringe case. Why we need things like DEI.
Neither did Sada Muhammad, who met Diggs through a BIPOC ski trip in Jackson Hole. Muhammad was inspired to become a volunteer ski instructor with Edge Outdoors. She said the program's lessons are top-notch, and they lead to a high skier retention year after year, even becoming instructors.
But commit to it and let that leg carry you the whole way, because I promise you it will. To be able to provide that same level, like that same high caliber instruction to other folks is so important. Downhill pressure is key. Nice.
And it is.
Well, it looks fun. Unfortunately, it's ending for the season. I just figured we put this in here before we forget all about snow, and all we can think about is how goddamn hot it is out there.
So hot right now.
Which I am quite certain we'll be doing any minute now. So I figured we use some cool to, you know, something cold to cool us down after that hot volcano we were just looking at. Now, let's take in some of that spring weather. It's happening down on the ground, away from the mountain. Staying in Washington, let's take a look at the cherry blossoms. This music's pretty damn peaceful, gotta say. Really getting me in the cherry blossom appreciation spirits. Look at those blossoms blossom. Wow. Truly beautiful, serene even. really brought my mood into a more peaceful state for just a moment. It's all this turmoil. Feels so necessary now more than ever. Maybe that's why we should protect our parks and things like that. Our institutions. This is at if you're not familiar with that particular. I should have said it actually. But if you go, I'm sorry, I'll go back. I'll roll your sport character first. Then we'll go back and look at this, because this is at the University of Washington. This is I would assume this is the quad, right? You know, this is part of the campus of the University of Washington, a place like all universities in the United States gets funding from the U.S. government. See, look at that. We can think about important things and enjoy nature at the same time. Oh, I didn't give you your sport. Whatever, I'll give it there. Let's go a little south to Los Angeles, of course, a place we've been talking about a lot lately with the devastating Palisades and Eaton fires. In the wake of that, people are still trying to get their lives back in order. Let's go to Malibu. Great place to hang out in the spring, I suppose. Beaches. Previously beautiful views. KTLA 5 from a day ago.
Months after the deadly and devastating Palisades fire tore through Malibu and Pacific Palisades, local leaders are declaring Malibu open for business. The firestorm and the aftermath have negatively impacted businesses that normally see a lot of traffic from both locals and tourists.
Malibu wants customers to come back and enjoy the food, the entertainment, the shopping, and the beaches.
Rachel Medetoff live in Malibu, where she spoke with struggling business owners who are anxious for customers to return. Rachel.
Micah, share hundreds of small businesses having a hard time paying their bills right now. The main reason is the indefinite closure of PCH. Malibu locals, though, are getting the word out that there are other ways to get into this community and say they really need people to use them.
Zuma Jays.
If you're looking for anything surf, swim, sun related, Zuma Jays in downtown Malibu has been the go-to spot for the last 51 years. But in the aftermath of the devastating Palisades fire, Jefferson Wagner is getting far fewer phone calls and fewer customers through the door.
The gross on that revenue becomes very little net. That's why you don't see any employees here right now. I usually hire Pepperdine employees, and I've cut the payroll down to half.
While many of the
Yeah, and I mean, Pepperdine's camp didn't burn down, but we watched the Pepperdine fire last year, and then there were two fires. There was a 2024 fire at Pepperdine, and then there was the Palisades fire. It was pretty wild. Pretty wild freaking. It's been a wild, how many months have we been doing this for? 13. We're doing more than 13 months now? Somebody do the math. Yeah, people trying to get life back to normal, but struggling. In many cases, people who would be there are not after these fires. What if that's good or bad for the economy? Now let's go to something I know is bad for the economy and also bad for humanity. Full stop. This is a horrifying story. This is not a fun story at all. This is a very troubling story that's going to have dire implications if something isn't done immediately to solve it. Okay. We talk about the environment a lot here. I would say more than most. Every single stream, in fact, we do, some number of videos talking about what's going on with the climate. With our environment, which we just so genuinely depend on. But this story is really, really troubling. And so coming from me, I feel like that should say something right now. All right, let's go here to CBS News from yesterday. According to experts, there are mass bee deaths happening across North America. Such large numbers that those same experts are baffled.
The beekeeping industry is in crisis over the shocking and unexplained deaths of hundreds of millions of bees over the last 8 months. It could impact all of us, as bees, called the backbone of agriculture, are responsible for pollinating more than a third of the nation's crops, and current losses are unsustainable. Janet Shamlian has more on this stinging decline.
Oh, not time for the pun.
This is what an unfolding disaster looks like in the U.S.
CBS is not taking this seriously enough. The puns? The stinging decline? Really? Come on, get it together over there. This is serious.
This is what an unfolding disaster looks like in the U.S. beekeeping industry. Each of these hives can hold as many as 80,000 bees, but for reasons no one can pinpoint, the bees in all these hives and tens of thousands more have turned up dead.
Have you ever seen it this bad?
Never, not even close. The data is showing us that this is the worst bee loss in recorded history.
Blake Shook is one of the nation's top beekeepers. He owns Desert Creek Honey and several other beekeeping businesses. One of them is rebuilding dead hives, and he's receiving an alarming number of them.
Where are they from?
Boy, this is alarming. That is the correct word for this. It's almost unbelievable. Haha, see? I can do it too. I can do bee puns.
Yeah, these are from North Dakota that we're looking at right here. Over there we've got Florida, back here we've got Georgia, I've got California over in that corner.
Bees play a critical role in U.S. food production. In addition to making honey, they pollinate 75% of the fruits, nuts, and vegetables grown in the U.S. They pollinate 75% of the fruits, nuts, and vegetables grown in the U.S. They pollinate 75% of the fruits, nuts, and vegetables grown in the U.S.
Well, that's a troubling statistic. It's a very, very, very troubling statistic. And like we've been saying this whole time, if we don't do something about the environment, we're going to have an unlivable planet, okay? And there's some things that I think a lot of us just don't think about enough, like bees. And we have talked about bees in the past and the struggle which bees have been under over recent years, not just because of climate change, but also because of pesticide use. It's a two-pronged attack on bees, okay? You don't count invasive species. We call it a three-pronged attack if you want to go there. But the fact is bees are a huge portion of our pollinating insects. They're not the only ones. Okay, but they are the main source of pollinating insects, especially, like that statistic just pointed out, as it relates to our food supply. 75% of it, to be exact.
That's $15 billion worth of crops.
If this is a multi-year thing, it'll change the way we consume food in the United States.
That's a pretty significant statement.
It's huge. It's huge. I mean, if we lose 80% of our bees every year, the industry cannot survive, which means we cannot pollinate at the scale that we need to produce food in the United States.
Wow. It's like a downward exponential curve. You're losing 80% of your bees that you had last year every single year. It does not long take to get to 0 bees. That is fucking horrifying. Meanwhile, we're trying to tariff everything coming into the United States. Good plan. That's a good plan. This is the perfect time to have a trade war. Perfect time. Really great plans. I'm not at all worried about this. Sorry, I mean, holy fuck.
So what's causing the deaths, and why now?
So these are dead bees in there, and they have always an identifier for a project.
Juliana Rangel is an entomologist at Texas A&M University. She showed us the lab where they've been studying the bees.
One potential explanation is that over the last few years, we've seen some locations across the U.S. that have had lower forage available for bees. So when they're supposed to be blooming, let's say in April, they're blooming either earlier in the year or later in the year. And so we have these food deserts, basically, in the summer and fall that...
Not bee food deserts. That... Come on. Come on! Bee food deserts. So if you didn't quite figure out what was going on there, due to climate change, And the increasingly erratic and unpredictable nature of our weather is causing blooms to happen at unexpected intervals, at different times than the bees depend on them doing on a regular basis. Something that has evolved over eons. Planet Earth. And now those predictable patterns are now causing bees to not have enough food to survive. Of course, they depend on pollen from flowers. Save the bees.
Bees sometimes cannot withstand.
Back at Shook's bee farm,
Here we go with the hood.
we suited up for a look at his commercial operation.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
All right, the first thing we do is smoke the entrance, and that calms the bees down.
This is what a healthy hive looks like.
And then in the center here, this is where the baby bees are raised.
These just returned from California, where the bees were used to pollinate almonds.
Why are honeybees so essential to pollinating the almond crops?
With honeybees, almonds produce 2,000 to 3,000 pounds per acre. Without bees, they produce 200 pounds per acre. So there is no almond crop without honeybees.
Beekeeping groups say the losses may put as many as 25% of commercial operations out of business by year's end.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I got a call.
Just want you to hear that statistic again, too, okay?
Beekeeping groups say the losses may put as many as 25% of commercial operations out of business by year's end, with wide...
Unfreaking believable. We are in a crisis moment, people, and we gotta start taking climate change like about 1,000 times more seriously. I know that's tough, considering everything we face right now. But if we do not, we are fucked. You know, these numbers are completely unsustainable. We can't suddenly have 25% less of basically almost anything. And with those numbers seemingly going the wrong direction, speeding up rather than slowing down, we got a problem on our hands that needs solving immediately, if not sooner. But, since it's Sunday Funday, I figured, why not
I'm gonna show that interview you did.
try and laugh
We're gonna watch it on
about
Thursday,
this?
Okay, I'll make some popcorn.
Popcorn, really? Cool. Yeah, the hell with Atkins, huh?
Oh, yeah. Well, why blow it now? I'll fry up some bacon.
Oh, Dad.
Buddy, you gotta take it easy, okay? I'm showing this as a model again. I don't want people to think we've got shoddy workmanship. That might not have been your fault.
I know. Nothing works in this house.
Tell me about it.
Is that a shot at me?
Probably.
Because for your information, I got a job.
Really? What kind of job?
Beads.
Bees?
Beads.
Beads?
Job's not on board.
Beads are very big right now. Anklets, necklaces, you name it.
Bracelets.
But I'll need some startup money.
I'm in. But we're gonna need a lot. Beads aren't cheap. Are beads cheap?
Job, shouldn't you be in bed?
Well, we got a meeting with Dad's attorney today. He's gonna want me to take a lie detector test to use as evidence in Dad's trial, but I don't want to. What if they ask about a magic trick? I can't risk it.
What if they ask you anything? They want me to take the polygraph test.
But I'm the oldest. The
matriarch,
matriarch, if you will.
Sure, I will. Listen, I have to do this to help out Dad, and you don't know anything about our business.
And Job, I'm not looking for a partner, and believe me, if I was, it would not be you.
Oh. Good. Well, I'll start my own business. How hard can it be? Bzzz. Bzzz. We'll see who brings in more honey.
He's thinking about bees again.
And later, the family made a huge, tiny mistake.
Come on!
Beads or bees? No, it's beads. But we gotta save the bees. at least in terms of our food supply. We do need it. From an entomology professor, Sasha G. I didn't know you were an entomology professor. That's very fancy. Save the Bees does not include honeybees. They are an invasive species from Europe, decimating our local bee populations. If found in an uncontrolled environment, destroy. Wow. Unfamiliar with this particular aspect of bee knowledge. That's news. That's news. Okay. I have to look into your bee situation. Thank you for the super chat also. Really appreciate you. Very impressed by your entomological knowledge. Now let's talk about another population in distress all the way down South Mexico ways. Let's talk about the famous, the elusive, the mysterious, the Axolotl.
This maze of canals is one of the last remnants of a lake system that once surrounded Tenochtitlan, the capital of the ancient Aztec Empire. These canals are famous for these traineras, these flat-bottomed wooden boats. Today, they're best known for food, music, celebration, and just general partying. But beneath all of this hustle and bustle is the last native refuge for one of the most charismatic and recognizable species on planet Earth, the Axolotl. Now you might say that word more like Axolotl,
that is
but in the Nahuatl language, which is spoken by more than 1 million people across Mexico, it's really pronounced more Axolotl. At least that's as close as I can get with my American mouth.
Phrasing?
Axolotl means water monster. It's named after an Aztec god. It's inspired a Pokemon and even swims its way through Minecraft. It is without a doubt the most famous salamander in the world. But here in its ancestral home, it's on the brink of extinction. We're here to learn how a team of scientists, farmers, fishermen, and even plants are working to protect this species and its ancient traditions and save the last wild axolotls of Mexico City. Xochimilco is a bustling borough in Mexico City with a market boasting incredible food and some pretty tempting wares. But we've got a date with La Patrona.
They're so cute. You gotta love the axolotl. You gotta. And this is a really unfortunate, but, a difficult situation to manage. Partly because their habitat has been completely destroyed. Right? It's been not complete, almost completely upended and or built on top of. And it's a very specific place that they live. Incredibly specific.
The boss.
It's actually my birthday today, and I get to celebrate it here in the home of one of my absolute most favorite animals. You see them everywhere here. They're on murals, stuffed animals. They're even on the money, which is interesting because they're actually really rare to see in the wild. I wonder how many of these people around us even know that this is the native home of this iconic animal.
But actually spotting an axolotl in the wild isn't just difficult, it's practically impossible, because these canals are not what they used to be. This shoreline is a mix of natural landmasses and human-created floating islands called chinampas. Chinampas are floating gardens that once formed the backbone of agriculture in the Valley of Mexico. Residents of Xochimilco created chinampas by building rafts from branches layered with mud. The practice may originate with older cultures like the Toltecs, but by the height of the Aztec Empire, chinampas had become essential for feeding the growing population. Fast forward several centuries, and the pressures from a growing city, pollution, and invasive fish have changed this ecosystem and pushed axolotls to the brink of extinction.
And that is why we're meeting with a group of researchers from the National Autonomous University of Mexico to understand more about the challenges that this species faces and how they're trying to save these species. Thank you for that. That was perfect. That's what I'm talking about.
This party's showing no signs of slowing, but it's time for us to head out and rest up. We've got a very early morning appointment with some scientists and hopefully some axolotls.
It's 5 in the morning. We are back in Xochimilco. It's a decidedly different vibe than the last time we were here. We are meeting up with Vania Mendoza. They're loading up to do a totally new survey of axolotls out here in the canal.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna skip part of this. We can't watch this whole thing. I'll clue you in because we actually did a story last year. Or like we didn't do the story. We covered a story regarding that thing he just mentioned, chinampas, which are like they were talking about the sort of island-like man-made agricultural system used by early Mesoamerican. Like the Aztecs, it's a form of irrigation, right? That's why there's all these canals, right? But in the story that we covered, I think it was the AP archive. It was like somewhere in the depths of the AP, had like no views on it, but we watched it. And these chinampas, as they're called, are being built on, they used to be all farmland, right? Which provided the axolotls with easy sort of access to all their favorite food, essentially, right? And we're able to more be like in the environment. But now, the more that humans are building on them, homes and other things like that, soccer pitches, whatever else, it becomes a completely different ecosystem very quickly. It's becoming a problem for these cute little guys. Let's go here.
Is analyzed.
Es muy importante saber cuántos hay en vida silvestre.
That's why it's important to know how many axolotls are left in the wild, to see how their ecosystem is doing and what they need to bounce back. Declaring the axolotl extinct would be a huge loss, not just ecologically, but also as a symbol of national identity. Mexico City cannot survive without Xochimilco or axolotl.
We didn't spot any axolotls in the wild, but with numbers so low, that's not surprising. Even the scientists who study them rarely see them here. But Vania and her colleagues at the National Autonomous University of Mexico, or UNAM, have invited us to visit their laboratory where the axolotls are a little easier to find. This is Dr. Luis Zambrano. He directs the Ecological Restoration Laboratory at UNAM. We got invited along to see how he and his lab mates are working to save this ecosystem and its iconic residents.
So this is the colony. We have 4 tanks in which we have basically divided between males and females.
What kinds of experiments and observations are you doing in the lab?
The reason we have this type of tanks is because we wanted to know the interaction with carp and tilapia. So we put carp and tilapia in one side and axolotls of different sizes in the other one, and try to check if the axolotls move to the area of the carp and tilapia or not. In those experiments, we learned that they compete for food, but they don't eat each other.
Carp and tilapia arrived in Mexico City in the 1960s and 70s. The government introduced these non-native species to help feed the city, but their populations exploded, pushing out native species like the axolotl. Within a few decades, the axolotl population had plummeted, and today scientists want...
They're so cute. They're just like little like chubby water dragons with smiles on their faces. They're so friendly looking. It makes me so sad that they're under threat.
Understand how these species interact to better inform conservation efforts. Many of these axolotls and their offspring will one day be reintroduced to the canals. In order to make sure reintroduction efforts are helping the species, the lab keeps detailed records on who's related to whom, so no one makes babies with their own family line.
If we have to make a reintroduction, then we will know that they have enough variation in terms of genetics. All of them have a unique identification numbers.
Do you view yourself as the protector of these animals?
I don't see myself as a protector of the axolotls. I see myself as a spokesman of the axolotls and the local farmers. I have this information, and this information has to go to the public.
Okay, that's enough of that, I think. There's your Axolotl coverage for the day. If you're not entertained yet, I don't even know what to say. Sunday FUNDAY has been filled with stuff. Sam Seder on CNN unexpectedly making fun of the Daily Wire's downfall. Sports. Possibly old Lighthouse, old Lighthouse keepers killing their husbands. Historically speaking, pretty cool stuff all over the place. I mean, art. Elon Simps. Game shows. I mean, we played Kanye or Hitler. That was fun. Comedy. Wildlife. But we've got a lot more to do. A lot more to do today. A lot more. I'm sorry, I'm just looking like I'm talking out loud while I go through my list. I do this from time to time. I don't know if anybody's ever noticed. I just sit here and rehash things. Let's continue talking about wildlife. You know, this Republican representative, I forget his name, came out. He was very concerned about something. But I actually, well, you'll see. Let's see what he had to say.
The chair now recognizes Mr. LaMalfa for 5 minutes of questioning on the topic at hand.
This topic at hand, that's not bashing Trump over every little thing, was it? Okay. Mr. Roberts, thanks for being here with us. And I wanted to follow up on a previous question that was asked here. Are we taking too many wolves according to someone's set goals?
By the way, if you're not figuring out what this is, and they're not being very super clear yet, I'll just let you in on what this discussion is about. This is about the protection of wolves in the United States, something we've been talking about for a while now, is there's been a lot of programs to reintroduce wolves to their native habitats to help bring those more in balance.
We count so far approximately 77 in my northeast counties in Northern California, Siskiyou and Modoc. That's the numbers that are being estimated, and they're devastating the deer population, normal wildlife population, and the livestock populations up there, just big time with only 77 wolves. So,
which one he cares most about? The deer or the livestock that, you know, people are selling?
A previous assertion that we might be taking too many. Could you follow up on that?
Yes, we are for.
Okay, hold on. I think it's at the end here where he says this thing that I just found truly, you know, well, you'll see.
That are collared. None of us has the resources to fend off this onslaught. Another is we've made multiple trips to town the last few days. Deer and antelope herds are frantically running from the calving grounds when we go by. We normally don't see them doing this. It's always when we hear the howls or get word that they are close by. Fish and Game, by the way, won't tell them they're nearby, even though they have the collars. They have to wait till they're already in their herd. Our neighbor is 91 years old. He spends almost every night driving around around his feedlot, trying to keep them from the yearlings for the past couple of months. He's exhausted. And I could tell you 10 more stories just right off the top here. This is what's going on. This is very real to these people, and they have no remedy because the wolves are more protected than the president. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lamalfa. The chair
I support it. I know I don't get a vote. I support that last thing there. These wolves should get more protection than Donald Trump. Write that down. Look at this. This was in Ontario. So yeah, all of this that you're looking at right now, these ice-covered trees, this was in Ontario, Canada. Happened suddenly, almost without warning. This is from Global News from 4 hours ago. This was like right before the stream happened. This footage came out. Apparently hundreds of thousands of people in the region are completely without power right now because of this. Look at this. This is wild. There's ice covered everything. Oh my God, look at that.
Well, it's been a long duration event, and for the hardest hit areas, the temperature dropped below freezing Friday evening, and it has stayed there until Sunday. And
damn, look at the power lines. They're just in the road. The power lines are just in the road. Holy shit. These trees aren't doing so good back here either.
Stayed there until Sunday, and throughout that time there's been periods of freezing rain, at times heavy, some gusty winds knocking down tree limbs, and of course falling onto power lines as well. All of this is because of low-level cold air, so it's very shallow near the surface, and then as you go up into the atmosphere it's milder, so it's just rain that falls onto that cold surface air, and the end result.
Yeah, we can see the end result. It's quite apparent. Wow, a little spring rain for you, huh? But a little too cold for it to really stay wet for long. My God, that is a lot of ice. Okay. Let's talk about a different water-related situation, but this time let's talk about streams, which supposedly have water in them sometimes, and it's important to keep them clean. Let's go here to Philadelphia. CBS Philadelphia from yesterday on the story. 27th annual streams cleanup removes thousands of pounds of trash from watersheds in Delaware County.
With the weather and the warm-up this weekend, many people have started spring cleaning.
Yes, and happening today across Delaware County, over 1,000 volunteers will be helping clean trash out of their local watersheds. Our Ross Timotei is joining us live now in Woodland with more on the 27th annual Delco Streams Cleanup. Ross, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. The 27th annual Streams Cleanup Saturday, pretty impressive. And over that time, volunteers have removed more than 800,000 pounds of trash and litter, and they're hoping to add to that total. So I want to bring in a special guest. Take a quick walk with me here. Carly Lair, the Executive Director of CRC Watersheds. Let's start there with your...
800,000 pounds? That's the wrong sound shot.
That's too much, man!
It is too much. How is there even that much to begin with? How? This is why we can't have anything nice.
Organization CRC Watersheds. For our viewers who don't know, what is that and what do you guys cover?
Yes, so CRC Watershed stands for the Chester, Ridley, and Crum Creek Watersheds, and we are the entity that safeguards those watersheds. So we do tree planting, stream cleanups, like we are today, to really make sure that we're taking care of those creeks for their longevity into the future.
Obviously incredibly important work. And just to set the scene for our viewers, I know it's really dark out here, but just on the other side of this tree line here is the Ridley Stream, right? Mm-hmm. So this is one of several waterways that you guys are going to be cleaning up and focusing on today, right, with your volunteer efforts?
Yes. So as I mentioned, the Chester, Ridley, and Crum Creeks is a huge area. So we have 33 different creekside locations happening just today. And we're expecting to have 1,100 volunteers out between those 33 sites, all pulling out trash at the same time.
Nice. Good to see that. People power, people banding together to clean up their environment. It's a beautiful story, a Sunday FUNDAY story, no doubt. All right. Now let's talk about rain. Let's talk about water. Let's talk about evaporation. Let's talk about how climate change can both cause drought and rain. AP Archive, with a very, I think, effective explanation of this phenomenon.
How can climate change cause both more torrential rain and worse droughts?
Oh, good question.
Water
Thanks,
constantly
Jeff, for the
moves back and
question.
forth between the Earth and its atmosphere. It goes up into the sky in the form of evaporation, which turns into clouds and then comes back down as rain. The water cycle is accelerating as the atmosphere heats up from climate change, which is caused by the burning of fuels like gas and coal. Often the result is more extremes, either too much water or not enough. Oceans absorb most of the planet's extra heat. This causes water to expand and ice to melt at the poles, raising sea levels. Then more water evaporates. Meanwhile, a hotter atmosphere holds more water vapor. That's 7% more for every degree Celsius. That moisture eventually falls back to land, sometimes in the form of hard rain that causes catastrophic flooding, including areas that have become drier because of years of drought. Longer periods of hotter temperatures and less rain dry out soil and cause plants to lose water. If that lasts long enough, it can lead to drought. In some places, arid areas are expanding and becoming permanent. The U.S. West illustrates some of the whiplash effect of climate change. Snowpack is needed to farm fields and to fill reservoirs with drinking water, but after extended drought, much of the snowmelt is absorbed by thirsty soil instead of running into waterways. When it does rain or snow, it's often intense. For example, California was inundated with heavy rain and snow in 2023. That generated more
Yeesh.
vegetation that helped feed fires when drought returned.
Well, there you go. I think a pretty clear explanation of how, if you ever wondered, how climate change can both cause more storms and more drought. It is really just sort of a feedback loop, right? A cycle of heat, evaporation, melting, drought, and then the repetition of that cycle. And if that happens enough, then certain systems are put into balance, like the aquifers and our streams and lakes where we get most of our drinking water from are all affected by this. And that statistic, I actually don't think I've ever heard it before, but for every 1 degree Celsius warmer it is, the atmosphere, 7% more water can be held in the clouds. And so I thought that was just a great and very quick explanation about all of that. All right, let's go back down south of Delaware County to Washington, D.C. And just for a moment, forget about how terrible everything is while we take in the cherry blossoms on the other side of the country, in a different Washington. That's right, we went from one Washington to the other one. Look at that. See how I did that? Started in Washington State with some cherry blossoms. Now we went all the way here, Washington, D.C.
You walk along the sidewalk between MLK and FDR Memorial. We're kind of closer to the FDR side of that.
That's the woke side. The FDR side of the Lincoln Monument, very woke. Free healthcare and Social Security. Okay. How about a little bit of spring fun? What do you say? Springtime, what happens? Oh, Coney Island is open. Let's go here to Eyewitness News ABC 7 New York. Friday, Luna Park in Coney Island celebrates 2025 opening day.
How about going to Central Park? How about going to ride the roller coaster? We've been hearing Danny talk about how beautiful and warm it's going to be. Well, what better way to enjoy it than to go to Coney Island? Luna Park is kicking off its 2025 season. Festivities start in just a few hours at noon. The weekend is going to be all celebrations. The park's going to also celebrate the 98th anniversary of the Cyclone roller coaster, which was born in 1926. The first 98 guests at the park are going to get a free ride and an egg cream. It was 25 cents to ride the Cyclone back in 1926. Because I was there.
No, you weren't.
Come on.
No,
Have you tried the Cyclone yet? Not yet, but it is top of my bucket list.
Top of my bucket list. There you go. You get a Coney Island, get a hot dog, enjoy some rides, some good old-fashioned fun. It's an idea. It's an idea, Space Fams. Just saying. Now let's stay in the New York area. Go to Long Beach. So apparently, the local government is looking to make spring less fun. Eyewitness News on the story. Apparently, Long Beach has unveiled new rules.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
To cut down on freeloading beachgoers. Oh, those damn freeloading beachgoers. What does that even mean? That sentence broke my mind. When I heard when I read that sentence, there was a schism, a cavernous void that opened up in my brain, where I tried to place the meaning of that sentence. A freeloading beachgoer? The beach? He's supposed to pay. How much are you supposed to pay to go sit on the sand, exactly? Izzy Sanchez. Astroland Park, later opened as Luna Park. That park has been there for over a century.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
You spent a lot of time there. Very nice, Izzy. Very nice. And I appreciate the super chat. Good place for a little bit of spring fun. But apparently, Long Beach, maybe not as much fun this year.
On this eve of a summer preview tomorrow, the sunshine and the warm weather, it really is priceless. But for people who are already plotting a trip to Long Beach on the South Shore, this summer, it really will cost you. Officials say the old way didn't make dollars or cents. With what to expect, here's Josh Heiniger.
After a long, dark winter, things are slowly coming alive in Long Beach. A bike ride down the boardwalk, a stolen moment on the sand.
Literally.
A snapshot of a season that isn't too far away.
Apparently a literally stolen moment in the sand.
Illegal.
Oh my god. What does that even mean? We're paywalling the beach now?
Lazy, hazy days of summer. It's so close, you can taste it.
It's just our backyard. A lot of houses here, they don't really have a backyard. Or they don't have a large backyard, so we kind of all grew up at the beach.
Anna and her dog Bacon came down in their matching sweatshirts for a brief summer preview at dusk tonight. A little more than 30,000 people live year-round in this South Shore city, and they stay mostly for one reason: that beach, gloriously rebuilt after Superstorm Sandy. Residents pay to use it in the summer, and visitors are also supposed to pay $15 a day. But
there's some people that come for the day and, try to game the system, whether that's passing.
How dare you game the beach? How dare you attempt to enjoy the beach without paying the beach tax?
Illegal.
Another New York fact from Izzy Sanchez. The Warriors was filmed outside of the park where the guy said Warriors come out and play. It was just on the boardwalk next to Astroland Park. That's a fact. Write that down. Bunch of New York facts here today. See, even facts in New York trivia. I mean, what else do you need, chat? Are you not value-tained?
Are you not entertained?
What aren't we going to cover today? That might be easier, actually, to do a list of the stuff we didn't cover rather than we did cover. Now let's go to the ocean. Talk about some wildlife. Specifically, sharks. Apparently, a scientific breakthrough may have been happening.
This one species of shark made clicking sounds while we handled it underwater.
Could you jump up?
I had never considered that any of the sharks I was studying could make any sort of sound, because I was also under the assumption that sharks are silent fish. The actual experiment that we were running at the time was actually, it's called behavioral conditioning. So I was training the sharks to respond to sound, and I was providing them with a food reward if they would, you know, come to the speaker and draw circles underneath the speaker. And so it required some routine handling of the animals. And so that's when I realized, oh, one of the species that I was working with, which is the rig shark, made these clicking sounds when I was trying to ID it.
It's science.
When we first got the sharks, they actually did quite a lot of clicking, but after a few weeks, the clicks got less and less, and then eventually they didn't click anymore.
Weird. And so, yeah, they have more studying to do to figure out why they're making these sounds, but it's a fascinating scientific discovery of an oceanic variety. While we're in the ocean, let's talk about this situation, which is perhaps fun, but also an environmental problem. Cruise ships, of which there are quite a few traversing our seas. One cruise ship is heading from France to Miami. Here's France 24 from yesterday. MSC World America cruise ship headed from France to Miami. Let's do it. Let's talk about it. People are gonna be cruising, I am sure, this spring.
This giant of the seas has finally set
Jesus Christ.
sail.
Look
After
at
more
that
than
thing.
2 years of construction on France's Atlantic coast, the MS...
That's too big. That's too big.
That's too much, man!
Why is it bigger than the buildings? It is insane how big we build these fucking cruise ships now. Look at that thing. Why is it making the coastline look small?
After more than 2 years of construction on France's Atlantic coast, the MSC World America is now on course for the United States.
Look at this thing.
It's a send-off carried out with a certain pride.
Hey, I'm ready to climb on right now.
I worked on the construction from start to finish, so you see it when it's a pile of metal, and then you see the final result.
With its 22 decks, this floating city offers 19 restaurants, plus bars, theaters, and 7 swimming pools. Here,
excuse me?
the excesses of the cruise industry are on...
How many? What? 7 swimming? That's too many swimming pools. No one needs 7 swimming pools.
In 7 swimming pools. Here, the excesses of the cruise industry are on full display. The MSC World America is 333 meters long, longer than the Eiffel Tower, and as tall as the Notre Dame. It can carry up to 6,700 passengers. This new cruise liner is only slightly smaller than the Icon of the Sea, the world's largest cruise ship launched last year. In comparison, even the Titanic looks miniature. And along with increases in size, cruise ships continue to rise in popularity.
In 2023, compared to 2019, the last classic reference year before the pandemic, growth was 6% worldwide. 6% in France, too, by the way. So yes, the cruise business has a bright future ahead of it.
As ships grow, so do the climate-damaging emissions that cruises produce. On average, one of these ships emits as much greenhouse gas per year as 10,000 cars, even if these new liners run on natural gas.
Yeah, of course, even if they run on natural gas, also contributes to climate change, stupid. Of course, even if they run on natural gas, it's still, yeah, no shit. 10,000 cars per year for one of these cruise ships? Holy shit. Wow. That's too much. Okay. All right, let's go. This is kind of an environmental story, but it also loops back in with politics right now. But farmers in Italy are dealing with a situation, the Trump tariff war. Parmesan is at stake. I'm sorry, Pecorino Romano. Oh shit, I forgot. Where's my phone? Oh god, the space police are after me.
Il 51% del pecorino prodotto in Italia va all'esportazione verso la parte, diciamo, degli Stati Uniti.
Oh, I'm unprepared. I was going to try and read the subtitles off of my phone, which would have been easy, but unfortunately, my phone died during the stream. I had to plug it in. So I have no translations for you. But here's the general vibe, because I did read the translations of this beforehand. AP can't be bothered to actually put it into subtitles for us. That would be too much. Basic vibes? Nutshelling, if you will. Italian farmers are concerned about the tariffs. They believe it might even put them out of business. You might no longer get your Italian cheeses. That would be sad for everyone. Okay. Now let's go to this story, which we have some developments, some more information on this. We're going to go all the way to Asia now to talk about what happened in Myanmar and Thailand. This 7.7 magnitude earthquake, which struck on, I believe it was was it Friday? Right? It was Friday night, right? Or, well, Friday night here, Saturday morning there, I guess. I've got that. I think I've got that right in my head. Let's go here. If you missed it, this is some of the footage. Shit is wild. It's already been a very large number of deaths reported. Over 1,500 people between Myanmar and Thailand. Pretty horrifying stuff. Well, that was the view from the ground. Here's the view from the sky, if you will, on top of some of these buildings that were shaking uncontrollably. There you go. The best view of this earthquake you got. A little hard to focus with the way the rooftop pool turning into a water park all of a sudden. Let's go see some of the aftermath of all this. We got new videos of some of the destruction that was seen here. This is Forbes from yesterday. Jesus, look at these buildings. That's the thing you notice in this is like, or you don't notice it, but like you notice the effect of it, because the fact is Myanmar not only is a place that doesn't have a lot of money, but also doesn't have a lot of earthquakes. So none of these buildings are, at least most of these buildings are not built to withstand an earthquake. Certainly not one of a 7.7 magnitude. And the size of it was enormous. Like the length and depth of this thing. 1,500 kilometers long, which is why it stretched all the way from an epicenter in central Myanmar all the way down to basically the southwest coast of Thailand and Bangkok. 1,000 kilometers deep. Just wild stuff. And then you look around, you see all of these buildings just on their sides or like tipped into the one next to it. This is going to be bad for Myanmar. This is where this is. This is not Thailand here. This is Myanmar. A place that's in the middle of a civil war, is under military rule, and has been dealing with recent ethnic cleansing. Just full stop. Not allegations, just ethnic cleansing. Rohingya, like 90% of the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar have been forced out of the country. I wonder if this will cause people to be less xenophobic. Not even really xenophobic, just, what's the word? Racist, I guess. It's kind of, not really... Can you be xenophobic against somebody who doesn't actually have... The fact is, Rohingya Muslims don't have a state. I guess it's still xenophobia. They've never had a state. They're one of the largest stateless peoples. Them and the Kurds. Alright, let's go now to the skies. See from above. Satellite imagery. Guardian News from 15 hours ago showing the devastation caused by Myanmar. Sorry, by the earthquake in Myanmar. Satellite images revealing the destruction. Oh my god. There goes that bridge. There goes that neighborhood. There goes that temple. Oh, there's another temple. 2 temples, 3 temples. Oh my god. Wow. Crazy. This is the latest video I have on all this. Is BBC News 15 hours ago. Myanmar earthquake death toll hits 1,700 as foreign rescue workers join the search for survivors.
Hello, this is BBC News. I'm Catherine Biarahanga. Let's head to Bangkok and join my colleague Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, hi, Catherine. Just in the last few minutes before you came to me, we did have some movement here in Bangkok. some officers came around and they were asking the relatives of those victims of this collapsed building to go to another area. We're waiting to hear where they're being brought. It could be perhaps for a briefing, but we don't understand what's going on just yet. It's something we are keeping an eye on. Now, this building collapsed due to that earthquake all the way over in Myanmar on Friday. That 7.7 magnitude earthquake, really a significant event that's caused a lot of damage throughout.
Does this guy think he's in Myanmar right now? He's in Bangkok, which is in Thailand. Hello.
The UN is saying that the severe lack of medical supplies, in fact, from trauma kits to tents for health workers, is really hindering earthquake relief efforts in Myanmar. They've also said that they've had reports that the military junta launched airstrikes less than an hour after Friday's earthquake, adding that, quote, it's almost as if they wanted to target the people responding to people trapped under the rubble. Now, our colleagues at BBC Burmese are reporting that the number of people who have died is now around 1,700, with 3,400 injured and 300 estimated to be missing. Now, the epicenter was near the second largest city of Mandalay, but its impact was felt more than 1,000 kilometers away here in Thailand, where 17...
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's even longer than I remember. I thought it was 1,500. 1,700. Jesus Christ. Now, one thing that makes all this so incredibly complicated and is going to cause there to be delays in aid coming in the cleanup, in dealing with the aftermath of the situation. That situation, like I said, is going to get worse because of the lack of ability to coordinate, right? To do those efforts. Because in Myanmar, there's no clear leader with which to coordinate with, just on a broad scale. Because different parts of Myanmar are controlled by different warring factions. There's like, depending on how you want to split it up, there's almost like a dozen different factions. Many of them are fighting together, but like in terms of like reaching out, some areas are controlled by rebels, some areas are controlled by the military. The military that did the coup back in 2020, 2021? Was it 2020? Whatever it was. But yeah, it just greatly complicates the ability for foreign aid to get into the country, let alone having Myanmar actually work together to fix the situation. Because, of course, if you say, I don't know, give it to the military, then there's a high likelihood that the places that are under control by the different sort of guerrilla factions fighting the military will not receive aid, right?
Help! I'm being repressed!
And, so that leaves you with trying to communicate with a whole bunch of different groups to try and make that happen. And that just, that makes things a little more difficult. Let's go to South Korea. And before we talk about that wildfire that we've been keeping our eyes on all week, I figured we'd go here to the AP archive. This happened midweek. We missed this story. But a massive sinkhole opened up in the middle of a street in Seoul. Take a look at this puppy. 5 lanes of traffic. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and part of the 5th bike lane, it looks like. And a tree. Part of a sidewalk. Maybe, actually, that's pretty almost complete sidewalk. It's hard to tell, but it looks like there's a bush line here. So full sidewalk and 5 lanes, 1 sinkhole. Jeez. It's almost in this person's garden right here. Thing is huge. Can you see how deep it is? Didn't think so. Okay. Now let's talk about the wildfire. The biggest wildfire in South Korean recorded history, which has burnt up villages, mountainsides, entire mountains, honestly, temples. By the way, I should give you more information on what this video is. On the left side that you're looking at, that is the before pictures. On the right side, it's the after pictures, right, or videos, whatever you want to call it. And you can see the distinct difference between the two. Great context given here by the Reuters outfit today. But yeah, you can clearly see the same bell. This one's now cracked, broken on the ground. It's a centuries-old Buddhist temple, which was burned to the ground after recent Korean wildfires. Oh my god, look at that. It's all gone. Holy shit, dude. Look at that. It was so... Look at it. It was... Wow. It was really, really beautiful, too. Literally just history being burnt to the ground in minutes. The speed at which they were talking about these fires going down the mountainsides was pretty intense. Entire mountains taken up in an hour. Wow. Hundreds of years of history all burnt up in an instant. It is just a horrifying thing to behold. We have one more on this. This is CNA. I think this is either Indonesian or Filipino organization. From a day ago. Let's go here.
South Korea finally sees an end to its worst ever wildfires as authorities fully contain the fast-moving flames after 7 days. Police are now investigating the cause of the fire and will be summoning a suspect for questioning on Monday. The man, who's said to be in his 50s, was allegedly conducting an ancestral rite at a family grave on a hill in Uiseong County in North Gyeongsang Province, where the wildfires began. Thousands of personnel were mobilized to tackle at least 5 active hotspots nationwide. The blazes killed some 28 people and injured 37, including firefighters. About 38,000 people were forced to evacuate. The combined damage in both North and South Gyeongsang provinces totaled about 48,000 hectares of forest. Jesus. That's approximately 80% of the size of South Korean capital Seoul.
Wow.
In particular, North Gyeongsang was one of the worst hit. The province reported at least 24 deaths and about 45,000 hectares of land razed, equivalent to more than 63,000 football fields.
Oh my
Many
God.
buildings, homes, and dozens of cultural heritage sites were also reduced to rubble. CNA's Lim Yun-suk was in Andong, the capital of North Gyeongsang province. She has more on the situation on the ground as residents try to salvage what's left of their homes.
Kim Dal-gun cannot believe this is what's left of his home here in Andong, where he has lived with his wife for about 10 years now.
이게 집인데 여기서 뭐 우리가 나는 여기서 생활하고 기사는 여기서 생활하고 이랬거든. 그래
This is our house. I stayed around here, and my wife stayed here too. It's one house. This is painful to see. What can we do? South Korea. Much of South Korea. It's weird to say southeastern South Korea. It's a weird sentence. Because this wasn't just one fire. There was like 3 main fires all at once amidst really windy conditions. There's already a drought in South Korea, a place which usually has a lot of rain, which in turn, creates very lush forests, which, when it's dry, creates a ton of fuel to burn. Jeez. Okay. Well, it would seem people are already trying to rebuild as these fires are now dissipating in the area. But the after effects still will linger on for who knows how long. Let's go now to Japan. South China Morning Post with a hypothetical question. What happens if Mount Fuji erupts? Okay. I don't know. What happens? Lava, I assume. Mountain go boom boom. New research predicts what may happen if Japan's famed Mount Fuji erupted. While there is no volcanic activity now, scientists worry about a potential major disaster. 490 million cubic meters. The estimated amount of ash that Mount Fuji could release in a major eruption. That is about 10 times more debris than from the 2011 Tohoku earthquake. The ash could blanket an area from Mount Fuji to western Tokyo district of Sagamihara, Shizuoka Prefecture, and cities of Yokohama and Kawasaki, as well as the 23 wards of Tokyo, would be covered in, what was that, 3 centimeters of ash? That's a lot. The report about outlined measures to be taken to protect people living near Mount Fuji. Emergency shelters would be needed, since volcanic ash would cover exposed surfaces. Authorities would need to issue an imminent disaster alert and evacuate affected areas. Yeah, you would. You'd also need to have a bunch of food ready to go, because we wouldn't be able to grow food underneath ash. Be a lot of stuff that would happen if it was all covered in ash. Be bad. Okay. Now let's go to the very top of the world. It's really neither east nor west. It's just top. North. It's just as south. The bird, well, I think actually, whatever. Don't worry about it. Let's go as far south as possible. To Antarctica. Talk about what scientists eat while studying ancient ice in the South Pole. PBS Terra with the answer.
Antarctica is a continent where basically no food grows.
Penguins regurgitate seafood to feed their young. And we caught a bird feasting on the placenta of a newborn seal.
You could say options are pretty limited here. So what are we, now hardened Antarctic explorers, supposed to eat?
From the moment we landed, what's this? Arlo and I were basically obsessed with food. Stop eating up, we're about to order a pizza. If you're gonna get a slice of pizza 20 minutes before dinner time, I'm at least gonna shame you about it. Ew.
Oh
For
my
good
God.
reason.
What an animal.
Yeah.
Tom Senti is the culinary manager.
Oh my God. She's right. Gross, dude.
Don't be creepy.
Why would you? First off, there's 2 things wrong with that. Picking up and putting onto your food, something that just fell onto a very much non-sanitized surface, and then doing that with the tongs that everybody uses and putting them back. All of that's super gross, dude. Come on.
Come on!
McMurdo Station.
The amount of calories needed for somebody working out in the deep field can be 32 to almost 5,000 calories every day.
For context, the USDA recommends average adults to consume between
this is making me
1,600
hungry
and
again.
3,000 calories per day. Not only is working down here just by nature very physically demanding, but the extreme cold also itself causes you to burn more calories to keep warm.
And we're not just making this up. Loads of scientific research supports it. So we craved food, especially carbs, all the time.
There's like 3 more pounds of pasta in there.
And it's not just us.
My second year, I decided to go on a diet, and my diet meant no thirds. So
No what?
No thirds.
You still have seconds?
So
The station is home to around 900 people in summer. So the kitchen staff is responsible for feeding a lot of very hungry mouths.
And a huge amount of food needs to be prepared to keep the station running.
Wow. Yeah. This is big. Everything in here is like supersized. Yeah. Like that is a tub of chips.
And that takes a lot of planning.
So we're creeping on almost thinking 1 million meals out to make sure I don't run out of bacon right at the end, if you will.
A massive food order is placed in May for the following year. All the food then gets shipped down on a boat that arrives in January. And that food needs to feed the population for the...
Imagine doing one shopping trip per year. Oh, wow.
next year.
That's unfathomable. You're planning for 1 million meals.
That can't be healthy. That means that almost literally everything they're eating has got to be processed in some way, form, or fashion. To be kept for that long, it's got to be rough.
18 months in advance.
Right. So, how do they do it? What is the secret sauce?
Our first clue can be found here. In the historically preserved hut of Robert Falcon Scott.
So is everything that we're seeing in here vintage from...
Yes, it's exactly as it...
So like that pot.
That pot, yeah.
Scott used that pot.
Yeah, Scott used that pot.
MIDI, not a lot of black people. Yeah, I know there seems to be a real lack of diversity on this hunk of ice down there. Not
and
sure.
this table. Oh, sorry. I probably wasn't supposed to touch it.
What that's about.
We'll cut that part out.
Scott's team was one of the earliest to explore the continent.
Okay, I told you I'd cook you something.
And some of their provisions are literally still on the shelf.
Hold this. All right, no one come back. Where are you going? All right. I just want to point out how Heinz was still a thing this time.
Pickling, canning, jarring, and other methods kept these foods shelf-stable for those explorers. And they're still here today.
Anchovy paste?
Let's hope that's not what the Antarctic scientists are still eating. I mean, all that's got to be way out of date at this point. No, it's just a historical cabin preserved in time and ice. But yeah, it would seem that these scientists are up there eating a lot of food because they need the calories. But basically all of it's processed. Alright, now talk about some other food-related situations. But instead of talking about ancient ice-studying scientists in Antarctica eating processed foods, let's talk about ancient crops that we as humans have forgotten how to grow. Here's YouTube channel SciShow from 10 days ago. Been holding on to this one for a particular Sunday Funday. And this was the day.
Out of all of the food eaten by all of the humans on the entire planet, 1/2 of those calories comes from just 3 staple crops: maize, wheat, and rice. But it wasn't always like this. People used to chow down on all sorts of things. Some early crops are familiar, like squashes and sunflowers, but have you ever heard of knotweed? What about maygrass? Pitseed goosefoot? In their heyday, these crops did a fine job sustaining human populations until circumstances changed. They fell out of favor, and they were more or less forgotten, until recently. Scientists are now rediscovering the foods we used to eat, and these lost crops provide new insights about our past and can teach us lessons for the future.
Interesting.
Oh, another cookie. Interesting.
Lost crops are
to work,
plants
yeah.
that were at one point domesticated, but no longer are. Here in North America, these are knotweed, sumpweed, little barley, maygrass, and pitseed goosefoot. All 5 of these plants have living relatives that look like weeds you might want to remove from your garden instead of growing on purpose. While they might not look particularly appetizing, they nevertheless served as an important food source for Indigenous Americans, important enough that Indigenous communities even started to domesticate them. Evidence of the domestication of these plants has been found throughout the prairie regions of what is now the United States, including the states of Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, and Iowa. Scientists know that these were at one point domesticated because the seeds that have been found by archaeologists and paleobotanists throughout this region look markedly different from the seeds of their wild relatives. The domesticated seeds are larger and have thinner seed coats, both of which make the seeds more nutritious and easier to eat. The presence of these traits suggests that people had been purposefully cultivating these plants to enhance these specific properties. Plus, these seeds have been found by the millions in large storage pits and in human poop, so those are some pretty surefire signs that someone had been saving them up and eating them. Some of these seeds were found in a cave in Kentucky as far back as the 1930s. However, at that time, they were dismissed as being too small to be a major food source and therefore not worth paying attention to. There are a variety of factors that likely went into this dismissal. First, these...
Love that.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Yeah. 20th century, early 20th century science couldn't possibly fathom how people could eat food made from small things. Better disregard that for 100 years.
Are quite small. For example, goosefoot is a relative of quinoa, but has even smaller seeds, and the scientists of the 30s just could not fathom that people would spend time growing, harvesting, and preparing something so small as a food source. Additionally, the scientists in the 30s didn't have the same kinds of tools that science.
Yeah, there's that. I also feel like it's not just the tools, though, right? I think some of it has to do with the sort of racism that ran rampant among Americans about their greatness. I mean, about, manifest destiny and things like that. Even in the 30s, there are plenty of people who still believed in that bullshit. And probably more likely they were just like, we're not going to attribute cultivation of these things and whatever else to Native Americans.
Have at their disposal now,
It could be
like radiocarbon dating, to know how old the seeds were.
Just
and
saying.
finally, it seems like the world was just not ready to change its perception of how agriculture came to be. See, there's this big stereotype when it comes to agriculture, which is that it was invented only a few times in a few specific places. At that point in time, the prevailing belief was that agriculture popped up in Mesopotamia, the Yangtze River Valley, and Mesoamerica, and then spread like wildfire throughout the world. In the Americas, the belief was that development and spread of agriculture was tied to the spread of the use of corn, more precisely referred to as maize. Maize originates from a...
History started on October corn. Nobody ever cultivated anything before then. Hold on. Now I'm just going to skip ahead to here.
And of those abundant plants, people would likely choose the plants with the largest seeds that were the easiest to harvest, putting selective pressure on the plants to have certain traits without necessarily meaning to. Eventually, this could have turned into purposeful selection and cultivation of plants with the best yields that are the easiest to grow, and lo and behold, Agriculture. Another potential early agricultural scenario involves bison. The living relatives of these plants can also be found in plains where there are bison, and specifically only where there are bison. Some of these plants are reliant upon the bison to thrive. Only since the reintroduction of bison to the American prairie in the past few decades has there been substantial quantities of some of these lost plants. The prairies are a densely populated ecosystem, hard for new seedlings to get a foothold. But when the bison trample and eat the tall grasses, these lost crop species will grow in the newly tilled soil. This tendency is very noticeable with the lost crop sumpweed, which turns...
It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy to think that, you know, one plant depends on one animal to eat a different plant so that it can thrive. That seems to be the case. Many of these ancient species thrive with bison, which have, you know, roamed, you know, the North American continent for a very, very long time, and have unfortunately gone almost completely extinct until recent, like, sort of reintegration efforts, although they're not even that, they've been all that successful. They have some degree reintroduced or improved on bison populations in some places where it's been done. I just thought it was a fascinating little thing for a Sunday Funday for us to get into. Not all that perhaps relevant to our lives, but I feel like it just made me think more than anything else about like what else we've lost. You know, it's like, well, you know, it's just sort of making me question. All right. Well, let's do space news real quick. If you missed it yesterday, let's watch a little bit of the solar eclipse.
Now, we should say that, of course, this all depends on the weather.
Oh, yeah.
And it is a very mixed picture across the Northern Hemisphere today. We have telescopes on the ground in 7 locations today, and it's been pretty chaotic this morning with weather reports coming in, some of them good, but mostly not so good. We've had some last-minute relocations. It's all been pretty hectic here. Anna and I.
Yes, unfortunately, for those of you on Earth, you are bound by the clouds. Bound by the clouds, unable to see certain spatial phenomenon occur. Thankfully, we have stuff like this. They had some bangers here on the Guardian News live stream while watching the lunar eclipse, the passing of the moon between the Earth and space. As it cast its shadow on our source of heat and light. It was pretty cool. Saw it from all different angles, from all sorts of places. Rome, Denmark, Sweden, the UK. It's all pretty cool. When it happened, this was live streamed, I think it was, whatever it was, I think Saturday. But while we were sleeping over here on the space station. Now, let's go to this one. A little bit of fun, a little bit of Sunday fun day action here. How do you feel about space fashion? That's right, people. Space runway time. This is the future of fashion. Flowing garments, accompanied by strange helmets. Sunglasses indoors. A lot of sunglasses indoors. Perhaps protective headwear. Puffy boas attached to your clothing. Very wide cut. Angular overalls, I guess maybe you might call this. See-through muumuus. Visorless visors. A lot of gold. Shiny things. Very, very shiny things. Stuff that might be a little hard to get through your average day with, but hey, it looks good. And there's, I think, my favorite outfit, the Battlestar Galactica president outfit. The Galactic Senate suit for women. Look at that. Elegant, but serious. Professional, but fun. Maybe ready to sip a cocktail, but maybe ready to legislate, galactically speaking. Okay. Now, we've got this horrifying story. A space blunder. A galactic catastrophe, if you will. This is a cosplay. No, it was not cosplay. That was the latest Pierre Cardin Space Age collection in Paris. From a couple weeks ago, out of the AP archive there. Might be 2 weeks old, but I think it's the future. Oh man, did you miss the Yeah, you did miss the Sam CNN. But it's in the stream. You can go back. You can go back in the stream. We did it in the second. I think it was the second half, like an hour, like 2.5 hours or so in there. I think you could go back in the stream and watch it. I'm sorry, we already did it. I tried to hold off at a very reasonable rate. I was like, all right, we'll wait until the second half. Hopefully, we'll be at max viewership at that point, and as many people as possible can watch it live. Yeah, we're already in the space half right now. We're about to be transitioning into Earth news here shortly. But first, some more space news. A space blunder. Guardian news from 14 hours ago. Orbital rocket launched from Europe fails and falls back to the ground. Horrible. The first orbital rocket launched from mainland Europe fell to the ground and exploded after takeoff. Looking good so far. The German startup ESAR Aerospace. Oh my god, these are the fastest of all time. Please hold. What is that? The German startup ISAR? I don't know how they pronounce this. ESAR Aerospace had described the launch as an initial test. Yeah, sure it is. That produced extensive data that his team could learn from. Ah, yes. Gotta blow up a rocket to learn. So true. Oh no, that's not looking great. Nope, you don't want to do that on takeoff. Nope, you definitely don't want to. Well, that's going to be the wrong that's the wrong direction. No. Damn, even holy shit, look at that. Look at that cloud from the water. That's saying something. Made the water blow up. Nope. Never mind. Wow. A lot of failed rocket launches lately. Maybe the world's least effective missile. Range of a couple hundred yards. Alright. You know what? We're going to break now. We're going to break now, and then we'll do a fourth half after these short galactic messages. Now, if you've noticed, we are dealing with some bad audio issues, still trying to crowdfund new audio interface. We are quite close to it, but, you know, if you want to help contribute to that, do consider one of these many ways I'm about to list in just one short moment. For you to help support our efforts here, some brief space messages. That's right, I hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit the little bell icon as well so you get the latest galactic notifications. While you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your support, of course. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships. The more members we get, the more galactic emotes we get. That's right. They are absolutely related. And we've been getting closer and closer to those new emotes. As we've been having a lot of gifted memberships lately, we are making up some of the lost ground that happened over March. We have Twitch bits, subscriptions, and on-screen celebrations. Cash App and PayPal if you'd prefer to have all of your money go directly to us, rather than having 30 to 40% of it sucked up by Twitch or YouTube. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a patron on Patreon. Just $3 US a month will get you access to some super sweet space benefits. Avatar on screens like this one before you here, like the galactic pool or the bar, or maybe even the lake. Do you want a space yacht on a space lake? I don't see why not. The carbon footprint is almost nil. So you don't have to worry about your earthly carbon footprint. Yet you can still have the enjoyment of a galactic yacht. See? One of the great uses. Something that nobody's taken me up on yet, but I'm sure it'll happen any minute now. Get a shout out every stream. Wow, so many space benefits. Secret Discord channel inside of the Galactic Newsroom Discord server. Ooh, super secret. Whoopsies. Didn't mean to do that. Anyway, chat, you make your decision. However you want to support, liking, subscribing, or helping us financially. Anyway, chat, enjoy the short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a chat. A snack. I just read Jerry's command. A chat. Don't grab yourself a chat. I don't even know how you grab it. Can you grab a chat? That seems impossible. Whatever. Enjoy the break. I'll be back. think everybody here knows what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. Better get back to your seats, space fams. We got more galactic content to go. A little bit of Earth note. I cannot talk. Why can I not talk today? What is happening? I can't say words. Words are tough. Anyway, little Earth news for us here to get going in the fourth half. Let's start talking about the United States. And just more broadly, the effect of the United States in the world. Something...
In the wake of the US foreign aid funding freeze...
something which is changing day by day. More and more. And with the end of USAID, or at least Trump's plans to end it, well, that's going to have an effect worldwide. Here's France. Sorry, not France. Is this France 24? Oh, it is. Yes, France 24. From yesterday, Trump administration formalizes plans to shutter USAID. Jet, member for a month using your galactic benefit highlighted message. Best channel and community in space? Wow.
That's too much, man!
That is too much. What a compliment. I appreciate you.
In the wake of the US foreign aid funding freeze, this men's health clinic is closing its doors. Donald Trump's administration has now detailed plans to slash almost all remaining jobs at the US Agency for International Development and shutter the agency. At its peak, US aid employed some 10,000 people. That number is now set to decrease to 15 positions. It marks a far more dramatic reduction than the Trump...
10,000 down to 15. I wonder if 15 people can do the same job that 10,000 people regularly do. I have to do some math over here. Run the calculations back in the nerdery. Check the facts and the figures, the graphs.
Administration envisioned when it began cutting jobs earlier this year. Some members of the administration have accused the agency of widespread waste.
Unfortunately, U.S. aid strayed from its original mission
Really?
long ago. As a result, the gains were too few and the costs were too high.
Oh.
US
I
aid
see.
supporters, meanwhile, insisted to save...
So you're helping too many people and not getting enough soft power benefits from it? Is that what you're saying? Too much help, not enough do what I want.
How rude.
Lives bolstered civil society and helped to fight hunger and poverty across the globe.
Immediately, if not sooner.
With the cuts dealing a sharp blow to health programs, some experts fear a renewed AIDS epidemic.
Certainly hundreds of thousands will die. Especially in sub-Saharan Africa, we will see extreme consequences of the cuts.
Despite the cuts, Trump has vowed that the US will assist with the response to Southeast Asia's deadly earthquake. Lawmakers insisted that endeavours to downsize the agency were illegal, and both staff members and unions sued to prevent them. But on Friday, a US appeals court lifted an order preventing Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency from making further cuts to the agency.
Oh, how nice of them. How good and so great. What a great judge. What great judgment. Allowing these idiots to do whatever they want to USAID, which I guess will be immediately, if not sooner, run by 15 people and have no budget. So that'll be the end of that, I guess. Won't be helping anybody anymore. Just taking. Just invading and taking and terraforming and whatever else. Bombing, I guess. But certainly invading or threatening. Let's go to Greenland, where those threats are becoming more and more real. TRT World. The visit of Vice President Vance to Greenland amid growing anti-US
This wasn't the trip that JD Vance had planned when he announced he was going to Greenland. It still might be the one he wanted. The US Vice President and his wife arrived at a US military base in the north of the Arctic Danish island on Friday. Their trip comes amid ongoing claims by Donald Trump and his administration that they'll acquire it sooner or later.
Illegal. We know that too often our allies in Europe have not kept pace. They haven't kept pace with military spending, and Denmark has not kept pace in devoting the resources necessary to keep this base, to keep our troops, and in my view, to keep the people of Greenland safe.
Vance's visit was greeted with a frosty reception.
Did he say keep our Greenland safe? It's not America's Greenland. Did he say that? What?
Devoting the resources necessary to keep this base, to keep our troops, and in my view, to keep the people of Greenland safe.
I see.
Vance's visit was greeted with a frosty reception. Originally supposed to be included on the trip was dog sledding and local tours and photo opportunities.
We will keep you safe whether or not you want it, Greenland. Do you hear that? JD Vance says so. Even if you don't want us to ensafen you with our troops, it might just happen. And in fact, JD Vance was quoted later saying that we need to take a significant position in Greenland. Here is part of that speech from yesterday, Forbes Breaking News.
There, we'll work on the next stage of the ceasefire. Yeah.
The president has previously not ruled out military force when he's talking about taking over Greenland. But your rhetoric today is more about encouraging the Greenlandic people to vote for independence. Do you think the rhetoric has changed about that, or what's your message there?
No, I don't think it's changed at all. Look, the president said clearly he doesn't think that military force is going to be necessary, but he absolutely believes that Greenland is an important part of the security, not just of the United States, but of the world, and of course the people of Greenland too. It's very simple. I think the president's been very consistent here from his State of the Union, from his inaugural address, and every public statement that he's made. This territory, Greenland, really matters for the security of the United States. It's extremely vulnerable right now. And if the people of Greenland were willing to partner with the United States, and I think that they ultimately will partner with the United States, we could make them much more secure,
immediately, if not
a lot
sooner.
more protection, and I think they'd fare a lot better economically as well. This has to happen. And the reason it has to happen, I hate to say it, is because our friends in Denmark have not done their job
the stupid
in keeping this
Danish people.
They just haven't done it.
Oh.
It's very simple. For all of our friends in the American media who attack the administration for pointing out the obvious, what is the alternative?
Help! I'm being
to give up the North Atlantic, to give up the Arctic, to China, to Russia, and to other regimes that don't have the best interest of the American people at heart? We have no other option. We need to take a significant position in Greenland to keep the...
What does that mean? Take us as that? I mean, that sounds like land grabbing to me. We need to take a significant position. We already have a position, if you will. We have a base in Greenland, the Pacific Space Base for Space Force. What does that mean? We're just gonna take the land? I mean, this is out of control, dude. This is out of control. How else am I supposed to take that? He used the word take. Not be given. Not to, I don't know, I'm trying to think of more antonyms to this word. Not to steward, or, I don't know. Just take. We're just going to take it. Just take a significant position. How big is a significant position? What does that mean? I need more answers on this one. We didn't get them, but it's real concerning. Let's see how some Greenlanders reacted to J.D. Vance's visit. I mean, there were plenty of protests going on. People were pretty upset. 9 out of 10 Greenlanders polled said they wanted nothing to do with the United States in terms of being under U.S. rule.
So I thought, well, let's get some reaction from Greenland.
Yeah, let's do that.
So first of all, let's speak to Vitas Quikitsuk, who is the former Minister of Finance and Nordic Cooperation of Greenland. Vitas, very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. How seriously are you taking these threats?
I think
the daily events concerning Greenland shows the importance of Greenland, that Greenland is an important venue, not only for the Arctic, but also for the US military presence in the Arctic. And I think we need to look at it in that context, that Greenland matters and that Greenland is important for the security in the Arctic and also for the US.
Winter is coming. I can understand that. It absolutely is of great strategic importance. But surely, in normal times, if the United States wanted to increase its military presence and maybe build more bases on Greenland, then they can do that if they talk to the Greenland government and presumably the Danish government to negotiate a deal. But that's not what they're doing here, is it?
Well, you have to look at it in terms of that we didn't have a government for a long period while this happened. So there has been a vacuum of time with no people in the power of Greenland.
And that's the thing about this that is most, I think, offensive to me, that we've chosen to do this, right? To my sensibilities, if you will. I'm not like personally offended, but just it is insane that we have completely ignored the wishes of Greenland. They didn't invite us to this, to their, to their land for this dog and pony show for a reason, right? They just got, we talked about the elections in Greenland that just happened. And since there was no clear majority one, I do believe they have a parliamentary sort of system, and so they have to come to, they have to create a coalition first, essentially, and sign a bunch of documents and all that other kinds of stuff, right? And like form a government, because it's right now it's basically limbo. It's in like this sort of, in between time, and the fact that the United States has completely ignored this fact. They said, we will talk to you later when we're done with this, It's like, it is so, it's just, I think it's disrespectful, honestly, to just be like, yeah, but we don't really give a shit that you don't have a representative leader. We're going to come and try to influence you regardless of what you want. Even though you're already being quite nice to us by letting us have this little military base here. No, we'd like to actually, and then, I think after they started to actually pay attention for like 2 seconds, they realized just how bad the press was going to be. Because if anything, at least to some degree, Donald Trump is a man who understands the media, and many of the people around him do too, right? In fact, there's media people in his fucking cabinet whose sole jobs are not media, like Pete Hegseth. But do you know what I mean? Like, there's enough people in here who kind of get that part of politics, especially Trump. And he knew it'd be bad. It would be bad publicity to have JD and Usha walk down the stairs with a bunch of protesters there. So instead, they landed the plane on the military base and had him give a speech to the military instead. Which, in my estimation, was a blunder, because this looks worse in some ways. I'm sure it looks bad at home, but like in terms of like, it looks bad at home to get booed, right? To have your vice president and his wife get booed. But what looks worse to the world, I think, is you doing something purely militarily in this moment when you're talking about annexing a sovereign territory, showing up and just giving a military speech. Like, it feels Napoleonic. It feels, it is wildly concerning. Oh, sorry, we're not going to watch this whole LBC thing. There's another part I think I wanted here.
Vitas Quikitsuk, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Vitas is a former Minister of Finance and Nordic Cooperation for Greenland. Let's get another perspective from Carsten Sommer, retired journalist for KNR Greenlandic Broadcasting Corporation. Carsten, very good morning to you. If you gave the people of Greenland a choice of independence for Greenland, remaining effectively a colony of Denmark, or becoming a 51st United States state, which would they go for?
They would go for independence connected to Denmark, surely. I remember I was hosting the news that morning when Trump first in 2019 wanted to buy Greenland, and we the shock at 7 o'clock in the morning when we presented the news was all over the country. People didn't believe their own ears. Now it has come back, so we were a little prepared, but there is. I participated in a big demonstration 2 weeks ago here in Nuuk, where more than 3,000 people of our population here in Nuuk, 15,000 people, went to say, we don't want to be bought by US. It's a totally crazy thought for people, because all dreams have been connected to doing Greenland more independent as a state in the future, to be more have more influence on your own life, and we also know how the indigenous people of Alaska has been treated for many years. So there's no one. I think the poll said 6% saying yes and 84% saying no to that offer.
What is the relation?
Yeah, only 6% of people saying they would be even slightly interested in the United States taking a bigger role or being part of the United States. The rest of everybody else saying, no, not for me. We would like independence. Something that they seem to be genuinely looking for here in Greenland. I've seen a lot to that. And I think this next story is a good one to finish up our discussion of Greenland. Let's go here. This is from the AP archive. About to add 30% of views to this here. Very unviewed story. But some Greenlanders, amidst all of this threatening of their sovereignty, have taken to their own traditions, Inuit traditions, as many want independence from Denmark as well, and I think a lot of people in this moment seem to be inspired to remember who they are, regardless of who wants to control their territory. AP Archive 3 days ago. Greenlanders embrace Inuit traditions and reclaim their ancestral roots.
There are 2 lines at a time, which means our world and the spirit world. And the distance between those 2 lines is what we do not know.
Aviaja Raquel Senimuinak is Inuit and a Greenlander. She is also a shaman. She is proud to be part of a movement of Greenlanders reclaiming their Inuit traditions and spirituality.
Do ceremonies. I always give gifts for my ancestors. Growing up, it was natural for me to speak about the connection with the spirits, but my mom told me to never speak about it because it was dangerous. And I never understood why it was dangerous, because I hadn't experienced my ancestors' suppression.
Today, about 90% of Greenlanders identify as Inuit, and the vast majority belong to the Lutheran Church. A Danish missionary brought that branch of Christianity to the world's largest island more than 300 years ago. But there is a growing rejection of the legacy of European Christian missionaries who colonized Greenland in the 18th century and suppressed the Inuit tradition, labeling them as pagan.
The sacredness of Christianity is still sacred in my eyes, but so is Buddhism, so is Hinduism, and so is my work. And that's where I stand in this, that the arising of our culture and us as a people is also to get the equality within our culture, to acknowledge that our culture is legit. The generations that you see in here today are the generations that actually believes that we can heal. I used to feel like it was cooler to be a Dane, or cooler to be able to speak Danish, where it was embarrassing to like practice our traditions. Women, they usually played like this in East Greenland. It was taboo or weird to do the drums, or like being Inuk. I began to realize how important it is to accept someone's roots or my own roots. So that's why I think it's really important to bring that back, so our people can learn to love ourselves again.
Here we go. People in Greenland amidst all this are attempting to rediscover themselves, accept themselves in their Inuit background and culture. That was a good Sunday fun day story to do. In here, I've been holding on to it for a few days now. All right, let's go to the UK. Let's go to the UK, talk about what's been going on here. And I've got a few stories for this one. Navarra Media to start it off. Jeremy Corbyn. The one thing that the media can't seem to ever stop asking Jeremy Corbyn about is anti-Semitism.
Anti-Semitism.
Since he supports Palestinian people, Jeremy Corbyn, for a very long time, has been basically repressed and or attacked by his own government and or the media of Britain, of the UK. And it's still not over. Sky News, all the way from Australia, coming after Corbyn.
Scooby-Doo, where are you? We've got a mystery on our hands. Last night, Sky News aired a 10-minute interview with former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn. In it, Sophie Ridge asked him a range of questions over Ukraine, austerity, and of course, Israel's genocide in Gaza. But there was one issue Ridge just couldn't resist bringing up.
Now, there'll be some who, I'll be honest, think I shouldn't be interviewing you on Gaza.
Jesus Christ.
Because you're expelled from Labour after a highly critical report by the Equality and Human Rights Watchdog about anti-Semitism.
I was
in the
not
Labour
expelled for
Party.
anti-Semitism.
About after your response to the report from...
She didn't even finish saying I didn't say that, because she knows that that's exactly what she just said. Embarrassing.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
About after your response to the report from the Equalities and Human Rights Watchdog about anti-Semitism in the Labour Party under your watch. They say that they were concerned by lack of leadership in the Labour Party on those issues. What would you say to that?
Two things. One is anti-Semitism is an evil, and one anti-Semite in any party is one too many, and I said that at the time. What I did say, and I stand by, was that many of the claims were made were actually fallacious claims that were not borne out by any facts or any investigation. There was an exaggeration of them. However, I stand by the issue that anti-Semitism is an evil within our society in exactly the same way Islamophobia is an evil within our society. What's going on in Gaza is a crime against humanity, as the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court and the Geneva Convention on the responsibilities of occupying powers have shown.
Some people think I shouldn't even speak to you because of some confected, media-driven nonsense that happened.
Yes, it is exactly. But I thought his answer was, yeah, we need more of that basically everywhere at this point. Jeremy Corbyn hasn't changed a bit. All right, now let's get to the more current stories of the day. The new proposed budget from the shadowed Chancellor Rachel Reeves. Now, some Labour MPs heard what Rachel Reeves had to say during the announcement of all of this, and they thought to themselves, well, actually not just thought to themselves, but suggested that Rachel take a different tact on some of this.
The Chancellor will be aware of serious concerns regarding welfare reform, and my constituent told me last week, I'm terrified of what will happen to me if I can't work. I'm already having thoughts of suicide at the prospect of these changes and what they mean for disabled people. Today's impact assessment shows 250,000 increase in relative poverty, 50,000 increase in children living in relative poverty. What will the Chancellor do to stop this from happening?
Chancellor, the UK is the 6th richest country in the world, yet over 1 in 3 children and 25% of adults live in poverty. Since Labour came into power, 25,000 more children have been pushed into poverty due to the 2-child benefit cap. And now, according to the government's own impact assessment, over 250,000 people will be pushed into poverty as a result of these cuts, including 50,000 children. So I asked the Chancellor, who earns over £150,000 annually, has accepted £7,500 worth of free clothing, and recently took freebie tickets to see Sabrina Carpenter. Does she think austerity 2.0 is the change people really voted for?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor knows that our economy has been driven to the edge over the last 15 years, with ordinary people forced to bear the burden while a small minority have amassed extreme wealth. This is something she could change, and her own backbenchers are lining up to argue for a wealth tax. So why won't she do the fair and right thing?
I understand that this government has inherited a huge financial mess from the party opposite, caused by over a decade of austerity. But what is the justification for cutting disability benefits, especially when a third of disabled people are already in poverty, instead of choosing to tax the growing wealth of the super rich? For example, a 2% tax on assets over 10 million, which could raise 24 billion a year.
1.14 in the OBR report outlines that the planned cuts to disability benefits will reduce personal independent payments for 800,000 claimants and cut health-related universal credit for 3 million families. Isn't it time we ask those with the broadest shoulders to carry the heaviest burden rather than the poorest in our society?
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Get the rich to pay more taxes rather than take away the benefits. Yeah.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are 4.3 million children living in poverty in our society. There are 1.2 million people in receipt of PIP who are about to lose it following her statement last week. She's put a huge amount of money into defence. Could she not think for a moment of reversing the decision last week to take £5 billion out of the welfare budget?
It is estimated that in under 5 years there will be over 3 million families in receipt of disability benefits who will financially lose as a result of today's announcement, with an average loss of £1,720 per year compared to inflation. Is the Chancellor comfortable knowing that she has brought despair and horror to disabled people and their families?
My honourable friend, the member for St Albans, gave examples of alternative taxes to Labour's national insurance increases, asking that big banks, social media giants and online gambling companies to pay their fair share of tax. Can the Chancellor confirm she has heard these Liberal Democrat alternatives and explain why she isn't listening to these fair and sensible proposals?
Speaker, fiscal responsibility, unlike with the last...
Rachel looks like she's having fun over there. But yeah, these cuts do give me austerity 2.0 vibes. Spending more on defense, taking away from the poor, the unemployed, the disabled. The house heating, the heating credit, the taking away of aid for developing nations. Things like that. All of this seems like stuff Tories would do. Let's go to the BBC Question Time panel. See what Gary Stevenson? Yeah. See what he had to say over here.
On BBC Question Time, the crisis in children's mental health in Britain was put before the panel by one father who shared his story. Associate editor of The Telegraph and GB News presenter Camilla Tominey responded by putting the blame for rising levels of emotional distress amongst young people squarely on our devices.
Oh.
If you study the impacts on children of smartphones.
Oh, it's the cell phones. I see. That's why. This is the pandemic happened and then suddenly people had cell phones. That's what it is. I see. That's a great answer to a guy talking about lack of access to healthcare, saying, actually, what you need to do is not have a cell phone, and that'll fix it. He looks so unamused by this. Dude, look at his face right now. Just, about ready to call it in. Dude, he's like, I can do this. I can write my written response right now. Are you here for this?
Conservative MP Richard Holden.
This is important
for children. It's even more.
They gaslight and sort of deflect. You don't need to hear what this guy. It was basically the same idea. And then old Gary had some things to say.
Every guest on the panel, only Gary was willing to trace a line between an increase in emotional suffering amongst young people and the material conditions of the vast majority of the children in the UK find themselves in.
Wonder if all these austerity politics will help with that, huh? That'll do it. That'll fix it. You just have to get them to bootstrap harder, okay? That will solve mental health problems of children. Kids, you're not working hard enough. Stupid kids, get a job. Very lazy, very stupid children. Okay, I think we have one more. Oh, we only have two more. Oh, right. Well, we were talking about, the rich. We were talking about how maybe Britain could tax the wealthy rather than tax the poor. Gary Stevenson suggesting that young people are in a bad situation, but one guy's doing fine. Billionaire, richest man, I think, in England, Sir Jim Ratcliffe, owner of Manchester United. He went on for an extended interview with the BBC.
So Jim, good to see you. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
How would you describe your first year as co-owner of Manchester United?
Well, I think we are sort of roughly where we thought we would be, but it's obviously been quite challenging because there's been a lot to do and quite a lot of issues in the club that we need to to resolve.
You said it's kind of where you expect it to be, but
Yep.
Is the challenge facing you even greater than you anticipated?
Yeah, I mean, the nature of the challenge is what we thought it would be, but the scale of it probably is slightly bigger. But I mean, we're sort of at the moment in the process of change because United obviously has had 12 since Sir Alex retired in 2013. The club's not performed at the level that's been expected of it, and there are reasons for that, clearly, and I think unless you want that to continue, there has to be a period of change, and we're in the middle of a period of change at the moment, and that nobody likes change. It's uncomfortable, we're in the midst of it.
You've said that you're aiming for the Premier League title again within 3 years, by 2028. You've dubbed it Mission 21, a 21st title.
Yeah.
When you look at the table, does it seem like Mission Impossible rather than Mission 21 right now?
No, I don't think it's mission. I think it's good to have goals and objectives, and it's quite good to put a time rather than just a bland statement that at some stage.
Geez, this billionaire seems very sad. Perhaps it's because Manchester United finished 13th. I think it's over, right? I think the Premier League is over now. Maybe a Brit can explain that to me. But I know, it's got to be hard on him. He spent all that money, and now Manchester United in 13th place. Oh, God. Whatever will he do? Maybe buy another jet. All right. Must be nice to be a knight. And no, he didn't do anything heroic. He's just a great businessman. That's how he became a sir. Just by being a really rich guy. I guess that's the same thing as valor. Not over yet. Another month. But they are way down. Okay, thank you, Bad Lefty, for your helping me in my lack of understanding of the Premier League. Let's go now to a little event that happened. Reform UKIP? Reform, right? That's the new name. A Reform UK event. Of course, Reform was formerly known as UKIP, led by Nigel Farage. This is in Birmingham. Uh-oh. Vladimir and Nigel welcome you to Birmingham. Well, Reform UK, entrance to the far right. Entrance. Uh-oh. This cop scene's a little... What's that? Uh-oh. Nigel loved Liz Truss's mini budget. Which world leader do I most admire? Vladimir or Nigel? Aw, poor Nige. Poor Nige. Disrespected at his own event. Let's hope he never even gets to the point of being ahead of lettuce, I gotta say. I think maybe leave that one in the ground. Alright, here's a little piece of art news. We are really truly hitting everything. Sports, women's history, music, art, theater, air travel, vacation, self-amusement, mental health, all the politics. Beauty, science, space, fashion. Let's go to Paris. As they have found a long-lost painting by an old master. What do you call it? Pre-Renaissance painter Delacroix. I think he's was the Romantic era before the... Was it not pre-Renaissance? Pre-Impressionist movement, if I'm not mistaken. It has been found, a long-lost painting has been found, and is now going to be auctioned off in Paris. Here's AP Archive from yesterday. Oh, shit. Just drop it. quite stunning. Lions basking.
On m'a invité à prendre le café dans le salon. Et dans le salon, je me suis assis pas très loin du tableau et j'ai commencé à regarder donc.
Sorry, I forgot I was going to have to translate this. Damn you, AP Archive. Why must you do this to me all the time? Huh? What's your deal? Okay, take two. Made a huge tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I was completely captivated, magnetized. What is this painting? What is this oil? And in fact, as I began the estate inventory, the owner simply said to me, well, go ahead, take it. You will have to, what do you call it? At that point, I took the painting off the wall. I took a really close look. I could see that the technique was really there. It was a superb painting. Very, very beautiful, very well executed. With very beautiful ochres in different tones. So it was really superb.
Sublime, quoi, vraiment très très beau, très bien travaillé, des très beaux ocres de différentes tonalités, donc c'était vraiment superbe.
Quite a stunning painting. When I turned it over, I discovered a palette on the canvas and on the stretcher, as well as a wax seal that said ED. And as I looked at the wax seal, the sellers started saying to me, it has been said that this painting is a Delacroix. And at that moment, I had to, how shall I put it? I had to balance my excitement with caution. So it's true that when the painting in my hands, I said to myself, this is completely mad. I got a Delacroix in my hands. And on the other hand, I had a little voice telling me, wait, be careful, be careful. We still need to find the elements behind it. So yeah, they went do a little art historian stuff. Currently found in some sort of private collection in like a basement somewhere, I think, or like a barn. Been sitting around for a while, unknown to art historians, and is now going up for auction. For what price tag, I do not know. But probably a lot. Probably a lot of euros. Lot of euros. All right, let's go now. A little bit more Sunday Funday type stuff. To France 24 English from 5 days ago. I speak French. I do speak French, but I was actually translating. I also had a translation in front of me. I just had to pull it up. So don't think I was doing that as well. No. I do struggle with being able to translate out loud for people. I'm not that fluent in French to be able to hear, translate, and then verbalize for others what I'm hearing. Nope. Let's go here to, what was it? France 24. Little Sunday Funday action. Let's talk about the history of film. Lumiere!
Hello and thanks for joining us for Arts 24, and we're starting with a film showing the world's oldest moving images, 130 years ago in France, two brothers, Louis and Auguste Lumière, ushered in the age of cinema. The head of the Cannes Film Festival, Thierry Frémaux, is paying tribute to their invention in his documentary called Lumière, The Adventure Continues. It features some 100 immaculately restored short films that revolutionised the world of entertainment. Andrew Hillier has more.
For lovers of cinema, this is a sacred place, the birthplace of modern film. It was here on March 19th in 1895 that the Lumière brothers filmed their factory workers with a revolutionary piece of technology.
Ooh.
A first of many, a movie backdrop, a scene,
Revolutionary,
and
you
the
say?
stars themselves. Workers leaving the factory at the end of their shift. And it's thanks to the efforts of
Whoa,
this man,
trippy.
Director General of the Cannes Film Festival, that the shed in the film has been so well preserved, right down to the present day.
We're going to find ourselves directly underneath the original framework.
It was here that Thierry Frémaux began his career as a volunteer.
It's the original period framework that we didn't want to replace. We left it exposed. We wanted to leave it as was, worn down by the passage of time with its blemishes and mishaps.
The Lumière factories were demolished at the beginning of the 1970s. This shed is the only vestige that remains. Abandoned, it was almost lost forever.
I knew this place when I was a child, a teenager. It was completely exposed to the elements, nothing protected it. It was like a dump, a waste ground.
A protected site, it's now the entrance to the Institut Lumière, inaugurated in 1998.
Look at this magnificent iron door. We can touch it. This is what the workers touch themselves. It doesn't move anymore, but it feels like we're there. The same goes for the floor. It's the same.
Fertile ground for cinema. For 10 years, the Lumière brothers' cameras told the story of the world around them. With only 17 meters of reel, each film lasts a maximum 50 seconds. Thierry Frémaux's feature brings together the 100 or so films, which showcase scenarios ranging from action to comedy and everything else in between. A short walk away from...
Now, what I always found fascinating about the Lumière brothers is that their name basically means light in different, in French, right? And it can also not mean just like light, like the light that's emitted from a source, but also like a physical light. They're the ones who invented modern day film. Created the cinematograph, I believe it's called, which was basically the first camera able to give us video, essentially. Even if, yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for that, Dark Sparkle. Even if you speak both languages perfectly, it's a whole separate skill to translate. Being an interpreter is absolutely a skill. It's why people get paid money. The big bucks. Well, not the big bucks, but people. That's why it's a job. It takes a lot of time. Okay, now let's go here to current day Paris, where a crazy thing happened. This felt very much Sunday Funday, in line with what we do around here.
As the sun rises over Paris's famous Notre Dame, a mysterious figure launches himself from the spires.
Oh my God.
A once-in-a-lifetime view in what's likely a one-time activity. As soon as the parachuter's feet...
If that chute opened up the wrong way, that dude would have been dead. This is so wildly dangerous.
Mysterious figure launches himself from the spires. A once-in-a-lifetime view in what's likely a one-time activity. As soon as the parachuter's feet hit the ground, he bolts. The 15-second jump was completely illegal. Regular visitors of the cathedral have mixed reactions.
We've got a lot of people here, so it's a bit better from that point of view.
It's cool to see it from above, but it might be dangerous.
Yeah, definitely
We would have
dangerous,
liked
kid.
a little more security. This intrusion means it's easy to get into Notre Dame, and I find that a little worrying.
The base jumper had...
I'm not sure he got into Notre Dame. I'm pretty sure he must have climbed. I mean, he would have had to climb, at least at some point, up there. This shit is wild. That looked fun. Alright. Here's some more musical appreciation for all of you here this Earth half. Let's go to Rome. Earlier this week, a lone trumpeter outside of Pope Francis's hospital window played this.
C'è un valore che...
Qual è la storia di Stato?
Wow.
Ho appena suonato 2 pezzi.
That was Ave Maria that you just heard there. I would have preferred the jazz. I could hear that he's got some jazz chops in there. I would have preferred that over the Ave Maria.
Questa canzone si chiama You Rest Me.
Now, I don't know if it was the music, but Pope Francis did actually leave the hospital, so perhaps he was, maybe it was God, maybe it was Ave Maria, who's to say. Alright, let's get a rare peek at the hidden waterworks behind Rome's Trevi Fountain. Also the AP archive from 4 days ago. See, I've been holding on to these gems for days. This is what Sunday Fun Days are for. Take it all in, people. The craftsmanship, the beauty, the history, the culture. Maybe even the... No, I'm not gonna say it. Yeah, the secret door behind the fountain? Whoa, much fancier than I was expecting. Very fancy.
Ci troviamo all'interno della camera di decantazione della fontana.
Alright, I don't think we need the translation for this one. It's not quite not that important. Just thought it would be cool to see the inner workings behind the scenes of the Trevi Fountain. Alright. Now, let's go to Palestine. What do you say? What do you say? Democracy now. From 2 days ago, discussing the new documentary film, The Encampment, which I believe was made in conjunction with, or like, I can't remember what Macklemore had to do with this film, but he was certainly supporting. I should look this up right now. Hold on. I can figure this out pretty quickly. The encampment. He was an executive producer. He was the EPO guy. All right. So yeah. So yeah, Macklemore was an executive producer. That's right. The rapper Macklemore helped produce a film documentary on the encampments, named the encampments, about the campus protests, which happened during 2024. Here's Democracy Now! With that story/interview. Whoopsies. Oh, yep, there it is. Oops, what did I just do? Nope. Nope. Go back. Okay.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The Trump administration's escalating its crackdown on international students. On Thursday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio defended the State Department's role in the arrest of Tufts University PhD student Rumeysa Öztürk, who was seized on Tuesday by a group of masked federal agents on the streets of Somerville as she was walking to dinner. A year ago, Öztürk had co-written a piece in the student newspaper criticizing Tufts' response to Palestinian solidarity protests on campus. She's now jailed in Louisiana. Massachusetts Democratic Congressmember Ayanna Pressley denounced Öztürk's abduction, saying she was, quote, kidnapped in plain sight. Pressley wrote, quote, she's a peaceful protester, grad student, and my constituent who has a right to free speech and due process. Now she's a political prisoner. Free her now, the Congressmember wrote. Marco Rubio was questioned about Öztürk's abduction.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We have 100 likes according to Soul Life, and seemingly everyone else in chat. Okay. All right, we are getting close to the end of the stream, but actually, we might go a full 8 hours on this one. 4 full halves. We're getting close. All right, yeah, we'll get you an emotional support character. We can do that. Your wish is my command, chat. Wait, we already have Gary, don't we? We have Gary? We do have Gary. I thought so. It's hard to keep track of all these support characters sometimes. Okay, here we go. Little Scott Bakula quantum leap action for you. Take us to the right timeline, Scott. Please, if you can. This is the wrong one.
On Thursday.
A Turkish student in Boston was detained and handcuffed on the street by plainclothes agents. A year ago, she wrote an opinion piece about the Gaza war. Could you help us understand what the specific action she took led to her visa being revoked?
Yeah,
and what was your State Department's role in that process?
We revoked her visa. It's an F1 visa, I believe. I think it's crazy. I think it's stupid for any country in the world to welcome people into their country that are going to go to your universities as visitors. They're visitors. And say, I'm going to your universities to start a riot. I'm going to your universities to take over a library and harass people.
Is that what they're doing? People are coming here to expressly to start riots, and it's not happenstance. Like, the way he's talking about it, it really genuinely makes it seem like, in his mind, people left their countries of origin after having spent all that time applying to colleges, applying for visas, flying across the ocean or crossing the border, whatever it might be, to go to school, pay all that money to go to school, just so that they could get involved in political activities that you particularly don't like.
care what movement you're involved in.
No, you don't.
Why would any country in the world allow people to come and disrupt? Now, we gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree.
So will the State Department be going after any of the Israeli protesters, like the pro-Israeli protesters who harassed Palestinians, who attacked protesters, who, like there was an act of terrorism that happened, right? Against pro-Palestinian protesters. Remember that? Remember the use of, what's it called? It's like a chemical agent that was thrown. People were attacked. Will Marco Rubio be going after them? Are they going to get deported? Anybody with me yet on that one?
Not to become a social activist that tears up our university campuses. And if we've given you a visa and then you decide to do that, we're going to take it away.
This week, thousands of students and faculty and community members in Somerville, Massachusetts, have gathered to protest her abduction. Secretary of State Marco Rubio went on to say the State Department has revoked more than 300 student visas across the country. Nearly 3 weeks ago, unidentified federal agents arrested Mahmoud Khalil, a leader of the Gaza Solidarity encampments at Columbia University. He was also a negotiator with the university. He was a permanent legal resident and a green card holder. He's now being held in an ICE jail.
It was like some sort of tear gas. It's not actually tear gas. I can't remember what it's called. It's like skunk something or other. It's been used in Israel against Palestinians and things like that. And it was used here. Right? It's intended to disperse protesters and cause them extreme discomfort. Yeah. I can't remember when it happened now. It was like a year ago.
In Gina, Louisiana, Khalil is featured prominently in a new documentary called The Encampments. It's an inside look at Columbia University Gaza Solidarity encampment and the nationwide student uprising against U.S. support for Israel's war on Gaza. This is the film's trailer.
We're here to discuss the little Gazas that have risen up on campuses across America.
There is a movement to radicalize young people.
Can you believe they are chanting about the intifada in New York City?
I really believe they are brainwashed.
There was a very concerted effort by the media to portray things a certain way and refuse to discuss Gaza. Columbia is materially invested in the genocide in Gaza. We don't want our money to go towards Palestinian death.
I was born and raised in a Palestinian refugee camp. The university was cracking down on Palestinian activism on campus.
It's completely farcical to imply that in any way, like, Jewish people were being persecuted.
I have never felt more proud to be Jewish than when I was pushing our university to divest from genocide.
They would just criminalize anyone who would participate in a protest. That was the moment where students were like, we need to do something more.
The people they won't leave, what is threatening about divesting and wanting peace.
The university would say like, oh, you're overestimating your power. I remember like telling them there are 60 universities setting up encampments across the United States.
We got Yale holding it down right now on live. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids?
In '68, the students at Columbia took over the campus, mainly in protest of the war in Vietnam. Columbia talks about how it was okay then, but not okay now.
Bravery is very contagious. We kind of watched Columbia in awe, and we knew we were next.
The only weapon they have is fear, and we call their bluff. They have nothing!
The trailer for The Encampments, a new documentary produced by Watermelon Pictures and Breakthrough News. Later in the show, we'll be joined by two protest leaders at Columbia. One of them was just expelled by Columbia, a fifth-year grad student. We'll also be joined by the film's producer. But first, we turn to the four-time Grammy-winning musician Macklemore, who served as the film's executive producer. In May of last year, Macklemore released the song Hind's Hall, inspired by the pro-Palestinian student protesters at Columbia University, who occupied a campus building and gave it that name in honor of the 6-year-old Palestinian child, Hind Rajab. She was killed by Israeli forces in Gaza in January of 2024 in a car alongside of her family members. Prior to her death, Hind was on the phone for hours with emergency workers, pleading for help, pleading for them to come.
Yeah, and I'm fairly certain that everybody here watching this is all too familiar with that story of Hind. Makes me sad every time I think about her.
Lana Hadid had reached out to me. I had seen her in San Francisco at Palestinian Day back in the fall, and she mentioned the film then, and I watched it and was blown away. What BTN was able to capture, I think was a moment in American history that we will come back to time and time again when we look at resistance movements. What the students did at Columbia University was deeply inspiring to me on really every level. But it came at this point in the genocide in Gaza that I think a lot of us were feeling a certain fatigue around. What can we do? Our voices, this isn't working. And what the students did by peacefully protesting and advocating for Palestinian life and demanding that their university disclose information about the investments that they were making, their ties to the genocide that was underway.
Illegal.
And coming together and rallying for humanity in that moment was one that rekindled a flame, I think, in all of us, and definitely in myself, of the students are always at the forefront of resistance movements. If you look at American history, the students are always those that are willing to risk being demerited, facing deportation, as we see with Mahmoud, and really spearheading what was to come, which was getting millions of Americans back out into the streets and demanding for a permanent end to this genocide.
You know, the film is coming out, and now the people who are featured in the film are speaking alongside it. Grant Minor, who's just been expelled from Columbia, a graduate student there.
Illegal.
Sweta Polat, who alongside Mahmoud Khalil negotiated with the Columbia administration. I mean, originally, Mahmoud Khalil and the others were going to be live at the Q&As after the film coming out this weekend. Now he can't be reached. He's in ICE jail in Louisiana. And you have this latest news of Ramesa Öztürk, the Turkish graduate student at Tufts.
This is utterly insane that we're living in a moment where people are just being disappeared for political speech. It's only certain people, certain kinds of speech. Don't let Marco lie to you.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
It's very specific. It's not all speech. It's not, it's not all people who protest that are from different countries. Oh, no. No, it's only certain people who protest about certain things.
That is kidnapped off the streets of Somerville, Massachusetts, as she's ending her daily fast, as she's going to iftar with her friends, and she's taken by 6 masked ICE agents. Can you talk about the latest news as your songs come out and the encampments? The documentary is being released.
I don't know if I exactly have words for what's happening. I think that we are under the utmost threat that we have seen as Americans using our voice. Our First Amendment is completely being stripped away from us in real time in a way that is scary, in a way that is instilling fear, or its attempts to instill fear. And you see real life, very serious consequences to those advocating for peace. You see it with Mahmoud, you see it at Tufts yesterday. We've been seeing it the last couple weeks, and people are scared. People that have been very at the forefront and not even at the forefront of this movement that are being targeted right now and risking deportation. And I think what it's serving for me in this moment is this rally cry, right? Because if they're coming for Mahmoud, and Mahmoud, as you see in the Encampment's film, is just this very diplomatic, coming from the heart, Palestinian refugee from Syria that university student at Columbia, super educated, super tapped in, and a leader. And he is a threat. They are trying to use Mahmoud and everyone else that's been abducted the last couple of weeks as examples of this is what happens when you go against our country. This is what happens when you go against genocide. This is what happens when you criticize Israel. And the narrative that is being spun around this being hateful or a form of terrorism or anti-Semitic is the furthest thing from the truth. These are human beings that are advocating for Palestinian life, that are leaders, that are brave, that are willing to risk their own freedom for the liberation of the Palestinian people. And we, as those in community, this is a call to all of us to step up in this moment, to realize that our First Amendment is being compromised and that we must come to the forefront and ensure that this stops.
Macklemore, I was wondering.
Absolutely, and I think it's really good to see Macklemore here really sticking to his guns. Got a bunch of criticism for being pro-Palestinian, and he has not strayed even slightly. In fact, I feel like he's doubled and tripled down. Executive producing, which usually just means, although he's clearly doing more than just giving money here, but it often just means somebody who's either written into something for some deal or gave money to produce the film, right? But he's not just giving money to produce the film. He's also going out on a marketing tour using his name to stand behind the message of the film and going on to Democracy Now!, and other places, to promote it. And I really appreciate that from this guy. He could have just sat back and just lived his life as a successful musician with, I assume, at least a fair amount, certainly enough money to executive produce a film. Instead he said, fuck that.
If you can share with people your own journey. Born Ben Haggerty, you're now a 4-time Grammy Award-winning rapper. And if you can talk about what changed you and if you were afraid to speak out and what it meant for you.
I was on the road in the States on tour when October 7th happened. And the nature of being on the road is that you have a lot of time in the day. I work for an hour and a half at night doing the show. And as videos started to come out of Gaza, and to be honest, I of course knew about Palestine. I knew about Israel. I knew there was a quote unquote conflict. I didn't know about the 75 years of oppression. I didn't know about the Nakba. I didn't know what Zionism meant. I didn't know about the apartheid state and the system that is Israel. I did not know about the open air prison that was Gaza. I did not know. And I started to learn. And once I started to learn in conjunction with the videos that were coming out of Palestine, something happened in me. There was there was an awakening and a remembering of what actually matters in this world. And I think that there was that first couple weeks of like, how am I watching this? And no one else, how are we all watching this and no one in the music industry is saying anything? I feel crazy and I wanted to say something, but I would have conversations with friends and they'd be like, yeah, dude, if you say that, you're going to get canceled. If you say anything around Palestine, they'll come for you, they'll cancel you. And at a certain point, I remember I saw a fellow artist and friend Kaylani, and she had said something, and someone told me she was going hard for Palestine, and I went to her Instagram page, and I saw that, and as it says in the film, bravery is contagious, and I saw Kaylani, and I was like, okay, that's all I needed was one other person stepping up and saying this is wrong, and it gave.
Yeah. Courage is contagious. That's why we all have to keep fighting, doing whatever we can to speak out against things that are wrong and speak up for the things that are right. Here's something that's wrong. We talked about this very briefly, I think on Friday. That's when it happened, if I recall correctly. It was either Thursday or Friday. But while America was bombing Yemen, Israel was bombing Gaza again. They bombed Khan Yunis, and the largest medical facility. This is the funeral for the people who died in the strike that we witnessed earlier this week. Sorry for the abrupt transition into horrifying atrocities, but it is what we're talking about right now. You can see people carrying out dead bodies in bags here. Nasser Hospital is already nearly non-functional. You know, no access to electricity most days, no access to the necessary medical supplies. They keep trying to take care of people in that hospital, whatever, in any ways they can. Israel thought that was too much and decided to bomb it. In contravention of human rights laws. Now let's quickly go back to Democracy Now! Because they did 2 different pieces on this documentary film. Figured we'd save them for today. Here's Democracy Now! From 2 days ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue our look at this new documentary, The Encampments, about the historic Columbia University Gaza Solidarity Encampment and the nationwide student uprising against U.S. support for Israel's war on Gaza. The film prominently features Mahmoud Khalil, the Columbia graduate student protest negotiator who was seized by federal agents 3 weeks ago and remains locked up in an ICE jail in Louisiana. There is a court hearing for him today in New Jersey. This is a clip of Mahmoud Khalil from the documentary.
I was approached the night of the encampment that I would be the person communicating with the administration. The organizers trusted me, given my background in terms of like working in diplomacy, either at the British Embassy or here at the UN. We discussed who's best to support me, and we felt that Swede is the perfect person.
The university wanted to shut down the encampment in any way that it could. When it first started, they were like, let's not let them bring in water, let's shut down all of the gates, let's not let them bring in tents, let's not let them bring in blankets, because it was cold, it was freezing.
They underestimated the will of the students. They literally feel that these are just kids. Through my conversation, I just felt how much the university is detached from reality. What university in the world want to invest in weapon manufacturers? Why would you do that? You're concerned with education. Like, we're literally giving you back the university to be a moral university. Every time in the negotiations when we told them that, they would say like, oh, you're overestimating your power or your influence. But then after the fourth day, they were just like so silent because clearly it's a global movement. I remember like telling him like, at this point, there are 60 universities setting up encampments across the United States. They're just like waiting to hear what would happen at Columbia.
That was Mahmoud Khalil, the graduate student protest organizer and negotiator with the university, who's in this film featured in the encampments. We're joined now by three guests. Munir Attallah is the producer of the encampments, head of production acquisitions at Watermelon Pictures. He was a Columbia adjunct professor of film last spring. Grant Minor is also with us, the president of the Student Workers of Columbia, UAW 2710. He was expelled by Columbia for taking part in the pro-Palestine campus protests. He was fired as a graduate worker one day before his union entered bargaining talks. He's president of the local UAW at the Columbia. And Sweta Polat is with us, graduate student in human rights at Columbia University. Along with Mahmoud, she negotiated between the student activists and the Columbia administration. Sweta, I want to begin with you. It's also where the film begins very movingly as you talk about why you even came to Columbia as a graduate student in human rights, that's not a common major.
It most definitely isn't a common major. This is my graduate degree. Prior to that, I was in sociology. But before starting at Columbia University, I spent some time in Palestine, particularly in the West Bank. And I think it was...
Sociology? What is this, some sort of a social justice warrior degree? What does that even mean? It sounds woke. Yeah, we do need more people honestly focused on human rights in sociology these days, because our society is doing some fucked up stuff.
Illegal.
This is my graduate degree. Prior to that, I was in sociology. But before starting at Columbia University, I spent some time in Palestine, particularly in the West Bank. And I think it was just seeing the strangulation of life in Palestine, the squashing of people and the regular indignities that they've been exposed to in their everyday life, I think was a very transformative political moment for me. And upon returning from the West Bank, I knew I wanted to work on the Palestinian liberation movement. And in the United States, Columbia University had the strongest record, particularly for Palestine, with the Center for Palestine Studies, as well as being like a host for so many scholars of Palestine, of Edward Said, of Joseph Massad, and so many other professors. And it was also known as being a protest school. And I felt that it would be the right fit, but I was sorely mistaken.
So how did you end up being a chief negotiator between the students and the university, along with Mahmoud? So the two of you worked side by side as you met with the administration.
I think the first few days of the encampment particularly were very confusing for a lot of people. On the first night of the first encampment prior to the arrests is when the administration first reached out wanting to talk about what our demands were. At the time, like Mahmoud said in the documentary, he had a lot of experience in diplomacy, but he didn't want to go in alone. And some of my friends recommended me to meet with the administration with him.
And what do you mean he had experience in diplomacy?
I mean, he's been working at the Palestine mission at the United Nations. He's at SIPA, where he studies a lot of diplomacy, international relations.
The School of International Affairs
at Columbia University. And he's also, you know, he's 30 years old. He's very experienced. He's a diplomat through and through, so he was a good choice.
So I want to go to another clip from the film Encampments.
The genocide didn't start on October 7th, neither did the pro-Palestinian movement generally on campus. Students had already pushed like divestment referendums in previous years. We had voted on divestment referendums at various colleges within Columbia. All of them passed.
Immediately, the president sent out an email saying, we don't have actual general consensus amongst the student body or amongst our community, in which they include in the community the Columbia alumni.
Free! Free Palestine! Free! Free Palestine! Free! Free! Free Palestine! Free! Free! Free Palestine!
there we go. The Encampments. A new film. Brought to you by Macklemore and the students who participated in these protests, as well as, a bunch of other hardworking people who helped put this together. I think Breakthrough News, if I'm not mistaken, also had some hand in this situation. Hopefully we'll be able to watch more of that at some point. We got to keep moving here with this stream. While we're talking about Palestine, freeing Palestine and Palestinian people, genocide, all that stuff, I figured we maybe should take a moment and be reminded of not the people who died, but the people who've lived and are now left, well, how do I put this? Disabled. Missing limbs. Like children without legs. The hostilities that erupted from the morning of October 7th until the ceasefire on January 19th have impacted the lives of civilians and exacerbated the suffering of people with disabilities in the Gaza Strip. These hostilities resulted in thousands of injuries, life-changing injuries, including amputations, spinal injuries, and cerebral palsy, which led to paralysis and permanent motor disability. I try as much as I can to make her happy, but many attempts are in vain. The pain and amputation don't change. She sees herself as different from other girls. She doesn't have a leg, and other girls outrun her. This is difficult for her. She keeps holding the walker and walks, then falls on her back. I'm happy for him because he's going to return to normal life, to walk and move wherever without assistive devices. Well, it's a pretty optimistic take. I mean, I would call a prosthetic limb an assistive device. Maybe just lacking a certain amount of fatherly optimism here. This is just, the sort of thing I think we have to be reminded of. You hear 50,000 people killed. You don't think, however many tens of thousands of children there are that the missing limbs now will now have to try and find a way to survive without that arm, without that leg, without that finger, without that eye, without that part of their brain, whatever it might be. I think it's an important thing because there's at least documented at least twice or 3 times as many injuries that have been caused. I can't remember the exact figures because they've been changing for the last 16, 17 months it's been, I guess. It's really 17 plus months now, isn't it? Well, some of this destruction has probably been brought to you by not just the U.S. government, but U.S. tech companies. Let's talk about a company called Palantir. Hopefully Dan Toomey at Good Work can make this somehow digestible, because when you unpack what Palantir is, the military problem fixers of the tech world really is quite horrifying to think about.
When today's rich and famous tech companies talk about what they do, they usually say something like, "We are connecting the world." And by that they mean we are creating a sexualized Farmville that is as addictive as opioids. So when I learned that last year's best performing stock by growth was a Silicon Valley unicorn by the name of Palantir, I was pretty sure I knew what they were up to. Probably they made a streaming service called Boo Boo, a housing rental app called Housely, or earbuds called Doinkers or whatever. But just to be sure, I looked them up. At which point it became clear that these cats are a little different from the techies who typically cross my desk.
We built this kill chain, the digital kill chain. How do you defend your country and kill your enemies? Our product is used on occasion to kill people.
2 things here, folks. First, I have wet my pants. Second,
what now?
What does Palantir actually do?
As always, I began my investigation on Bing.com, which I used to type in Google.com, which I used to search for Palantir.com. A quick skim through their site will tell you that Palantir is all about AI-powered automation for every decision and delivering mission-critical outcomes for the West's most powerful institutions. Sentences that boldly ask the question, what if Genghis Khan and Ronald Reagan had a baby who wrote mind-numbingly boring marketing copy? However, I did come across one thing in my research that even I can wrap my noggin around. Whatever Palantir does, it makes them a lot of money.
Palantir stock is booming, absolutely skyrocketing.
Palantir has been a standout this week, surging 22%.
Hugest outperformers of the last year. Right now, there is no comparable company.
I'm here bravely outside of the offices of Palantir. Their stock rocketed up 340% in 2024, peaking this winter to give them a valuation of over $250 billion. And although their stock price has dipped since then, they remain right up there with the likes of AT&T, IBM, and those hunks over at Cisco. But I couldn't let them...
Damn. Dark Sparkle. What show is this? Good question. This is good work. A great channel, or a good channel at the very least, I think. But a certainly appreciated channel where we go to oftentimes on, I think most often, I save good work stories for Sunday Fundays. Because, you know, Dan Toomey knows how to bring the facts and the fun. The valuetainment.
Are you not entertained?
The highly produced fake journalism stuff that really warms my heart and gives me nightmares in my sleep.
The likes of AT&T, IBM, and those hunks over at Cisco. But I couldn't let the money distract me. Not now. If I was to truly understand Palantir, I was going to have to take more drastic measures. Like calling people who actually know what they're talking about.
Can you answer that question for me here and now? What exactly does Palantir do?
I will say two things. The fact that you're asking that question goes to the heart of the company and the confusion over it and also the mystique of it. Number two is I will tell you what they do. They want to win Defense Department contracts, commercial contracts as well, but I think they have their eye at the prize.
Sharon Weinberger is the Wall Street Journal's national security editor, and much like me, she's been covering the U.S. defense industry for over 20 years.
They got their start going back to 2003. In trying to come up with a data analytics platform. We're in the middle of the war on terror. We're involved in operations in Afghanistan. We're involved in operations in Iraq. And what is our number one problem there at the time? It's insurgency. It's roadside bombs, IEDs, that were killing U.S. and allied soldiers and infantry on the ground at a really alarming rate. So Palantir came in and said, look, we can take all of this information that you're collecting, and the Defense Department collects a whole lot on the battlefield, and integrate it in a database and help you spot bad actors, spot terrorists. That is what they pitched themselves as doing when they were first sort of coming on the scene in 2003, 2004, and really for the first decade plus of its existence. What they've expanded to today is something much bigger, in some ways more interesting, and in some ways kind of posits them to be more successful, which is...
So a shell company? No. Actually, what I would call these guys, not a shell company. Not at all. They're public stock. They're, I guess, a clandestine government problem solver. They're basically a McKinsey who's trying to get involved in Defense Department. They're wild. It's like a consultant. Are you familiar with like McKinsey or like Deloitte or any of these guys? Like, they're basically like a consulting firm for killing people. You know? Not at all creepy.
They are a problem solver for the Department of Defense. You have a problem, we will solve it.
All right, so here's the deal. Palantir is a data analytics software company who got its start during the war on terror. And
this is the kind of subtle journalistic decisions that Dan Toomey makes that I can really get behind. Palantir, a motherfucking data analytics company.
FUNDAY has big ambitions to be the U.S. Department of Defense's go-to problem solver.
The idea of a Silicon Valley company saying we kill things, that we're interested in serving the Department of Defense and the Department of Defense wages war. That was simply unprecedented back in 2003. It was what made them unique. People hadn't seen it, and that they were going to compete with companies that had been around for decades and dominated the market.
The companies Sharon's talking about here are commonly known as the big defense primes. Places like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon. The Department of Defense gives these chillers huge contracts to make
I didn't even notice that one on my first watching of this. Somehow that image looked. Maybe that's that's what's so great about the subtlety of that one. Oh god! Anybody notice that the Boeing plane is on fire?
That's hot.
Oh, well played, Dan. Well played. Well played indeed.
Grumman and Raytheon. The Department of Defense gives these chillers huge contracts to make fighter jets and stuff.
One of the things that these new companies like Palantir are kind of helping to disrupt, which is probably good, is the system of prime contracting and defense contracting. We have a few big contractors that have these giant contracts and they have cost overruns. One reason the Pentagon's budget is so big.
Margaret O'Mara is a historian and professor who studies the modern history of American politics and business and how they overlap.
And this is something that policymakers have been pushing back against for decades and trying to rectify. So yeah, having more companies in the ecosystem, that's probably really good.
Hey everybody, just popping in here to say happy birthday to Jeremy J. Watkins. Jeremy is a man whose information I...
Okay. We're going to move past his little ad read here for Incogni. Not paid by Incogni. Okay. Looking at you, Incogni, if you're watching this stream. I will read an ad for you. For money.
Then check out Incogni. Palantir is at the front of a new group of companies who say they are going to disrupt the old, slow, bloated defense primes with their new, efficient, innovative, user-friendly Silicon Valley style. Because you either die making boring old fighter jets or you live long enough to see someone come along with their own swarm of autonomous attack drones.
They've made a ton of really senior hires from US government agencies, and also a number of really senior Palantir executives have been appointed by Trump to senior government positions.
Palantir has been hiring well from, I guess, the pool of people that know how the government system works.
Tabby Kinder is the Financial Times West Coast finance editor, and Cynthia O'Murku is an investigative reporter for the FT. Together they wrote a piece about how successful Palantir has been at landing government contracts, pointing out that the company has done quite a good job of cultivating, shall we say, intimate, toe-tickling relationships with governments.
Don't be creepy.
Palantir has been built on people from government. They are obviously informed. They're people that work on these really crucial missions and in the armed forces and all those sorts of places where Palantir has traditionally sold its business.
And boy, have these boys been selling some business. Palantir has landed over $1.3 billion in Department of Defense contracts since 2009. This is for stuff like the Army's Vantage Data Analytics platform, this James Bond-style AI satellite computer suitcase, AI-powered drone system called Project Maven, and Titan, the Army's first AI-defined vehicle, which promises to do things like reduce sensor-to-shooter timelines, reduce soldier workflow burdens and cognitive load, and enable long-range precision fire for the modern battle space. Basically, stuff that not only goes vroom vroom and pew pew, but also beep boop beep. Scary shit here, folks. But Palantir's government contracts extend well beyond the military. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the U.S. contracted Palantir to track outbreak data and set up a system to distribute vaccines. More controversially, Palantir reportedly helped Immigration and Customs Enforcement with all sorts of stuff, including a surveillance system to plan and organize workplace raids on an original contract worth as much as $127 million. During the 2010s, the New Orleans Police Department ran a secretive partnership with Palantir to test predictive policing technology, which could have been named Minority Report if we had any taste. Around the world.
Oh my god. It is horrifying. That's fun. Predictive crime predicting technology. Dan is right. They missed a serious opportunity to just name that shit Minority Report. Wow. Wow.
Which could have been named Minority Report if we had any taste. Around the world, Palantir's tech is being used by the Ukrainian military, by the Israeli military for, quote, war-related missions, and by the British government to overhaul the technology behind the NHS, England's state health service, which oversees one of the biggest repositories of individual patient data.
That's probably not good. Palantir. Playing around with all of you NHS receivers out there in the UK. Enjoy that. The Palantir, Peter Thiel is playing around with your medical data. That sounds good. AI. Brought to you. Oh boy.
On health service, which oversees one of the biggest repositories of individual patient data in the world.
So in the UK, it became quite a controversial, set of contracts that were implemented. The UK government had opened itself up with open arms, or welcomed Palantir with open arms, whereas civil liberty groups and groups with privacy concerns.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
We're a lot more skeptical. I think there's been a lot of concern around Palantir and what it really means for.
I'm sorry, Jerry. I'm not laughing at you. I'm sure it is terrifying. I think I'm just trying to, laugh it off more than at anyone, because it's terrifying all the way from over here. And while you're getting your health data analyzed, apparently Palantir is running, Minority Report scheme on us. So, which one do you want? I mean, both sound horrifying to me. Plus, we already have privatized healthcare, so
to provide these services, and especially privacy advocates have been very concerned about its offerings, and Palantir has pushed against a lot of this concern. But I think it is about transparency and how much access can you get and what can you do behind the scenes that another company cannot, and that is being done outside the purview of the public.
And even with all of this government work lined up, Palantir has still managed to girl boss its way into an impressive book of commercial business. Banks and government regulators use stuff like Palantir's anti-money laundering and customer data tracking products. BP has been a longtime partner, using Palantir's software to support its digital transformation program. Palantir's chief technology officer tweeted last year that the company's AI clients include United Airlines, Lowe's, General Mills, and Do Not Sleep on the Tampa General.
Why? How? And for what reason? Did anyone come to the conclusion that makers of cereal needed access to AI for any reason? I don't understand. What are the applications there? Getting rid of workers?
Hospital. By Jove, they've
making our cornflakes taste more like data?
got their paws in big pickleball. Neighbors
nice,
of
course. Why wouldn't you?
Just wait till you hear motherfucking Titan rolling down your street. It's the Army's first AI-defined vehicle, folks. Long-range, precision fire for the modern battle space. Overall, Palantir's commercial revenue in the United States jumped by 54% last year. A lot of that momentum driven by Palantir's pivot from data surveillance in their early years to AI products today. Now, the honchos who originally created this sprawling Palantir beast are none other than Peter Thiel and this guy, who looks like if Taika Waititi got electrocuted. His name is Alex Karp. Though Thiel tends to stay in the shadows.
Oh my god. I was not prepared for that one. Oh, damn. That was quite the reference.
Waititi got electrocuted. His name is Alex Karp. Though Thiel tends to stay in the shadows like the sassy little mystery minx he is, Karp is one of those modern tech CEOs who says a bunch of crazy...
I don't know why I'm being distracted so much by Dan's good work here with the video editing, but my god, is it catching? That certainly catches the eye. That might be one of the creepiest images I have seen all week. Jesus Christ, Peter Thiel as a hairless dog.
Minx he is, Karp is one of those modern tech CEOs who says a bunch of crazy shit to feverish crowds of employees and retail investors that he calls Palantirians, leading them like mother flippin' Caesar Augustus.
It's definitely been in this kind of meme stock Reddit retail army category for a while. The subreddit for Palantir traders is, I think it's about 100,000 people now. I mean, they refer to Alex Karp, the chief executive, as Daddy Karp. He's really responded to...
What is up with the daddy issues in these sort of libertarian, technocratic spaces? What is up with that? What is up with that? Daddy's coming home for Donald Trump. And then this Palantir creep. Daddy Karp? Really? And there's more examples. I just don't have time to go through them all.
To Alex Karp, the chief executive, as Daddy Karp. He's really responded to that by saying kind of increasingly... I'm trying to find a polite way to say this, just increasingly kind of out there things in his interviews.
That's right, Tabby. It's always dangerous to start calling rich guys daddy because you never know what they're going to feel emboldened to say next.
Me as a front man offending half of America.
I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination.
Almost nothing makes a human happier than taking the lines of cocaine away from these short sellers.
I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl.
I think this guy might be on some cocaine. What was that last thing you said? What the fuck was that?
Nothing makes a human happier than taking the lines of cocaine away from these short sellers.
I love the...
Oh, short sellers. I was like, what? Short seller?
idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl.
I am tweaking right now, dude.
Spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
And now, despite whatever thoughts you have on good old American Fent P,
I do have
Karp
thoughts.
is a tricky figure to pin down. Yes, he partnered with Peter.
Yeah, and actually, we got to hear that one again. What was that you were wanted to do to people?
Urine spraying. The idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
That is maybe one of the most disturbing things I've ever heard. The fact is, this guy's got access to drones that could probably fucking do that. It's clearly a threat of a crime, essentially. I mean, you could kill somebody with fentanyl. Wow. This guy, government contractor, huh? Really? Does he have a security clearance? Maybe we should double check on whether or not he should have that.
And now, despite whatever thoughts you have on good old American Fent P,
and I do
Karp
have
is
thoughts.
a tricky figure to pin down. Yes, he partnered with Peter Thiel, the notorious far-right libertarian who backed Trump's 2016 campaign and bankrolled J.D. Vance's political career to build a data surveillance company for hunting down terrorists, all stuff that might be easy to generalize as conservative. But then again, he backed Kamala Harris during the latest presidential election. He frequently donates to Democrats. He likes to go trail running and loves Denver. All stuff that might be easy to generalize as lesbian. Everybody, I think we got a new type of guy on our hands.
Karp is someone who comes from a kind of left-wing background. Peter Thiel, who's the founder and really the person behind Palantir, is famous in the Valley for being a very outspoken conservative or a techno-libertarian. They have these really interesting, strange bedfellows in terms of leadership, but I think they have something in common with the old style Valley of the Valley of the Cold War era, in that there's this understanding that there is a partnership that's necessary between private industry and the defense establishment in order to get the best tech in the hands of the U.S. government. It's waxed and waned, but the business of war has always been Silicon Valley's business to some degree.
The relationship that Alex Karp and Palantir are pushing for between the tech industry and the Department of Defense isn't so much a new status quo as it is a fresh version of an old one. Karp is very open about being a fan of the old school tech industry, one where Lockheed Missiles in Space was the largest employer in Silicon Valley through the 1980s, one where the Department of Defense built the original internet, one where Oppenheimer's Manhattan Project brought together the finest scientific and engineering minds in the U.S. to collaborate with the government.
No, it is ridiculous. He's not actually a leftist at all. I mean, he may donate, but his ideology is insane. It's insane. It's an extremist right-wing ideology when you really break it down. Just because he donates to Democrats doesn't make him a liberal. I agree.
His new book, which I read on the subway and was then immediately hit on by a very forward attack drone, Alex Karp argues that the tech industry has lost its way over the last few decades, focusing on consumer products that essentially abandon any serious attempt to advance society. He writes that the software industry should rebuild its relationship with the govt, and while the blending of business and national purpose makes many uneasy, it is now the job of Silicon Valley to defend the West. And it's here that Karp has differentiated himself from his 21st century tech contemporaries with how open he is about both patriotism and making tech products for killing. But his peers are starting to follow suit.
The Valley has always had these ties with Washington, D.C., but often has been very low-key about it and coy about it and pretended that, oh, we don't do anything with those people over there. They're like, we don't care about politics. It matters nothing to our business. We're a free market miracle. And in the background, they're like, can I just tech break? I'm interested now. It's just more overt. And now I think there's a more broader public consciousness of like, oh, wait a minute. People like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, they get a lot of federal contracts.
Now, despite Karp and Palantir's very real momentum, it doesn't mean that they are that close to revolutionizing the defense industry and unseating those old defense primes.
They have yet to prove that they can build a major weapons system better than a Lockheed Martin, Boeing, or Raytheon. They may have their own views on that, but when I look across at like what's being used in Ukraine on a mass scale, that is not yet the Palantirs or Andurils of the world. Doesn't mean they won't do it, but they have yet to prove they can.
Nonetheless, it is possible that Palantir will be the future, and if they are, then the approach that they have taken to rise to prominence. Well, this would all mean an entirely new paradigm for how American defense companies operate.
You don't typically see the heads of Lockheed Martin or Raytheon giving opinions about how the world should be ordered. Lockheed Martin is not trying to appeal to the day traders or to the meme stocks or to any of that. Palantir they're kind of trying to sell themselves to the nation writ large. I think that is part of what is new in this era, is Silicon Valley companies saying working with the Pentagon is not a dirty business. It helps national defense. These are good things to do. And clearly their message is working. Will that work in the long term? We'll see.
Indeed.
My God. Horrifying. A meme stock of was basically a consulting and technology firm with serious aspirations in defense contracting with the U.S. government. As well as corporations, they're getting in there too. But yeah, that's wow, what a clusterfuck Palantir is. Okay. Yeah, their aspirations are pretty horrifying when you really unpack it. And you add up all of the different parts of the whole. Looks pretty... yeah, pretty shitty company. Maybe we shouldn't have things like that. I don't know. Alright. We are running out of stories here, people. I said it, we were going to make it about 8 hours, and boy oh boy. We are nearing the end of this stream. Let's go from talking Palestine and Palantir down to Africa. Talk about how electric tricycles are helping women in Zimbabwe achieve success in breaking the glass ceiling. My husband now relies on me to cover most household expenses, from groceries, including school fees for our children, and buying furniture. Before, I could not do it, but thanks to this tricycle, I can now also chip in and help. Look at that. It's an electric tricycle. Doing things. Even my husband and in-laws have more respect for me now. No one used to listen to me, but now I have a seat at the table when important decisions are made.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
We are providing rural communities with affordable transport solutions, especially to women. Most of the women spend countless hours trying to reach the markets, the hospitals, and also the water sources. So, the tricycle has just improved the last mile of mobility because most of the women could not get to the market on time. They could not afford some of the transport costs they were being charged to hire a vehicle to go to the market. Brilliant. Brilliant. Loving it. Joe, what do you say? You're glad her husband respects her now. Yeah. Me too. Me too. Sometimes it's just a sweet ride, you know? Fancy whip to get the respect of your husband. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. Whatever it takes.
We are providing rural communities with affordable transport solutions, especially to women. Most of the women spend countless hours trying to reach the markets, the hospitals, and also water sources. So the tricycle has just improved the last mile mobility, because most of the women couldn't get to the markets on time. And
yeah, there we go. Alrighty. Wow, we've made it through a lot. 2 last stories. Great job, everyone, for having made it this far. Let's go to the AP archive 4 days ago, where Cambodia, Southeast Asian country, which we don't talk a lot about, is showing off a new state-of-the-art airport, which is slated to open in July. Looks pretty fancy. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, look at this thing. That'll keep you cool in the hot Cambodia days. Little breeze action. Vaulted ceilings. Look at this place. Incredible. Wow.
I think the TIA airport here is going to be launched and a soft opening in July 2025. And we believe that so many passengers are waiting and they really want to come in to see this new airport.
Here we go. This airport, which is, I mean, look at the architecture. Truly an impressive building here for Cambodia. Almost ready. A couple more months, a few more months here, and it will be opening up in Phnom Penh. I'm not sure I'm saying that right. Now let's go to Hong Kong for our last story of the evening. And it's a fun one. South China Morning Post from 2 days ago. Thousands descend on Kai Tak Stadium for Hong Kong Sevens. All right. Let's get to the action. Fans turned out for the first day of the Hong Kong Sevens rugby tournament. It's our first time, as we needed to work. We could only watch the Sevens on television. Why are these two dressed as Mario and Luigi for a rugby tournament? I'm so confused. We've been to the snooker event here before. We want to match the atmosphere with our costumes. Oh, okay. Yeah. Super Mario speaks to Chinese people and also people from abroad. Okay. The hot dog only costs $10. Look how big it is. This year's tournament is also the coming out party for the brand new Kai Tak Stadium in Kowloon. 43,000 is the number of fans expected on day one. Tickets were nearly sold out for the 3-day event. Overseas buyers made up 40% of the total sales. 26 is the number of rugby games played on day one of the Hong Kong Games. Sticking with tradition, the rowdiest fans showed up in costumes. What is up with Hong Kong's love of American? I guess is Mario? Well, I guess Mario's technically Japanese, isn't he? But look, did you see the Smurfs over here? Look at these guys, these jokers. Kai Tak Sports Park also features a fan village with exhibits and games.
We came from Australia, but we cheer for Fiji.
So do you like the game so far?
Yes, of course. New stadium, and it's very nice and very comfortable. We bought 3-day tickets. We are Sevens rugby fan from a long time. We've been to Canada, Vancouver Sevens. First time in here in Hong Kong Sevens. This was our dream to come here.
There you go, people. It was quite the action-packed Sunday fun day, if I don't say so myself. But that was our last video of the night. Well, it looks like we made it through another stream, chat. It was a pleasure having you here on this Sunday Fun Day. That's going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Arl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Codcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Braiding, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoib, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, and Becky. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. While we're talking about patrons, this is Sunday Funday, so I gotta do another shout out to another group of patrons. The Galactic Benefactors. People like PB. Wonderful lady who's often in these chats, gracing us with her presence. Same thing with Nadia, who I'm not sure I saw today, but you are missed. Moanoip, one of our fantastic galactic mods. I think he's in bed now, but we appreciate you nonetheless. Impeccable Living has taken the step from patron to benefactor recently. I appreciate you. Donald James X, fantastic man, fantastic guitarist. Much love to Galactic Chatter. Omega Star, truly a wonderful individual of galactic variety. Mitty, another galactic mod, another galactic benefactor. A great man. Mrs. Jen, where are you, Mrs. Jen? Probably sleeping. Either way, we love you and miss you, and appreciate your benefactoring. Disco Wolf, a canine presence in chat, a benefactor through and through. McGoggles, another new addition to the Galactic Benefactors. And of course, Narwhal by Nature, one of our aquatic contributors. Mish, look at that, 3 new Galactic Benefactors. People are really serious about their galactic content. I appreciate you. I appreciate you all. Oh, I screwed up this animation. Son of a bitch.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
There it is. There's the Galactic Benefactor. That should have started 5 seconds ago. How rude. Okay, well, there's your Galactic Benefactor shout-out. An exclusive shout-out. For only those who have taken the plunge. Alright, well, we've already got enough ones in chat to start the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. I guess we better get to that. Is that my responsibility? Am I supposed to be the one that does that? Is that my job?
Give me a joke.
What do we get tonight? What music shall we be graced with on this here Sunday Fun Day? It's the last night of Ramadan, potentially, at least last stream night. I might do a Moon Day stream, but I'm not sure. So just in case, I think we'll watch/listen to this one. Yes, this is the plan. To the pool. Would you like to play for us? That would be good for you? Would that be good for you? It would be good for me. Let's work together. Be a happy family. All right. Whoops. What did I just do? Oh, right. This is what I was going to do. I screwed this up. I'm a big dummy. It's my fault. I've made a huge, tiny mistake. That's why I can't push this over, because VLC is running on that screen. Can't do both. Can't do both. That's too much. That's too much.
One of the main pillars in the thriving techno scene in Palestine. Give it up to Sama. Woo!
We didn't catch it at the beginning there. This is in Palestine. Was in Palestine. I think this was in 2016, 2017. And I hope you enjoy the DJing prowess of Sama Abdullati. Who is the blue chick? The blue chick is an Andorian by the name of Becky D. Not literally, but it's Becky D, the chatter. That's her galactic avatar, hanging out by the bar.